Check, check, 2, 2, check.
guy with a bumper sticker. I might be slow, but I'm ahead of you. You heard that one before? I'm gonna say Brother John. Brother John. Buenos días. Good morning.
Buenos días. ¿Quién está al otro lado?
Getting ready to start, and I'm going to call up Brother John in a second. He wants to say a few words and inspire us through his invocation.
Okay. And then we have Anna Connor's video, right?
Good morning, everybody. And again, thank you for everybody that it's come together to bring this great event. So first, I just want to offer a prayer to everyone. And again, with great gratitude and humbleness, I send this prayer out. So, Creator, once again, we come before you humbly. I ask that you carry this prayer in all four directions to all of our relations. With that, we want to first thank you for yesterday being a very positive and energetic day with great concepts and working actions and solutions. As we carry on in these meetings, we ask that you continue to bless us and bring us open hearts and minds to listen and learn and make notes and follow up on what we can bring to help all of our Indigenous people worldwide. With that, I also ask that in our travels, you look over all of us. I'd also like to ask that we all send up a special prayer as well for continued healing and strength to our friend Rose, who sadly was in an accident and unable to attend today in person. But I'm sure all of us know her loving spirit will be here, as others will be as well. And I know we've started to enjoy this beautiful food, and we thank you for all those that work to harvest it, grow it, bring it, and prepare it for our strength as we move forward. Thank you, Creator. Aho.
We'll get a few words from you and the president of the board. I'll say a few words first. Buenos días. We have the panel. How do you say that person's name? Alferca? No, the keynoter. Maturity. La tuya. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to just, all of us say a few words and then go to the panel. Okay.
Go to the keynote speaker, right?
Yeah. Buenos días. Good morning. For some of you that are haven't developed your skills yet, we're gonna have a workshop on how to use tortillas and eat your food. Because our campesino families, and I know my dad was one of them, he came to the United States and it wasn't till he was here 3 or 4 years, he started using utensils. He ate everything just with a tortilla, because that's the way you would do it. So, my brothers, can we get your attention? You know who I'm talking to. Last night we had a great spiritual gathering where Jaime and other people read poems, and we had Rudy sang. I'd forgotten that Rudy was a professional singer, and we should have had a program just of all because there's other poets and people who could express themselves tremendously that we should have here. Some people for the poems that I read wanted to know how to get a hold of me. So I can't give you my room number, Rudy said. So I'm going to give you my email, which is real easy. It's Leno, L-E-N-O, and then my name, Magdaleno, @magdaleno.org. I thought it was for organizador, but this is for organization. But either way, because we need to share our thoughts in that. So I appreciated them opening prayer. And before we go to the first panel, I want to ask the president of the board and then the director of our program to get up and say a few words, share with you. Who wants to go first?
Thank you, Leno. Good morning. It's a great program yesterday, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, we had some great topics and outstanding speakers, the virtual, Matthew, Ivan, Sergio, went great. So can't compliment you all enough. So thank goodness for that. Today we have another packed program with a lot of really interesting topics. And if you'll look at the agenda, I think everything is good with the agenda. Please notice the room numbers. Infrastructure Bank is going to the Rio Grande. And I won't say Rio Grande. Okay, Leno. El Rio Grande room, the small farmers and ranchers, their story. We're going to have some farmers that are going to tell us about, their operation and how they survived through the pandemic, and just some of their experience. And then we're going to have Marcelo and Filiberto present a program on the farm management workshop that they do for small farmers, Latino farmers in Michigan. So I think that'll be interesting. And then we'll also, in that particular session, we'll have the USDA Farm Bill 2023 proposal. Lorette's going to help out with that. She's very well versed on, the needs of farm workers and farmers and so forth. So that'll be a great session to go to also. And then supply chain and food distribution channels, agricultural co-ops at the Bosque room. So I know that some of you may want to attend. Gosh, I wish I could have attended this session, but maybe attend, Kathy, part of it and go to the other part. It's up to you. We're pretty flexible. And then in the afternoon, of course, we're going to have the keynote speaker at lunch. And then in the afternoon, climate crisis, again, in separate rooms, and labor and transportation issues, which should be a very interesting program. And then a deeper dive in hemp and cannabis for those that of you that are interested in that. So, and then in the afternoon, we'll wrap up the session for Friday. So everything looks good on the agenda. So just looking forward to a great day again. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Rudy?
Buenos dias. Everybody awake? Thank you so much for all of you who are being a part of this conference, Congreso. We have a jam-packed, and I believe that we have at least the initial a plan in order to be able to deal with the crisis that we are engaged in. This morning I listened just for a few minutes to the hand-wringing and paralyzed political governing class. And we can't afford to have that, so we're here to do what we need to do in order to make sure that we have the folks who are affected on the ground to take the first steps to ensure that those that we have elected to take their jobs in a responsible and we want to hold them accountable. In their comfort zone is in terms of very luxurious offices, well-paid, while the rest of us are struggling to try to deal with a climate crisis that we find ourselves in. And several years ago, I had a visit from about two people actually, Stuart Rosenblatt, Angela Bullock, who came to the office and put forth what I thought was the answer to a lot of things that I've seen over the decades for the neglect, which was the infrastructure, the National Infrastructure Bank. We were the first NGO to fully endorse and work towards getting this into the public arena. And that's what we're trying to do right now. And so we have a presenter that Alfeca Maturity that will be providing us with how simple should the political class make the effort to bring it to fruition. So with that, thank you so much and enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Are we ready to go with Alfeca? This is virtual.
No,
Is
first
that a
comes
yes from
up,
the back?
yes.
Okay, well then let's
No.
start with that, please.
Hello, Miss, can you hear me?
Yes.
No, porque no con- Señor. Bueno, primero va el video, ya voy, chao.
Good morning, and it is a pleasure being here today. My name is Anna Connors with American National Insurance Company, and we are honored to being proud sponsors of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association Conference this year. American National is a company that tailors different insurance programs for ranchers and farmers like yourself. For those of you who don't speak English, muy buenos días, mi nombre es Anna Connors y represento a American National, una compañía de seguros que se basa en la industria agrícola, para ganaderos y para agricultores como usted. Si tiene alguna duda en español, por favor no dude en contactarme. Mi número telefónico y correo electrónico están en la página del National Latino Farmers de la asociación. All right, we're going to continue this in English. And today we're going to talk a little more about what we do as a company and also talk about what us agents can do for you. Well, American National, as I said to you, has different insurance products geared to the rancher and farmer like yourself. But we also have different other products like the auto insurance, we have umbrella insurance, we have workers' compensation, disability, and life insurance as well. Those are some of the few products that we have. So we do have a lot of different products that can suit your needs. Now, one thing that sets us apart as a company is the fact that we train our agents very well. They are trained to be personal. They're trained to be there for you, to assess your risks and ensure that they custom make one program that will fit your independent needs. So when an agent from American National comes to you, they're going to look around and they're going to ask different questions to you to ensure that they're covering all your bases, ensure that you're properly protected. That's what we do. Now, American National covers not only your personal liability, but also covers your business liability and your firming liability. Those are some of the coverages that we have. Now, for the purpose of this meeting in particular, I would like to concentrate in one product that we have, which is our core product, the special form package. The special form package is a great comprehensive coverage that we have. And the greatest thing about this is that it can be totally customized to your needs. So we will customize it. We will change the Pearl group that you're covered for depending on what your needs are. And we will also change, we can adjust it and use the divisions that are geared to your needs in particular. So here we go. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you so that you can see what I'm talking about right now. All right. I hope by now you should be able to see my screen. And let me just show you right here. So this is the brochure of the special form package. You can find these at our table that we have at these events. So feel free to stop by and grab one of this. And my colleague will be happy to explain to you a little bit further in detail if you need any questions answered. All right, the Pearl groups, you may be wondering, what are these Pearl groups? There are the factors that cause the loss. My friends here that are coming from California are very well aware that fires can cause a lot of loss. Well, fire and lightning are some of the factors that could cause loss that are actually covered under this program. Windstorm, hail, explosion, all of that is covered. Vandalism, if even a kid can throw a rock to window, break that window, that could be covered as long as is considered vandalism or malicious mischief, right? Also theft. I know we live in a very safe country, thankfully, but sometimes people misbehave. So it's very important to have that. The weight of eyes. Weight of eyes can actually make a roof collapse. So for those of you that, your house roof can collapse, but also let's think about the greenhouses. The plastic of the greenhouse could collapse if there is weight of ice. So it's very important that you have this type of coverage. Freezing of or plumbing, that's something that I'm sure some of you may have already experienced. When the weather is too cold, everything can freeze, right? So residences and buildings, we cover direct physical loss or damage for them. Also, we cover the contents of it. So anything that, like if you flip the house upside down, everything that falls, we can cover that. And that includes also for your farm structures. Anything that you have inside the farm structures can be covered as well. And the schedule for personal property, like your jewelries, your nice guns that you use to go hunting or things like that can be covered as well. Now, this it's totally up to you if you want that type of coverage. Per group 9 covers your livestock. So, if you have horses, cows, goats, anything like that in your property, we can cover them for electrocution, drowning, or being attacked by a wild animal. Now, the last Pearl group is the farm machinery. It's very important to you, the farmer and rancher, because you need this machinery to be able to do your job. So we protect them for direct physical loss or damage. Now we're going to go into the divisions, which is really the core of this program. The divisions, there's only 5. And you may say, oh my God, there's a lot going on. Don't worry, we're going to concentrate in 3 of them. Division 2, which is your buildings and buildings content for your farm structures. Division 3, which is your farm personal property that includes all your tractors and your livestock and all that. And we're going to concentrate in Division 5, which is your liability. Very important, very, very important part of this product, of course, for you. All right, here we go. Because of time constraints, we're not going to elaborate too much on them. But if you have any questions, do not hesitate to reach out to any of us. Division 1 is more like your home policy coverage. It covers your home and the contents of it. So that just take it as a normal home policy, right? Division 2, it's your buildings and your building contents. It's your farm structures. It's very important to you, the farmer and rancher, because it covers your barns, your farm structures, your silos, sheds, greenhouses, and all of that. So on a greenhouse, very important to know that it covers also the equipment breakdown. So if the fan inside of the greenhouse or the heater of the greenhouse breaks, it's very important that it gets fixed because you may know that you're going to lose your products. So we can cover that. We can make sure that you have equipment breakdown. All right. So Division 3 is your commercial property. It's more your livestock, as I said to you. So we can cover the physical loss of livestock. We can also cover your farm machinery, direct loss, right, and damage. But the greatest thing of this coverage as well is that you can also cover the nursery greenhouse plants. You can cover your hay as well. You could cover the irrigation equipment, which is, as all of you may know, could be very expensive, right? And now, one other thing is if your farm machinery breaks, we actually have rainbow reimbursement for those farm machineries. And we know farm machineries are not inexpensive. So it is very important to your livelihood. So if your farm machinery breaks, it's always important that you have a rental. The greatest thing is that if you rent this machine, not only will they the rental reimbursement, but if you were to have an accident with that machine, you have coverage under this policy for that as well. So it is a great comprehensive coverage, as I mentioned to you before. Division 4 is scheduled personal property. As I said, it's all your valuables that you can schedule on this property. Now, this one is not as important to you, but if some of you may have a lot of jewelry, some of you may have a lot of guns that are expensive and you want to schedule. Division 5 will be the one I'm going to elaborate a little more on because it's the most important out of all these programs, the liability part. So if you were to get sued, this is the part of the policy that will react and help you pay your defense costs. So ultimate injury, property damage liability is covered, your business liability is covered. So like if someone sues you for your business. So like let's say you're selling fruits at the farmer's market and someone comes and sues you because they got a very bad product and they want to sue you about that, right? Or if you sell veggies to a store and the store decides to sue you for any reason, that can be covered. We cover different business things, incidental farming as well. Like farm liability, your farm liability, like when you are growing something or you're harvesting, someone gets badly injured, or if you cause any property damage when you're doing that, we can cover that as well. So that's the great thing about Division 5 is we can cover the 3 types of liability that you could face as a rancher or farmer, which is your personal, your business liability, and your farm liability. Now, other additional coverages that you could have on this is for custody and control of the livestock. So if you have cows that don't belong to you on your property, but if these cows get hurt or die in your property and the owner wants to sue you, you have some sort of coverage there that you can pay them back if you were to be sued. Now, one other thing is the livestock, like your livestock liability. If you have a horse that gets out on the road, or if you have a cow that gets out on the road, does an accident, that can be covered as well. So that's only a few of the coverages. There are many more coverages like employment tax liability or excess medical, things like that. I cannot elaborate due to time constraint, but please know that you can reach out to us at American National and we'll be happy to go over this on a one-to-one basis and explain to you what coverages you may need based on your risks. Thank you so much for having me here today. I hope I didn't bore you out, but know that we're here to help you out. It is an honor to be your insurance partners, and please reach out to one of our agents if you need help with your particular risk. It will be a pleasure for us to serve you. Thank you again for having us, and enjoy the rest of this great event. Take care. Bye.
Rudy, do we go into the workshops early or should we? Oh, Alpaca's next?
Yes, we're
Okay,
ready for
great.
her.
I didn't
She
know
wants to
that.
come up on screen.
All right, thank you.
Alfeca, we're ready for you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me. My name is Alfeka Mutardi, and I'm a macroeconomist. I worked for 25 years at the International Monetary Fund. Now I'm the chief economist advising on a national infrastructure bank proposal. It's very nice to be with all of you here this morning, and thank you very much for having me. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. So what I'd like to do is to tell you a little bit about this National Infrastructure Bank proposal, how it works, what kinds of projects the bank will cover, and how this will specifically help Latino farmers and ranchers. But before I get started, I would like to introduce the sponsor of this bill, who is Rep. Danny Davis, and he will begin with a few opening remarks on the National Infrastructure Bank proposal and his bill in Congress.
I am excited and delighted and certainly pleased to be a part of this effort. HR 3339, the National Infrastructure Bank Act of 2021, would create millions of permanent, high-paying jobs. It is modeled on previous public banks, which helped build much of our nation's infrastructure. Under Presidents George Washington, James Madison, John Quincy Adams, Abraham Lincoln, and Franklin Roosevelt, those banks helped finance the roads, bridges, canals, schools, hospitals, power systems, and railroads that made our nation the envy of the world. In fact, the last public bank, along with other sound policy initiatives, helped bring us out of the Great Depression and win World War II. The NIB would operate much like previous public banks. It will be capitalized with existing privately held treasury bonds exchanged for preferred stock in the bank. Budget outlays covering a portion of investor stock divided will be fully reimbursed from the bank's earnings stream. As such, the bank will be budget neutral, require no new taxes, and create no new federal debt. It will have the authority to lend up to $5 trillion for urgently needed projects across the nation at very low interest rates. It would be complementary to President Biden and Vice President Harris's proposal and the Democratic House Majority legislative package to build back better our nation's infrastructure. So I want to thank my colleagues, Representative Bobby Reich, Representative Jesus Garcia, and Representative Mondaire Jones for sponsorship of HR 3339, the National Infrastructure Bank Act of 2021. Additionally, the state and local municipalities, current and former elected officials who are in support of this bill. So I thank you for your efforts on behalf of the National Infrastructure Bank Act. And as I've said many times, we need a $5 trillion investment in our infrastructure. Thinking small has resulted in the infrastructure crisis which are gripping our nation. And I'm very grateful for all of your actions. So we just have to keep up the fight. Sometimes you break off giant needs in ways that are not as giant as the need, but as long as you keep on coming, eventually you will get there. So let's never stop. Let's keep fighting, and ultimately we will indeed win. I thank you very much, and I am indeed pleased to be a part of this effort.
Thank you very much, Representative Danny Davis from Illinois, who is co-sponsoring this bill in Congress that we're bringing before you today with a resolution before the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers to sponsor and endorse HR 3339 to provide $5 trillion in financing for the National Infrastructure Bank. And as Rep. Danny Davis has pointed out, this is something that we'll all need to work on to push forward. As Rudy has mentioned, Congress is a little bit frozen right now on their proposals before Congress. And in any event, as I'll point out in just a minute, their legislation before them, the main packages that they're proposing are not going to be enough to do the job to solve our infrastructure problems. The main reason being that the federal budget is in extreme deficits right now, and they left over from the pandemic last year when the economy tanked, and also because of stimulus packages and the new packages before them. As a result, they're having a lot of difficulty getting things through the federal budget. That's why we need a national infrastructure bank, because we simply cannot finance infrastructure either through the federal budget or through state and local budgets. Actually, this idea of a public bank to finance infrastructure, as Rep. Davis pointed out, is not a new idea. We've had 4 banks in our nation's past, the first Bank of the United States, the second Bank of the United States, a banking system under Abraham Lincoln, and a 4th really huge institution called the Reconstruction Finance Corporation. All of these 4 banks were eminently successful. 3 of them ended their terms because they timed out on their term. But all of them were successful, and all of them built most of our nation's infrastructure, including the RFC, which Dennis Montoya likes to say built a lot of the infrastructure in New Mexico, and that was sort of the last big investment that we had in the state. So that's why we need a national infrastructure bank to continue to provide infrastructure financing for our nation. Here is a little schematic on how this bank would work. It would work just like the first Bank of the United States, which was designed by Alexander Hamilton and George Washington. Instead of going to the federal budget and asking for money to get this bank started or run its operations, instead of that, we go to the private sector and ask private holders of treasuries who are holding these treasuries for long-term savings purposes, would they like to sell in about 500 billion of them into the NIB in exchange for an equivalent of preferred stock in the NIB? And this stock would pay these investors an extra 2%. That's to entice them to bring their treasuries in. The 2% would come out of the interest earnings from the NIB's loans. So the bank is internally able to get itself started without recourse or relying on the federal budget. This is really advantageous in today's world of high deficits, high federal deficits. So then the bank would go on to get out loans exactly like a commercial bank, takes in deposits, creates money on the spot, and lends to borrowers without any recourse to government. It will provide low interest loans to state and local governments or transit authorities or a municipal affordable housing project or a municipal broadband project. Anybody that owns public infrastructure could qualify for a loan from the NIB. And this will really help. This new infrastructure will really help businesses in general, the public and farmers in particular. So this is what the bank will cover. $5 trillion in infrastructure projects, as I mentioned. Where did this estimate come from? About half of it came from the American Society of Civil Engineers, who say in their latest report card, that's how much we need just to repair transportation systems, roads and bridges, even airports, ports, repair water systems, water lines, sewer systems, getting the lead out of lead service pipes, and upgrading our power grid. We really need that to be resilient. And there's about 16 categories altogether that will be covered in hard infrastructure. We added some categories of our own to the National Infrastructure Bank. We thought they were really critical. One of them was $1.1 trillion earmarked just for a complete high-speed rail network all across the country. We have $100 billion in here for affordable broadband in rural areas, in inner city areas. We can make this amount larger if need be. We also factored in $720 billion for that 7 million affordable housing units across the country, and a big dollop of money for large water infrastructure projects, which I'll come to in a minute, to help with drought in the Southwest, where we grow, where you farmers and ranchers grow a lot of our food that feeds our nation. This is the same $5 trillion that the National Infrastructure Bank will finance, expressed in billions of dollars, and we listed line by line. And the reason for this little table is to compare our bill to what is currently being proposed in Congress in new money for infrastructure. Only $550 billion. As you can see by this comparison, it's only 1/10 of what we really need to solve our infrastructure problems in America. Way, way, way too small. We would like this bill to pass because we always want state and local governments to get grant money before they might have to take low interest loans. But you can see that it's not anywhere near enough. So we want our National Infrastructure Bank to be able to top up all of our nation's financing needs. With the bipartisan infrastructure plan, states and local governments will not get enough money to cover roads and bridges. That'll be too small. Passenger rail, mass transit will be too small. Nowhere near enough for our critical water infrastructure. And there's nothing in this bill for affordable housing or high-speed rail. So we want our bill to be able to top up all of these needs. We have a huge climate problem, which is really affecting farmers. Where are the sources of the CO2 coming from that are changing our climate in dramatic ways? 1/3 of them, or a little under 1/3 of them, come from traffic, from transportation systems. Another third comes from electric power plants, and another third or so comes from the agriculture sector itself. So let's talk about how we can solve the traffic congestion problem and reduce CO2 emissions. Here are the worst traffic congestion problems in cities. Half of them are along the East Coast, half are along the West Coast. If we can reduce CO2 emissions from traffic, that will help with climate change and will also indirectly help farmers and ranchers. So one objective of the National Infrastructure Bank is to convert more of our transportation to rail. That would be high-speed rail, passenger rail, normal buses, and mass transit systems. And by doing that, we can save on CO2 emissions and save on fuel cost as well. Here's what the high-speed rail lines might look like in America. And as you can see, these plans go along what we call economic corridors, places where there are a lot of industry and manufacturing along these lines. When you build high-speed rail along economic corridors, what happens is the economy around those lines grows. We saw that really happen in China, for example. Here is a proposed high-speed rail network that might go right through the heart of farm country, from east to west, in New Mexico's case, from east to west, connecting right through Albuquerque, and then another line north and south going all the way up to Wyoming. That will grow the economy along these lines and make it easier for freight express and workers to get to their places of work and save on fuel costs. Another thing that the bank wants to do is to fight poverty and save rural America to the extent that we possibly can. What we know is that communities are dwindling in rural areas. People are moving away to to cities where they can get jobs. Here's a picture of counties in the United States that are classified as metro areas. They were classified back in the 1950s in blue all the way up to currently in orange. And anything that's left over, all these areas in white, are rural areas whose economies are not quite robust enough to sustain a living and keep people in those areas. So we want to make sure that the National Infrastructure Bank gets infrastructure into every one of those rural areas, like roads and bridges, like broadband, like high-speed rail to get them back and forth to work. We want to make sure that there are investments in every single county in the United States to help rural America thrive. Another big emphasis of the National Infrastructure Bank is to fundamentally eliminate lead in drinking water. We have really serious problems in the Northeast, in the Midwest. What's in the infrastructure bill right now to address this is only $15 billion, whereas the American Society of Civil Engineers say we might need as much as $280 billion just to solve the lead service line problem. And we have big problems in these cities, and then even in rural areas with small populations. We found problems in Texas, Michigan, Utah communities. We need to get these lead lines out immediately as an urgent priority for the safety of our citizens. Another emphasis of the National Infrastructure Bank is to fundamentally ensure that our electric power grid is safe and secure. Right now, it is really vulnerable to extreme weather events. You've all seen in the news about wildfires in California, about the hurricanes coming through. The last one that came through, Ida, destroyed 22,000 power poles in New Orleans, more than the last three hurricanes combined. Those power poles were never, those electric lines were never buried under the ground to protect them because it costs a little bit more to do that. So we want the National Infrastructure Bank to be able to finance those kinds of projects, also prevent cyber attacks. And then we have a problem of peak demand. The grid is very old. And when everybody's running their air conditioning in the summertime, it strains the grid. Now, imagine what happens if we add on electric vehicles, or if we add on electrification of rail to build new high-speed rail lines. We'll need even more capacity. So it's really urgent that we make sure that our power grid is made safe and secure. Finally, we want to make sure that we can bundle projects and fix all of the utilities underneath the road. This is just common sense, but it needs a little bit of coordination. Fix all the utilities underneath the roads at the same time that we fix the roads on top, so that we're digging up the road only once and saving on construction costs. Again, it's really logical, but nobody has managed to be able to do that because they can't bundle the projects and the financing for these projects together. But it is doable by the National Infrastructure Bank. And finally, we really want to make sure we address this drought problem in the Southwest. Here is the drought monitor for mid-August. Even though things have improved a little bit lately, I left this picture on this slide because what we know is that it takes years for groundwater aquifers to recover from a drought, maybe as much as 3 years. So even if we have a little bit of rainfall currently, it'll take a long time for our aquifers to recover. What we know is that in California, for example, it was expected that throughout the Central Valley, maybe half of the wells would go dry. The Californians have had to reduce herds and crops by up as much as 32%. Along the Colorado River, which provides financing and electricity to 7 different states. We've had cutbacks. The Lake Mead Reservoir is at 37% capacity. That's extremely low. So we want to have more projects to bring water into these critical areas. Finally, we want to train workers for new 21st century jobs and get them certified. What we know is that construction projects that would be financed by the National Infrastructure Bank will really aid and help workers to get certifications who have less than a 4-year college degree. So this would help people with high school degrees, with 2-year college degrees. We'll be emphasizing projects so that they can earn while they learn, that they can receive funding from federally funded programs for education. Unfortunately, the 2-year free education in the Build Back Better plan has been eliminated, but there's still other projects that we can get training through. And we want to make sure that we have huge workforce development that brings people in, gets them certified and trained in these great paying jobs. And by the way, all of the bill HR 339 requires that all construction workers who are hired for projects must be paid Davis-Bacon, which are prevailing union level wage jobs. And then of course they'll get full benefits with their jobs. So this will really improve incomes for middle-class workers and workers who are working in these fields. And finally, what is in this from the National Infrastructure Bank that will really help farmers and ranchers? So we've thought a lot about this, and we kind of divided them into several categories. First of all, we will be financing water infrastructure to a level that is not being covered by any other bill. We'll have complete financing for all water infrastructure. That's $800 billion right there. And for water management projects, that's $400 billion right there, to provide safe drinking water, sewage, and stormwater systems. And in areas that don't even have drinking water right now, we know that some Native American reservations are really struggling with this. We can go in and bundle together requests for projects to put in new water systems in those areas. Then the bank will also finance mega water projects to address drought in Western areas, water, and that could compose the following different options for us to bring in water. One is water redistribution, bringing water from where we have a lot of it to where we don't have enough of it. Here's a schematic on what it might look like on 4 different states to bring in water from other areas and replenish the Colorado River, or bring it all the way down into New Mexico. So water management and water redistribution projects would be one big emphasis. Another is desalination. We had an expert panel give a Zoom presentation, which is on our website if you're interested, last week or the week before, on what kind of projects we can do to desalinate water and essentially to bring it out of brackish water aquifers where the water exists right now, and then put light desalination systems on it to provide new water. Another is capturing rainwater back into local aquifers. But of course, we need to repump them up because a lot of the aquifers have deflated and been pressed downward, so that it'll take a while for this reinflation project to work. And then, of course, irrigation and agricultural conservation. One of the panels that we're going to have this afternoon, which I hope to come into a little bit, we'll talk about some of these new projects that might be financed by USDA programs, including the Conservation Stewardship Program, the Environmental Quality Incentive Program, and the Regional Conservation Participation Program. So I'll skip down to this bottom one, but what I would say is that USDA in general, what I've noticed, I might not be an expert on this, Rudy might know better than me, but there are a lot of USDA programs around. The problem is that they don't have financing necessarily. So one aspect of the National Infrastructure Bank statute, as it's written right now, is we can come in and top up any USDA programs that are not getting money, like the broadband program, like the community development program, those kinds of things. The bank will come in and backstop and provide financing for those USDA programs. Another aspect that will really help farmers and ranchers from the NIB side is connecting rural America to the rest of the country. And that can happen through by providing improved local roads and bridges. What we know is that some farmers are struggling to get their goods to market. They'll bring them on a heavy load to a bridge that has been downgraded because it is crumbling and is now subject to a new weight limit. So they'll have to drive miles out of the way to take their goods to market. By the time they bring corn or soybeans down to an inland waterway port to load onto a barge, what they find is that the whole inland waterway system is also backing up. It's old. A lot of the locks and systems have broken down and they need to be refurbished. So improving these transportation modes to get agricultural goods to market will be a big help for farmers and ranchers. Another big aspect is affordable broadband. We want to make sure that really, truly, we get affordable broadband into every single area in America. This will help to improve farm technologies. For example, dairy farmers, we know, really benefit from having high-speed hookups, and farmers in general to observing weather patterns and even connecting to USDA. It'll also help with providing teleeducation and telehealth to rural areas. High-speed rail to stimulate economic growth and improve local municipality revenues by stimulating the economic growth around the area. This will really get workers efficiently to their places of work if they're working both on farming and construction jobs at the same time. The electricity grid resiliency. We need to build new, the bill has in it $80 billion just for constructing what's called a high voltage direct current line all across the country. And that's what's needed to move renewable energy. For example, in the state of New Mexico, as Senator Tallman likes to say, there's great capacity to provide renewable energy from solar and wind, but especially from solar, but there's no way to export it out of the state. So if we have a direct current line that goes right across the United States, it can take electricity, renewable electricity that's generated in a farmer's fields, and then deliver it either to cities along the East Coast or the West Coast. And then we also want to make sure we have equitable community development. And when I say equitable, that means that two things. It means two things. First of all, that the money actually reaches small communities. And the second is that minority groups can really, for the first time, participate in all the construction, getting the jobs, and stimulating their local areas. What we know is that we have wording in the bill that the millions of new local family-sustaining jobs that will be created, a certain portion of them must go to minority groups, to disadvantaged business enterprises, and we'll be monitoring that through the giving of the loans from the NIB. And we also want to promote community development, both in rural towns and traditional and in Native American regions. This will be a big emphasis by the National Infrastructure Bank. And then finally, again, topping up the USDA programs. So those are all the ways that farmers and ranchers can benefit from NIB programs, both directly and directly with jobs and indirectly with the provision of infrastructure that will benefit their local areas. So this is very much a grassroots push. As Rudy has said, Washington is a little bit locked in the same old way they've done things. And they're not going to move on this bill, HR 3339, unless you come in and help with it. So in today's breakout session, which we're going to have immediately after this presentation, we'll have many participants discussing ways that they are promoting the National Infrastructure Bank Act. And you can help as well. There's more information on how the bank works at our webpage. You can ask questions. You can ask for a presentation in your local area. We've got groups in every single state of legislators, political activists, labor officials, who are all going after they become educated on how the bank works. They write resolutions, they put in op-eds in their newspapers, and then they go to their members of Congress. And when you go as a group like that, what I've noticed is that your members of Congress really sit up and take notice. And that's how we've been bringing on more co-sponsors onto the bill. And that's how we'll be able to push it forward. So if you would like to help with that, you can contact your members of Congress directly, or you can join up with one of these grassroots efforts to push forward with HR 3339. So with that, if you have any further questions on how the bank works, we can take them up in the next session, or we can discuss ways and strategies for promoting the National Infrastructure Bank Act of 2021. Thank you very much for your attention and your time. Thank you.
Alfeca, thank you very much, sister. And Rudy would like to say a few words. We're gonna running tight on time, but Rudy wants to tell us his spiritual reason why we need to support this bill.
This is the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers' major priority and the umbrella for which this conference was put together. So I'm asking our partners, our members and allies to make sure that you take this particular proposal and hold hall meetings to make sure that our citizens understand what's possible, because the Congress is not going to solve our problems. They are unable to function, and it is us who are taking the brunt of the climatic crisis that we're in. So I want you to make sure that you understand that this is a major answer to the situation we find ourselves in. So each and every one of us that are here, please understand what is happening in this proposal. I know it's a little, it's not as difficult, but it is a major answer to our situation. And nobody's going to do it. The politicians are not interested in resolving our problems, but we have to live this every day of our lives. So please, like I said, this is our organizational priority. So take it to heart, because this is not going to get any better. So I appreciate your understanding this, and please, your advocacy, and to make our elected officials accountable to this is what it is that we need. Thank you very much.
There was so much good detail about, how we channel and get our water and protect it. And also, about the electrification and the importance of that. So right now, we're going to ask people to break. Sure. You turn on your.
I told you all the agenda was good. Well, it's not. So I just need to make some corrections. So the National Infrastructure Bank will stay here on Ballroom C, okay? NIB will stay here. The small farmers and ranchers are Story, Manzano, Sunrise. That's still good. And then the supply chain and food distribution channels will go to the Rio Grande room. Okay, everybody with me? So NIB here, the farmers, Monsanto and Sunrise, and the supply chain in the Rio Grande room. Okay? Thank you. Eugene, Anthony.
Okay, so Alpaca, this is Anthony Martinez. As you know, I'm involved with Rudy with the National Infrastructure Bank. There will be a panel that follows here. And need to ask the following individuals if you're present, and if you're so present, then we need to ask you to please come to the front table here. Do we have Dennis Montoya here?
I am present by Zoom. Good morning, everyone.
Dennis Montoya.
Dennis
Lulak.
Montoya is present on the Zoom call.
He's virtual.
Okay, good. So that's good. Okay, good. How about Joy Garrett?
I'm here via Zoom.
She's virtual as well.
Okay, good. Just, okay, I need to be, okay. How about Gary Matheson? Gary Matheson? Okay, and then of course Joel Siegel up front. Okay. Alpec, are you going to be available to do Q&A and follow up with the panel?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you. In this case, I'm going to go ahead and turn it.
Anthony, I'm sorry. Another change, the supply chain is going to be in the Bosque instead of Rivera.
Okay, the supply chain, side note, supply chain will be in Bosque. That's the next group. Okay, supply chain. Sorry, Alpaca, for the minor adjustments that we're making in the configuration of our room today.
Alrighty, is any more announcements, brother?
Just a transition point here. I think if we give us maybe a couple of minutes to get set up here, and then
Yeah.
we'll continue with the
Yeah,
panel.
and then Joel's the master here. So go to the workshops, come back at noon, so you can grab your lunch and we can hear from our keynote speaker then, por favor. You're Joel, right?
I think I'm Joel.
Yeah, great. You look like him,
How you doing? Can you hear me?
unfortunately.
What up?
Yeah.
Let me go to the mic. Sure. Good morning. How's everybody doing?
Good
All
morning.
right. I am Joel Siegel, and I am the National Environmental Chair of LULAC, and I work with the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association. Can we give Rudy and Eugene Pickett, are they here? I don't think so. Round of applause. All right. All right, so I've been tasked with moderating this panel. Alfeka? Can she hear me?
Yes, I'm
Alfeka?
here.
Oh, hi. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just make a few opening remarks, and then we're going to go ahead and get the other panelists to make some remarks. But first of all, that was an incredible presentation. And I worked in Congress for almost 13 years on infrastructure. So the Build Back Better plan that Biden has introduced, I would say historically, probably since the Great Depression, probably the largest investment in infrastructure. Alfeka, would that be accurate?
Depends on what time period you're measuring over. We have invested very little over the last 60 years, but the two packages are equivalent to about 10% of GDP right now. But if you compare that to the New Deal, which was financed by the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, that was a little bigger at 40% of GDP.
So one question that comes to mind is, why hasn't this plan already been implemented? And why is it not operational? So if you look at the Marshall Plan, anybody heard of the Marshall Plan? Raise your hand. All right, that's good. All right. So in the Marshall Plan, after World War II, the United States made a decision to build back the economies of Germany and Japan, because I think they were afraid that if you had high rates of unemployment, then that would also be the underpinnings of fascism. Then there might have been some business interest, but if we can do a Marshall Plan of Japan and Germany after World War II, if we can bail out banks because of recessions, why can't we bail out rural America with an infrastructure bank plan that's long overdue? And if you look at Pentagon spending, which is right around $780 billion a year, if you look at the budget of the CIA, used to be about 80 billion. I think it's probably around, they don't let you know what it is. I think it's around 100 to 150 billion. You look at Homeland Security budget, it is, probably trillion plus. If you looked at a bar graph of federal spending on rural America, it's about this big. It's teeny, teeny, tiny. So the question that I have, Alfec, and then I'm going to go ahead and get the panelists to engage in this discussion. Number one, how do we go about passing an infrastructure bank proposal, which is absolutely ingenious? I've read it, several times. Everything that you talked about in terms of what the needs are in terms of infrastructure would certainly be, those needs would be met. And based on the Build Back Better plan and based on your analysis, which is accurate, is they're still short trillions of dollars based on what the needs are, correct?
Correct.
So the question is, and I'm gonna go ahead and ask the Representative Joy Garrett, you're a representative. How do we pass legislation like the infrastructure bank bill or a Marshall Plan of rural America? How do we get that on the ground power and that organizing so that every member of Congress, all the media and the civil society know that rural America is not going to take it anymore in terms of underinvestment?
Well, Joe, you've really nailed the issue. I'm a state representative. I work on transportation infrastructure. Yesterday, I heard a massive water data plan. At the state level, we're constantly piecing together funding, piecing together legislation that pertains to our state. We never have enough money. And in the Western states, many of these issues cross state boundaries. So one reason I'm supporting this and on this call today is that every state legislator needs to contact their congressional representatives, their senators and their representatives, and say that same message. We need the federal help. And we don't need something that's just for a few years based on one piece of legislation. We need the long-term vision. And that's why I support the National Infrastructure Bank, because it transcends the political fashion, who's in power. It's a nonpartisan effort that supports every desperately needed area, especially in our rural areas in our Western states with water, broadband, and transportation.
You need to run for Congress, okay? Either the House or the Senate, but you're quite dynamic. Let me ask you a question. What are the infrastructure needs in New Mexico that are not being met, that need to be met, like really badly?
Broadband and water are the top two.
Well, with broadband, you're talking about the lack of access in the rural areas. There's nowhere, no hotspots, nowhere to connect because the large companies have not been able to work here. So one of the things that Rudy has been working on at the highest levels of Congress and the private sector is to have that discussion about introducing a bill which will create universal access to broadband, in particular in rural areas, because it doesn't make sense in the richest country in the world not to have universal access to broadband. I mean, if they're going to spend money on space weapons that we'll never use, it can't cost that much to do universal access to broadband. Now, what about water? What's the biggest problem with water?
Water is a huge problem. We have surface water, we have groundwater, drinking water, and construction water. In our state, a lot of the best water is used for oil and gas fracking. We're running out of water, but it's a massive job to map it. The meeting I was in had 5 different state departments who are still tracking water records on paper. So just using the need to have technology is massive. Staffing is massive. As Alfeka said, we have to train workers, not just the trades, the union workers, also the IT workers to do this. And so that's why it's so important, because it's not just a lack of water, it's how do we track water? How do we use precision agriculture so that the water comes? In New Mexico, we just legalized cannabis. Massive amounts of water are needed for that. So it's just a completely serious issue all around.
Do you feel abandoned by the federal government? Do you feel abandoned by the Congress?
I don't feel abandoned, but I sure feel that they get caught up in political infighting too much of the time.
Okay, thank you so much for your remarks. We were just joined by the Honorable Senator, is it Tallman?
Yes.
From New Mexico. And Senator Tallman, I'd like to ask you the same question. What are the major infrastructure needs of New Mexico, in your opinion, that are not being met, that need to be met by a proposal like an infrastructure bank?
Well, good
or
morning.
Marshall Plan. Yeah.
Hey, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. We have a lot of needs. It's hard to prioritize them. So broadband is one of them. It's going to cost, we have 20 to 25% of the households in New Mexico don't have broadband. And it's going to cost $1 billion to provide broadband throughout the state. And guess what? In that 1.1 infrastructure bill that's going through Congress that they've been talking about forever, there's only $100 million for broadband. That's only 1/10 of what we need. However, we do have, we're going to use some of our federal funds to supplement that, but that'd still leave at least $500 million. Electric grid, big needs there. We are the second sunniest state. We're one of the top 5 windiest, so we have the potential to produce a lot of renewable energy. And the experts are telling me that we're rapidly reaching the point where the electric grid won't be able to transport any more energy. And guess what? There's $0 in the 1.1 trillion infrastructure bill going through the Congress. Rail, there's $0. You know, I've been to China twice in the last 25 years. Infrastructure will blow you away with their high-speed trains and their futuristic airports and their bridges that look like a piece of work of art. And you come back to this country, you know, people go overseas, they come back to this country and we look like a third world country. We're just not spending enough. China spends 8% of their GNP on infrastructure. We only spend 2%, and Europe is spending 5%. So this 1.1 trillion bill that's going through Congress is far short of what we need. And that's why we're proposing this National Infrastructure Bank to provide money for infrastructure that's really needed to make the United States competitive. We're not going to be competitive. You got to be able to move people and goods fast in order to compete with Europe and China. And then look at the ports in Los Angeles, the supply chain problem. Well, guess what? There's a lot of pushback from the unions. They're only working 5 days a week. China, they're working 7 days. And in China, they're automated. We're not automated. That's another, you don't hear about that problem. In China, they're state-of-the-art ports. They can move freight in the cargo much faster than we can. So we're just really falling behind. We need this National Infrastructure Bank, which has already been explained to you, does not require any increase in taxes and no increase in the debt. So I would say those are the 3. And then water. I mean, we're in a drought here. Some experts saying we could spend a whole $1.1 trillion just on water to replace aging pipes. You know, a lot of the cities, the pipes are 120 years old. The lead pipe problem, desalinization, we need to do that. And bringing water to the Southwest from states that have a surplus of water. I mean, we're only getting, I forget, but it's not, we're getting some money for that, but it's not nearly enough to meet the need. So thank you for the question.
No, thank you for your incredible response. It's actually pretty shocking in many respects. So I'm going to go ahead and get to Dennis Montoya. Hello, fellow LULACer. How are you? Good morning.
Good morning. And
Just
thanks to you for moderating this panel. Thanks to Mr. Arredondo and the Latino farmers and ranchers for inviting me to participate. I am the immediate past state director of New Mexico LULAC, the League of United Latin American Citizens, as you are also affiliated with the national organization, Joel, and thanks for all that you do. New Mexico LULAC has endorsed the National Infrastructure Bank proposal as it is proposed in HR 3339. We have some reasons for doing so. Number one is the commitment that this proposal has to adequate representation of ethnic and cultural minorities on its board and adequate access to loans. One of the assurances that I personally demanded is to know whether New Mexico's numerous acequia associations, which are small-scale ranching and farming water associations, will be eligible for, and we have reasonable assurance that they will be. Our domestic water associations, which can serve communities as small as 20 people, will be eligible to apply for funds. Our infrastructure needs are numerous, and Senator Tallman has certainly done a very good job of outlining those, as has Representative Joy Garrett. They've been with us forever and a day. Our infrastructure needs are political footballs. They are capitalized on by all political candidates of all parties when it's election time. We hear enough news about something being done about various problems. But speaking as someone who has lived all of his life in the state of New Mexico, except for a couple of years in the Republic of Panama, a couple of years in Seattle, nothing ever seems to happen. I can tell you that, and in that sense, I have to agree with Mr. Arredondo. I don't think that the DC politicians are interested in finding real solutions to these serious problems. My father worked for the CCC, which was a Roosevelt-era New Deal. It's the Civilian Conservation Corps. The WPA, the Works Projects Administration, was just down the road from his CCC camp. And this period of time represented real significant change and economic bolstering for the state of New Mexico, especially the northern part, and that's where I hail from. We don't see any other solutions in New Mexico LULAC that are surfacing that will address our problems in similar fashion. And so we have scheduled a series of meetings. We just a couple of days ago met with Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez, a couple of days before that with the office of Representative Stansbury. And we have scheduled a meeting with Representative Harrell. Those are our three congresswomen from New Mexico. We are actively seeking sponsors for HR 3339. And we've only just gotten started. We don't intend to back down until we have the kind of support that we need. So that's New Mexico LULAC's position on the matter. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Dennis, this is terrific. I want to make sure that we do have some Q&A time. Do we do that? You want to do that now or afterwards?
Excuse me, you actually have plenty of time, and there are some questions out
Yeah,
there.
I think we should take some questions. Thank you, Dennis. And I'm going to get to Phil Baca after a question.
Anthony, can you
More
turn
to-
on that mic? Anthony, you need to turn on that mic.
Can you hear me? Anthony did it. Good. Okay. Hi, everybody. This is John Moss. I'm from the Caddo Indian Nation. I'm representing Cash Community Development, our nonprofit, and works with the Friends of the African Union. And we presented at the United Nations April 29th, Indigenous Peoples Plan, Black Folks Plan, and are working and following up with that with the set-asides through NCRC and public-private partnerships, et cetera. And I think it'd be helpful, Senator, if you or someone could elaborate more, because I know when we speak to people, they don't always truly understand the educational part of how it does not affect the US debt. And these funds have been available, as you've heard Biden say, when Obama and Biden were in 2 times before, get us there, we'll do it. And they didn't cut the checks. And then since then, he's now saying he will. And I'm also representative of the World Conference of Mayors, Black Historical Towns and Communities, and also I'm the president of the Southwest Native American Indian Chamber of Commerce. I'm here today out of Lawton, Oklahoma. And these funds are things in the trillions that are available and have been available. We just need them to cut the checks and, of course, in having plans. Now, my background is banking and finance. I'm the only mortgage real estate trainer in the United States. You can Google John T. Moss, and you'll see it has a letter of recommendation on a 30-year training system on ethics and non-predatory lending. And all of this is great, but again, the infrastructure of the education that people need and understanding modern finance, and it's not just a certificate. We need funding for ongoing coaching and training, just like if I needed to lose weight, if I was going through opioid addiction, PTSD, whatever, what do you have? Ongoing coaching. And that's what all of our peoples need with finance. And Native American people, that's one of my biggest pushes we have to get, especially regarding per cap. So the main question or clarification, I should say, is can you help clarify that from your lips? Because, you know, it's always great to hear someone else explain how it does not affect the current debt. They can cut this and it's not going to be that factor. And it could be cut right now. It doesn't need to have other approvals and so forth. There are some of the funds in the trillions that can be cut today, as Herschel Daniels has shared from Friends of the African Union and myself. Thank you.
Senator, did you want to respond? Are you clear about the question? You want to restate?
Yes, well,
Can you restate your question?
well, I understand.
Yeah, just clarity on that main point and others you want to touch on.
Earlier, thank you for the question. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a few minutes ago, you heard from Frida Mutardi, who was an expert on did she make a presentation?
Yes, excellent presentation.
Did you understand what she was saying about how?
She didn't disseminate that factor very clearly. And I've worked with IMF funds and so forth, so I understand it, but the public needs to understand more clarity on that one point, because otherwise it kind of goes in one ear and out the other, I found, because they're like, oh, that doesn't even make sense. That's not going to work. And then it gets shut down.
Well, it's if you're a banker, you know more about it than I do, but I'm not. Well, but I can give you a short. It's the reason it doesn't increase the debt or the increased taxes, because they're going to establish a commercial bank where they'll sell bonds to the public and pay a very reasonable interest rate. So the startup cost from the federal government would only be about $500 million, which isn't, you know, that much. So the reason, but then they would be either short-term or low interest loans or grants to states, cities, counties, which they would have to pay back at a very low interest rate, and in some cases, a grant. So there wouldn't be any increased debt to the federal government, but it would presumably increase debt to state and local government. But this is I'm sure she already, Alfreda explained that this is a system that goes back to President Washington, Lincoln, and FDR. George Washington financed the reconstruction of the country after the Revolutionary War. And of course, President Lincoln used it to build the Transcontinental Railroad and to make investments in industry and manufacturing. And of course, FDR used this system to finance the New Deal. So it's not, so it would increase some debt for state and local government, but it'd be almost interest-free. So the in the commercial, and the public could buy it'd be like buying treasuries. I don't know, does that help or not?
I can also provide a little bit of clarification.
Alfredo, if you could, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. What I understand as a macroeconomist is that whenever you finance something through the federal budget, you are spending the money. And if you spend more than you take in revenues, you have to issue debt. You create a deficit and you have to issue debt. And then you have to pay interest on that debt over time. Now, we had 10 billion in debt in debt before the 2008 Great Recession. After the 2008 Great Recession, because we had to bail out the banks and we had a big fat recession, our debt went up to 20 trillion. Now with the COVID economic downturn and all the stimulus bills and spending, our debt is now up to 30 trillion. And that means we have to pay interest on that debt. And if interest rates go up, guess what? The interest payments on the debt go up fantastically. And that's what Bernie Sanders has put in his 10-year budget. So one way that this infrastructure bank solves this problem is it's not spending, it's not federal spending. It's actually a lending program at very low interest rates. To get the lending program started, we don't need any money from the budget for that. It's a lending program, not a spending program. And so it will not increase the federal debt or this interest on the debt. That's how it manages to be economically stable. But at the same time, it's huge. It's very large, even in comparison to the current bills. And so when you have this huge, well-directed lending for infrastructure projects, you improve the productivity of the economy, you put money in people's pockets through great paying wages, and you stimulate economic growth. That's the secret sauce that I didn't mention in my presentation. But instead of having growth rates at 1.5%, where they've averaged over the last 10 years, even before COVID, now we have growth rates up at 5% per year. And when you have higher economic growth, more money coming into people's pockets in the middle, guess what? You get much more tax receipts coming back into the state and local coffers so that they can repay back their loans. So in effect, you're almost giving them a free money for them to have a long-term stream of adequate financing. And I love what a previous speaker said. We need to have an institution that guarantees the financing across time. It doesn't become political football, but it's guaranteed that New Mexico and other states will get their financing that they need for water projects, will get the financing they need for broadband. It won't be cut off by the next election cycle. It'll be guaranteed. Once we pass the bank, that's it. It goes on in perpetuity, providing these interest loans, a guaranteed source of financing, and it'll really stimulate economic growth. That's what happens when you spend 40% of GDP on investing in your infrastructure. You grow your economy, you get it to reach out into the rural areas and grow everybody and raise all the ships at the same time.
Thank you very much. Does that help answer your question? I think for everyone. I'll make it up. Go ahead, please, Rudy.
Yes, this is Rudy Arredondo with Latino Farmers and Ranchers. One of the things that I want to bring up to folks on the panel is that the Western Governors Association is going to be holding their winter meeting featuring the FERC commissioner, which is the Federal Energy and Regulatory Commission, the FEMA administrator, and the Secretary of Agriculture, December 9th through the 10th. Now, I personally, or our organization, invited the Western Governors Association to be a part of this conference. They never responded. And I've made an effort to reach out to them for several years now, because we work a lot in the Western states, because they don't have the kind of representation on the agriculture committees, both the House and the Senate, as they ought to have, so that the attention isn't really geared towards the geography that is, experiencing this incredible drought, wildfires, and so forth. Now, one of the things that I want to ask, and I know part of the reason that the politicians have not been interested in terms of supporting this particular, the National Infrastructure Bank. The $6 trillion gives them, a bellyache. But the fact is they haven't taken the time or the interest to understand that this is not creating any new debt. There's no new taxes. What they are doing at this particular time is just catering to their donors, because they're only concerned so far, in terms of my opinion, on their reelection. And I couldn't care less whether you get reelected or not, if you are not dealing with the real life situations of our communities who are in tremendous distress. So one of the things that I want to ask Senator Tallman and Representative Garrett, what has been the response of I know that you have had, I think 2 very recent changes in your congressional delegation. And we've had, excellent response from Senator Ben Ray Lujan, which I truly, truly appreciate. But the others, what has been the response to you when you bring this issue to them, as well as within your state? We invited the governor, and she wasn't able to make it to our conference. I regret that, because it was to be important. So can you let us know in terms of what the response has been to your elected officials within the state? Thank you.
Well, thank you for that question. And I'll ask, and then we'll give Representative Joy Garrett opportunity to respond. To be perfectly honest with you, that I wish I could report that the response has been terrific. There doesn't seem to be any sense of urgency, but you're correct. Senator Lujan has been the most responsive. We had a meeting with his top legislative liaison person last week, and he seemed very interested, and we're trying to get a meeting with Senator Lujan person to person, and we're hopeful and optimistic that we'll be able to do that. I haven't had any contact with Representative Stansberry, because Dennis Montoya has led that effort. And and the Representative Fernandez, Santa Fe. I haven't had any contact with her, and I don't think we've had any meetings with her. So yeah, you're right. There's no sense of urgency. There doesn't seem to be a sense of urgency, and this is such an important issue, because if we're going to remain competitive with the world, if we don't do anything, we're definitely continue our decline. We used to be the envy of the world in our infrastructure, but now we only rank 13th in the world in our infrastructure, and some rating agencies have us even lower than that. So yes, but the people that are working full time on this, on a national effort, are really working hard to get more sponsors. We have 3 or 4 sponsors on the House side, and the National Infrastructure Bank organization is working very hard to get a sponsor on the Senate side. And we're very hopeful that we have a good relationship with the coalition, and myself have a good relationship with Senator Lujan, and we're hopeful that he'll come on as a sponsor. So I'll turn it over to Representative Garrett and see what her reaction or opinion to this issue is.
Rudy, thank you for bringing that up. You've just given me some homework, and that's to send information to 5 of Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham's advisors, because I think it's absolutely important that at the Western Governors Association in December, that you and others have a chance to bring this up. Governor Lujan Grisham is the chairwoman. Many of you may know she's off to Glasgow for the COP26 United Nations climate event. So she's a little preoccupied, but I will personally work to contact her staff about the December meeting. We had a meeting, online meeting with the legislative director for Representative Stansberry. I have personally contacted her to get involved. She seems, and some of the other congressional representatives seem very preoccupied with the Build Back Better. And so it's a little bit hard for them to have the space for the National Infrastructure Bank because of the current concentration of things happening in Washington. I personally spoke to Representative Leisure Fernandez. She did not, at the time I spoke to her, which was on Labor Day, she seemed to be somewhat aware of it, but was more concerned with the possibility of a public bank in our state, which I disagree with. I think we should go for the National Infrastructure Bank myself. So there's been some follow-up with her. And as Senator Tomlin said, and as Mr. Montoya stated, some of the meetings, we have to have a multi-pronged approach. The elected officials at the state level need to contact these people. The advocates like yourself, Rudy, and Dennis, and others have to contact them. And that barrage, I believe, will result in them paying attention and supporting it. But my personal homework to you is to approach the governor's staff and put it on the Governors Association meeting. So thank you for bringing that up so much.
Thank you. Yes.
We have one of our board members, Taylor Reid Branson, is going to be in Scotland with this climate change. So, and it's important for you to know, because we have 2 other of our members and allies that are going to be there. A.G. Kawamura, who was the Secretary of Agriculture for the state of California during Schwarzenegger's term. And we also have Pat O'Toole, who is one of our partners and allies from the Farm Family Alliance. They're going to be, so you're going to have at least 3 people, okay, from our organization that are going to be representing the interest of the National Infrastructure Bank at that event in Scotland. So please let people know that we are there and we are going to be pushing this particular legislation very, very strongly. It's our top priority and the reason that we have this conference today. Thank you.
Thank you, Rudy. Can we hear from Bill Baca? Can you introduce yourself, please, to the conference and your perspectives on the National Infrastructure Bank? Good morning, Phil.
That is us streaming.
Okay, so Phil's not on the panel?
Nope, that's us streaming.
Okay, hi, good morning. Good to see you. Good job. All right. I'd like to ask the mayor, as a moderator, I'd like to ask the mayor a question, please. Mayor Ray Leon.
Are you sure there's no other mayor here?
That's you. First question is, what are the infrastructure needs in Huron and Central California? What are your thoughts on the infrastructure bank, or any thoughts about?
I think it's a fabulous idea that is long overdue. And it is evident that our investment in infrastructure in this country has been meager, and even worse so in communities of color, environmental justice communities, farm worker communities, rural communities like my own. And my community fits all those categories, by the way. About 3-4 years ago, I came with the One Voice Fresno County delegation to Washington, D.C. to my main purpose. My focus was just $18 million for a bridge we needed north of our city of a state route that always was flooded. One year, the flood was so strong, the storm was so strong that 6 of my residents died because there was no bridge on State Route 269. That happened in 1995. Fast forward 2016, 2017, I'm the mayor. There still is no bridge. I had to fight at the county level, at the COG level, to make it a priority there. I had to fight at my council level to get to DC. And in DC, I had to work, my butt off to create awareness on why that was so important for this farm worker environmental justice community. Well, DC never responded. The 45th presidential leadership said they had interest, but never responded. And so we had to pay it through our state monies. And I think it's disastrous because at the state level, we had there's just other things going on. And if not for SB1, we would still not have that critical infrastructure we needed, not just to save lives, but also to maintain a healthy industry, commerce, and just, save people's pocket, because you have to drive many more miles to get out of the city when that's shut down. And that also means more gas burnt means more pollution created, means more carbon spewed into the atmosphere, right? So just being, just mindful of all of that, right? And so this is happening not just in Huron. There's millions of Hurons throughout the country, and there's bridges, there's roadways, there's other infrastructure needs. I mean, we need a county library. That's part of infrastructure. From what I recall, the New Deal put in a lot of libraries, post offices, a lot of new programs that employed youth. We have 3,000 acres north of Huron that is under the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation. They aren't wanting to work with us to be able to develop the Huron Pino Nature Conservancy, which would be huge in terms of youth employment through a conservation corps type of thing, right? Building trails, increasing. Huron, the city, is 51% park deficient. This being next door would enhance the green space tremendously, bring about tourists for bird watching, the Swanson Hawk, many things, many opportunities. The community college is interested in participating because they are willing to develop a forester program. Currently, foresters are baby boomers in the great part. They're retiring. What are we going to do about that? Well, I'm saying let's give children of farm workers to be some of those folks that take up those jobs. Why? They're good careers, right? And so there's many things that could happen. In those 3,000 acres, we're talking about carbon sequestration. We're talking about empowering underground aquifer that's below the ground, and which is a huge issue in our area of the San Joaquin Valley in terms of subsidence. Of course, fracking is something I didn't mention the other day, but along with climate crisis, fracking is a huge, huge demon looking down at us. But what happens with the good water that we have if fracking goes astray and is uncontrolled, or really it should be eliminated, right? In California, we're seeking to be 100% clean energy by 2030. So why do we need fracking anymore? At least in California, and the rest of the country should follow suit. And I'm sure other states, regions are doing the same. But no, the infrastructure bank is tremendously important and something that should exist to be able to provide and make sure that we have language in there that emphasizes these communities that forever have not been invested in, that have been disproportionately impacted negatively because of the lack of investment, lack of care, lack of support. And what I always like to say is let's disproportionately invest, disproportionately impact positively with more investments from now on, right? There's a lot of catch up that's got to be done. We've overlooked the essential workers, the most important workers, in my opinion, because my father was a farm worker, my mom, my grandparents, and so on. The hardest workers on the planet are the most exploited. NIB is a good idea. Let's make sure we have language in there that is emphasizing the more than 51% investment in farm worker communities and environmental justice communities. That's what I would say. Thank you.
I'm gonna have to applaud. I'm gonna ask a follow-up question to Dennis Munter.
I'd like to add something
Did
after
you
you.
wanna respond?
Well, it's sort of on the same.
No, why don't you respond, please? Senator, please.
Well, the gentleman is absolutely correct. Another interesting point, a lot of people say the environment is our number one issue, that getting rid of fossil fuels. But guess what? It's going to cost a hell of a lot of money to do that, a lot of infrastructure. It's going to cost a lot of money to build structures to keep water from evading the east and west coast. It's going to cost a lot of money to raise the building heights. I already mentioned electric grid. There's far short of money necessary to build our electric grid, which we're going to need to do is switching to in order to transport solar and wind energy. It's going to cost a lot of money to build electric vehicle charging stations. I was the first state legislature to buy a total electric car. I understand. I think they've taken that out of the Build Back Better bill. So all these people that are saying that the environment's the most important and problem, well, guess what? It's going to cost a hell of a lot of money to do that, and we don't have it. And this, in a lot of countries, they consider infrastructure an investment. Well, in the United States, they consider it an expense. We're one of the most selfish, greedy countries in the world. A lot of people have the attitude, I got mine and the hell with everybody else. So that's an interesting, that's another reason, the fact, the lack of urgency and the lack of knowledge and education about this issue is really troubling. It's very disappointing, and trying to get, like the gentleman earlier said, they're more interested in getting reelected. Well, the system is broken. There's too much. You spend some congressmen spend half their time raising money. It's just, we're in decline in this country, really. I hate to say it. I'm an optimistic person, but this is such an important issue, and I wish people were more involved and more willing to be educated about it. Thank you.
No, this is a great response. I just want to briefly respond to your question because I think it's extremely important, and then I want to talk a little bit about Rudy. Is when you're talking about debt, first of all, we know mathematically that if you have a program, what I do for a living and what I've done I worked in Congress for the late, great John Conyers. I'm the author of the bill Medicare for All that Bernie ran on, authored another bill, HR 1000.
That's impressive.
Thank you, sir. I had a lot of help, by the way. HR 1000, which is a jobs for all bill. So every time you write a bill, you've got to cost it out. So the way you cost it out is like, okay, if it's going to cost, $500 billion over 10 years, you got to do the pay fors. What The other party that we are nonpartisan has done over the years is borrowed, okay? But debt has to do with, do you pay for what you're spending? And what Alfeca, who I believe it was Rudy, Alfeca, were you with the IMF, the International Monetary Fund?
That's
Yes,
correct.
All
I
right,
spent
so
my 25 years looking at budgets and debt.
yeah, so if you're a senior official at the IMF, then she really has that requisite expertise. And you know, I've studied the financing of the infrastructure bank, and it's basically I think you're selling treasury bonds, is that correct?
To raise for the NIB?
Yeah, sell T-bills.
We can sell treasuries, but the main modus operandi is to capitalize the bank by getting treasuries from the private sector. Once it's capitalized, then we give out loans just like a commercial bank does, create money, bring in deposits, and lend just like a commercial bank does.
Cool. Now, so I've worked in city government, I've worked in state government, but a lot of times, I will be honest with you, if you get a loan from the, no, thank you. If you get a loan from, let's say, I ran the transitional housing jobs program for the city of Charlotte. I got a $250,000 loan for a 32-bedroom facility. That's called infrastructure. We didn't pay it back. Okay. Now, is that a good thing or a bad thing? For the 400 homeless people who got a job and housing, got their families together, it's a good thing. But the beauty of the infrastructure bank, as I see it, it is a public-private partnership with the direct involvement of city and county leaders. And that's what I like about it. It's not something where you're dependent on the US Congress to cut the check. And we just saw with the Build Back Better plan, the check ain't big enough. That's what the senator is alluding to. That's what Rudy's been talking about. Can I give you some good news? Here's the good news. And now this is being recorded. All right, I've known Rudy for 23 years. Rudy lobbied our office for 13 years. And he is a fierce, in a good way, very fierce lobbyist for the people. And he makes it clear, yeah, I give him a round of applause. He deserves it. I've been on calls with him. I don't care if it's USDA, governors, mayors, banks. He just speaks truth to power, but he does it in a way where it is so sincere and authentic that people just want to help. That's why we have this conference, because he basically raised the budget himself. I think it was $80,000. He had help also, but I'm just saying he is so connected at the highest levels, USDA, members of the Hispanic caucus, Grijalva. I think that if this is an action conference, this is how Rudy and Eugene and the board envision this. We need some kind of a resolution to come out of this roundtable, okay? That we can take to Congress to show support for this infrastructure bank. And I am going to say something that I truly believe is very important. It's the infrastructure bank is probably the best route to build rural America to where it needs to be. But there's also, the broader question is, where's the money and why isn't it in rural areas? And that's the discussion that you got to challenge the members of Congress. If you're going to give money to urban areas, which is not enough, you got to build back your rural areas, because you know why a lot of people are doing crystal meth in small towns, like where I'm from in North Carolina? They don't got jobs. All right. But I think, yeah, and I think what National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association offers an umbrella structure to go directly to the highest levels of power, doesn't matter where they are. So Rudy, I just wanted to thank you for all your years and years of expertise, lobbying, and you are one smooth operator. Okay, yes, sir.
Okay, I got a question over here.
He is.
Okay, my question is for the IMF economist, but I just for a little background, this is a systematic problem because we can talk about an infrastructure bank, but without talking about bankruptcy reorganization of the system itself. And I'm talking now about the Federal Reserve banking system, Glass-Steagall, all the people that are familiar with the details of the situation. The infrastructure bank is a good idea. It's a start, but our problem is a systematic problem, and we're putting a Band-Aid on a little portion of it with this. So does this systematic bank take us down the road to Glass-Steagall reorganization, separation of the commercial banks from the investment banks? Does it write off the bad speculative debt? Does it go back to a true Hamiltonian banking system where we're not borrowing money at interest from a federal or a private institution, and we're issuing that money into the system for infrastructure development? You know what I'm talking about, but I don't want to get too deep into the weeds, but thanks.
No, getting deep in the weeds is what's exactly is needed. So, because if you're going to pass muster with a proposal in the Congress or the civil society, you got to go deep in the weeds. So thank you for that question. Alfeka, did you want to answer that, and anybody else on the panel?
So, yeah, I'd really like to take that question on. And here I'll probably rain more on our ongoing parade here. My job at the International Monetary Fund was to look at all sectors of the economy. That is, we had an ongoing joke that IMF stood for, it's mostly the fiscal. So we would look at the budget and how much they were spending, whether governments were spending more that they were earning, and whether they were racking up foreign debt. But another big sector we looked at was the banking sector. That's very, very important, because without a banking sector, you don't have money greasing the wheels to make the economy go and to grow. My personal view of American banking system is it's totally, thoroughly broken. I do a monthly newsletter where I put down just simple news articles on the budget, on the banking sector. I follow really closely a group called Wall Street on Parade, which reports on the banking sector. My feeling is that we are really in for, if you think that COVID was bad, if you think that if you think that the 2008 recession was bad, I hate to break it to you, I think we're really in for a really rough ride when the stock market bubble breaks, when the housing bubble breaks, when the bond market bubble breaks, and all of this has been puffed up by the Federal Reserve pushing too much money into the banking system and creating all these bubbles. It's also resulted in income inequality. The reason the middle class and the lower classes don't have money in their pockets is because last year in COVID, during the middle of a recession, the wealthiest among us made $10 trillion in new earnings from betting on the stock market, and banks are doing the same. So with regard to Glass-Steagall, I think it was an absolute, look, when we came out of the Great Depression, FDR had three stools that he relied on, three legs to his stool he relied on to get us out of the Great Depression. One was Glass-Steagall to separate banks from the gambling sector in a sector of investment banks. A second one was the Reconstruction Finance Corporation to finance projects, infrastructure projects, and provide the stimulus in a productive way to get us out of the Great Depression. And the third was antitrust. So we need all three legs of those same stools. This NIB proposal is one leg of the stool, but my feeling is that at the current point in time, we won't get Glass-Steagall until there's another big crash. In fact, I attended 2 years ago a conference in the Congress on the 10-year outturn from as a result of what happened after the Dodd-Frank had been in force for 10 years. And did this solve our banking problems? The answer was generally no. But I asked somebody who was a former Fed official, what would it take to get Glass-Steagall reintroduced and reenacted? And he said probably a complete crash in the banking system. And we may be headed for such a thing. If we have that, we are going to have something like you've never seen of a recession. And we will need a national infrastructure bank to invest in great projects. So even if we don't get us out of this Great Depression, and we'll need to have a separate reinstitution of Glass-Steagall to clean up the banking mess. So probably even if we don't pass our bank right away, even if Congress is really super focused on continuing to think that they can solve infrastructure through pay-as-you-go, through the budget. It's not going to happen. Just think of this as a long game, and it'll take a lot of muscle and push by all of us. We might be able to get it done through the current cycle, but if we have a really huge Great Depression from banking, we'll need to have such a bank to put people back to work.
Thank you so much, Alfeca. Got a question, please?
Yes, Anthony Martinez here with Harold Scow, from a member of the Navajo Nation, has a question.
Good afternoon. I want to ask a question or make a comment also on the rural communities, unserved, underserved, most remote area on the reservation. If the U.S. looks like we're a third world country, the reservation is probably a fifth or sixth world country. We have no running water in a lot of places, no electricity. People live in cardboard boxes, and it's very dire out there. When we talk about extending broadband to the rural communities, it's very hard to do because you have to get the right of way. The right of way we have to get from the tribal government right of way office and also from the BIA. Everything we do, we have to get a lease from the federal government on tribal lands. And that just makes it very complicated to put infrastructure out there. Currently, the broadband money that's been put out on the tribal reservation, the incumbents are in control. So when the Native American private businesses are able to do telco and broadband voice and video, they want to get involved, they are left out because the incumbents are doing this and they're wasting money on doing fiber projects. They're not reaching the rural areas. One of the most rural area on the tribal reservation in Navajo Nation is Navajo Mountain. It's way up there in the Utah section of the reservation. And it's got a lot of canyons, it's got rugged areas, it's got mountains. People live in the valleys, you know, it's very hard to get to. And recently there was a meeting at Twin Arrows Casino, and one of the tribal enterprise made a comment, the CEO, he was asked a question by a lawmaker, Navajo lawmaker, how come they don't go to the remote areas? You have all these projects you listed, you got list a lot of fiber projects. The fiber project is good just to get to that one building, they get high speed. And what about the rural communities? Oh, the rural communities, there's no return on investment. You don't have enough money to get out there. That's it. It's like telling somebody you're dead in the water. It's not going to come to you. That's like discrimination. And I want to see if there any funding that come down to tribal nations. There should be more fixed wireless access to the remote area instead of spending money on fiber projects. That's what I want to make. Thank you.
I'm going to ask Dennis Montoya to respond to that question, because what we're really talking about is power, a power dynamic. So I think 400 years of cruelty to the Native American population, I think that's enough, don't you think? 400 years, maybe longer. And I'm a big believer in reparations. This is not an official position of this conference or the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association, but I do think that there needs to be reparations. And perhaps reparations could be in the form of an infrastructure bill for the Native American community for broadband and the things that you're talking about. As you were talking, my heart started to really bleed and hurt, because I can't imagine living without 2021. You're saying that no access to running water or you're talking about basic infrastructure, like, you know, bathrooms. And is this what we're talking about here?
Yes.
Living in a cardboard box is morally unacceptable. Let me say something. You cannot be the richest country in the world and the poorest country in the world at the same time. Doesn't people understand that? All right. Read Bernie Sanders' book, Our Revolution. He has a very important statistic. Our nation is worth $66 trillion. So whenever you hear any politician say that we don't have enough money, please don't pay attention to that. We have so much money that billionaires are flying rocket ships because they're not paying that much, they're not paying taxes. They did take out in the infrastructure bill, they took out the billionaires tax.
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, I'm not, you can't make this up. So in Congress, you can't pass a bill that taxes billionaires.
The system is broken.
Yeah, it's quite broken, as you said, and so the tax increases will be on those making 10 million and 20 million, by the way. But Dennis, you're an organizer. You're with New Mexico LULAC. How do we get organized, both in this state and in the West so that the rural America gets its share of the, wealth, a more perfect union?
We have another question over here, if you don't mind.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Oh, is Dennis gone?
Yeah, I think he had to go teach a class.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I just want to chime in, first of all, with my friend and colleague from Oklahoma. And I want to speak, address the issue of the infrastructure bank. And I want to make a point that we are the wealthiest country in the world. However, it depends on the allocation of that wealth and the ability of us to allocate funds to given problems. We don't have a sovereign wealth fund in the same way that Norway does. We don't have a sovereign wealth fund in the same way that Kuwait does, or even Saudi Arabia. So we don't have the ability to deploy resources and financial resources in the same way. One modest resolution I would propose is that and I would address this to Senator Tallman and to others who are inside of the system in Congress, is that we should propose a common consensus on a better system of environmental cost, full cost accounting in these bills. Because we look at these investments, we look at the infrastructure bank as not an investment, as a cost. One of the reasons that it's taken as a cost is that we don't do full cost accounting for environmental and social costs. What is the opportunity cost to us as a nation to have Navajo families living in cardboard and not being able to access the human capital? What is the cost to us as a nation on a national basis, whether that be in the Appalachians, whether that be in the Navajo Mountain, whether that be in Oklahoma? What is the cost to us and how do we address that? We could propose a resolution to have a better accounting of environmental and social costs within our bills. That would address the opportunity cost, because there's a massive cost that's not accounted for, and the Europeans are doing it. The Scandinavians are doing it. Even the Saudis are doing similar things. We don't account for that when we propose these bills. So, we've got to look at the minutiae and the actual methodologies we use in allocating funds and proposals thereof in Congress. There are costs and indirect costs and hidden costs that we don't account for that the Europeans are accounting for. And that's one of the reasons why we're not able to address these problems.
I like this format because I believe that whenever I like to do a moderator symposium, I kind of like it, that the energy to be like we're in a living room or in a restaurant and we're talking to each other, because what you just said was incredibly important. Can you elaborate a little bit more about how Europe does it differently? Oh, sorry. Because you're raising a very salient point that we're not getting it, and maybe we can learn. How are they doing it differently in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I'm no expert. I'm just a citizen, and I'm someone who's had to do a lot of work on critical infrastructure overseas for the UN and in a lot of hotspots, theaters of war, and so I'm familiar with this. And this is a question for the experts. What I'm saying is, we're addressing massive problems here, and we could continue to discuss these massive problems without any kind of resolution for forever. We've been talking about this for my lifetime in any case. How about we put forward resolutions that may be implemented? And one of those is full cost accounting for environmental and social costs. We don't put enough emphasis that, GAO doesn't have that. For example, that's not part of our governmental accounting. But if we were a company, there would be a calculation of depreciation of assets. What about the depreciation of the assets that have been placed in Oklahoma or Navajo Nation? What about the fact that, what are the indirect and hidden costs of not investing? Our inaction as a country, our inaction and our lack of investment has a cost that's not accounted for. And so that's one of the problems. And so when it's presented to people in the various political platforms, and I won't make a comment on, I'm going to try to remain politically agnostic in this forum.
Right.
But one of the main problems is politically, when you're raising funds and you're looking to allocate funds to a given project, is that no one's articulating in a direct enough way the connection between the lack of investment in infrastructure and the various peoples that compose this amazing mosaic of our nation. No one's articulating that. And so how about we here in this forum use this, put that forward, let's get let's get a financial analyst to actually put forward details on how do we do a better analysis of the hidden costs of our inaction. And when we're addressing this issue of us being we're the richest country, but we're also one of the poorest countries. Distribution is a problem. And I don't want to get into questions of income distribution and political issues. What I'm saying
you can do that here, though. You're safe.
No, what I'm saying is we don't have a sovereign wealth fund. Norway, for example, it's a very small country. They have a larger and greater ability to have financial impact on their problems because they have a sovereign wealth fund. So when we say we're the richest country, well, we're not actually the richest country in the world. Far from it. We're not, because it's held in pride. And I'm not, I'm capitalist. I'm not attacking that. But we're not able to deploy funds because we have this gridlock system. And so we're not the richest country in the world. I'm sorry, because we don't have a sovereign wealth fund. We don't have the ability to put those monies to work in a concerted, cohesive way. We've got to battle it out, and then we get this diluted, 1.85 trillion, which doesn't even match the previous administration's 1.9 trillion tax cuts. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, we're still in the red. And then there's the present value of money. We're still down. This present proposal we're still under, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm no economist, but that's.
Let me first of all, I think you've raised a brilliant point, by the way. What is your name? I'm sorry. What's your
Stephen Templeton, COO of Molding Hemp.
Yeah, you're very humble, but you're very brilliant. What your point is yes, in terms of the wealth that we generate, if we are worth $66 trillion, if you look at gross domestic product, China and the United States are up here. But what I hear you saying, which is profoundly important, I never thought about what you're saying is, but look at the distribution, look how much poverty we have when the 1% own and more than 90% of the wealth combined, then you're right. It's actually, we often resemble a third world country. Alfecca, I'm gonna ask you a question. Let's say our brother here from Navajo Nation, actually one of the most important leaders in the Navajo Nation. Let's say he wants to get some infrastructure in his communities. Could you go through step by step, what would he have to do to make it happen? If let's say the bank was already in place, what would he have to do to get that loan? I mean, let's say he 100 million, 200 million, dollar low interest loan to get housing built so people don't live in a cardboard box, or infrastructure so that people have, indoor plumbing. Take us through those steps.
That's a really great question. And I'll first point out as background the analogy of the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which during the Great Depression had people in 20% unemployment, people in breadlines. They went and lent to very poor areas to put people back to work. For example, rural electrification is a great analogy to the problem of broadband. They lent to areas where 90% of the rural areas had no electricity. And everybody said to them, you can't lend to them because they can't pay back. Well, they lent, they helped them to form electric cooperatives. They lent them for small appliances. And then those rural areas grew because they were more productive. Their farms worked better, and they were able to repay back all the loans. So those rural electrical companies are still in existence today, to show you how viable they are. This Reconstruction Finance Corporation would do the very same. We would lend into areas that would come with any kind of a loan request for any of the areas that I covered in my slides, either to install broadband where companies are refusing to install it because they think that they can't be paid back, or to build new schools, or to train workers so that they're able to do these construction jobs that are in their area and get trained in great paying jobs, making family sustaining wages, or to a mayor to do a combined set of projects in his area, but specifically in the Navajo Nation areas that are extremely poor. There's one other aspect of the NIB I forgot to mention. Anytime that the NIB is earning interest earnings and then it pays out for what it needs to pay to cover its operating expenses, any money that's left over will go into a trust fund so that in very, very poor areas, we can give out grants instead of loans. We can also provide technical assistance. And we can also set up cooperatives. For example, in an area, we could set up an affordable housing municipal unit that we would lend to, and the loans would go on to the books of that entity. But in any case, rural community development, solving poverty, making economic areas more viable in rural areas is an absolute objective of this National Infrastructure Bank. And we will get loans out to those areas one way or another, irregardless of their current economic conditions, because the idea is to raise all the ships up as the tide goes up and actually get economic development going on there. So we can come in, for example, for water projects. We can take a group of housing units that want to install water for the first time or sewer systems, and we can work out a way to have a loan to that group of entities and also train workers at the same time, get them started on these new great paying jobs and develop a means of support and a means of economy at the same time that we're building the infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Brother Rudy, response?
Yes, I just want to, add to what my good friend Stefan from Muldoon Bank with regard to why the accounting isn't there. It's very, very deliberate. They like to keep things in the shade so they can go and fool the rest of us. But look, we're no fools. We're in rural America and we can, smell BS for miles, okay? Now here's one of the things that how we don't fit into the, in terms of, we're not a priority. Rural America, low income people are not a priority. Just for instance, we invited the Secretary of Labor back in August, sent him a letter, asked him to participate because we have tremendous problems in terms of labor in our community, in rural America, harvest the crops. How essential is that? You know what the responses this last week was? One sentence email to us where we took the trouble to draft a letter on our letterhead, send it to the Secretary of Labor, and we get a one sentence response on an email telling, I'm sorry, the Secretary can't make it. Now, this is labor. And this is supposed to be about how we're the working people, okay, in rural America. Talk about disrespect. And that's the reason I mentioned it here is because the GAO is monitoring this conference. We had a 2-hour discussion with the GAO who are looking in terms of how the farmers and ranchers in our community are faring under the Department of Agriculture's programs, okay? Now, the other thing is we also invited my good friend, and I consider him a friend, Javier Becerra, because we're talking about the situation we're in as a result of COVID. There has been no response. And I regret to bring his name up because, like I said, I consider him a friend. But the fact is, we need to deal with the issues that we have to deal with in our communities. And health and COVID-19 has created a situation in which we are just having to, we we had to incur like 50% of our cost for this conference for telecommunications because of COVID-19 and the pandemic, in order to make sure that we did not have a spreader event. And I'm very disappointed that the governor, that the Secretary of Labor, the Secretary of Health and Human Services didn't even bother to, I don't see any staff from it. And, I've worked with them, I know them, but this is a very important, we are talking about rural America. So anyway,
No,
I just
look,
wanted to make sure.
Rudy, this is really important. So Congressman Conyers was in Congress for 40 years, and Martin Luther King was the reason why John Conyers won his election in the 60s. And what I hear you saying is the most important levers of power that need to hear the pain and need to hear the promise didn't even bother to even send maybe a subordinate. So Mr. Conyers would also send me all across the country. If he couldn't make it, he would send me or other staffers to say, I care about you. And I'm gonna put Leno, I'm gonna ask Leno a question to follow up with what Brother Rudy just said. Leno, at a conference a few weeks ago, when he started out, Rudy and I and others felt like we needed to unify the progressive movement under one umbrella, that we needed more power to get progressive legislation passed. And so Rudy actually was probably the main reason why we were able to unify. We had 232 organizations and leaders on the call because we believe in collective power. So Leno, when he was getting ready to speak at our first founding conference, said, we got to remember Martin Luther King. We got to remember Cesar Chavez. We got to remember King. We got to remember Mandela. And it hit me like thunder. I'm like, God, man, how many times do I not remember? And I think that I am, but I'm not. But can you expand on, as someone who has organized most of your career, whether it was an Amnesty or Barrios Unidos, how do you get people power and make the ideal, as Mayor Ray Leon said, how do you take the ideal and make it real? From all these years of organizing, how do you win? How do you get elected officials, to do what the people need?
Well, first of all, is those of us who are organized, we're very familiar with failure. So a lot of stuff that we do doesn't always pan out. So you have to come back and reorganize. And Rudy knows that, and you know that you know how we communicate with people. But I think the thing is that when you know you were right, you should not be stifled by the opposition. So a couple of examples, when we were organizing in the Grapes with Cesar Chavez, all of us organizers went in to him and Fred Ross one day, who's the guy who organized Cesar. And we said, a lot of these farm workers, they don't want to get organized. And we go to their houses, we talk to them. And he said, of the 10 people you talk to, 9 will not join you. Pick up the one that is positive, and then after you have 100 positives, then you come back and pick up the other people. Because sometimes we overspend our time. You're always polite to people because I've been called everything but an Irish lobbyist or a Jewish lobbyist in names when people got angry. And the thing we learned about the farm workers, we always called them brothers and sisters because you don't know when you're going to convert somebody. So Martin Luther King, about 2 weeks before he was assassinated, they're asking him, because the civil rights movement under King was under a lot of attack right before he was killed. And so the television person interviewing him said, Martin, Dr. King, he says, how are you going to get this legislation through if you don't have all of the black people supporting you? He says, well, most of them don't. And they said, well, how can you do this if you don't have all the black, because there was a split between the Muslims and Martin at that point. And what King told him, he says, when I started organizing, he said, I never expected to have all the Negroes. That's the way we referred in those days. He said, I just want the right ones. So we should never be daunted by numbers, but know that we have the right ones. And organizing and changing people's minds and hearts. And you and Rudy, Joel, know this from being up on the Hill and others, it's a contact sport. So we have to go after them. You don't know how many times I've organized events where not only did the speakers not come, nor did the people come. I've also been on a platform speaking, doing Teatro Campesino type drama. And we were doing it against the war in Vietnam. And some of the local guys who had just come back from Vietnam, Latinos, they got up on the stage and beat us up, us actors, because we were doing an anti-war theater piece. But so we decided we weren't going to respond in the same way. So I think what the story is that we keep going back and back to people. We take those who agree with us and move forward. But you know, when we started working on Free Nelson Mandela, a lot of people didn't want to touch him. And it wasn't until the end when students really got it. I think one of the powers we have is students. And we haven't reached out to them enough. I do national voter registration of students. And I think what we have to do is bring on, do outreach to the university where we have some good organizations, environmentalists and that, reach the students, because you think of all the movements that were successful. Mandela's movement was successful, large input of students. MLK, the United Farm Workers, had a lot of students that were the gay movement, the environmental movement, a lot of young people in. So what we have to do is build a fire under them. And one of the things we reach them is through their vernacular. And one of their vernaculars is music. So when I was working for Amnesty, we raised our membership from 40,000 to almost 400,000 members in 2 years, because Jack Healy, our director, did concerts in this country, concerts worldwide, where we had some very unknown artists like Tracy Chapman, Yusu Endur, Peter Gabriel, Sting, and some guy called Bruce Springsteen.
Who's that now? The boss.
But anyway, so I think that we just have to be creative. And in this room, I've run into incredible organizers. This is really this is like the apostles group or whatever, because we're the people that are doing the work. And so I went out in the hall. I was trying to get my big cup of coffee, and a woman comes up and she says, "Oh, I met you back in 1966 or something." And she said, when we were organizing in Colorado. But you know, you don't know who you reach, so we should never give up hope. In the last 5 years, I ran into a guy who says he's an organizer still, and he said, 19 years ago, you inspired me. So I thought, I can't even remember what I did yesterday. And then another guy come up, a lawyer, and he said, he asked me to go speak at his university. And I said, well, how do I know you? He says, I met you 50 years ago and you inspired me. So no matter what we're doing here, we're going to inspire each other and we're going to go out and inspire others. So that was a long answer. And never give me a microphone.
No, I'm glad you got the microphone, but there are three things that you said that are very important. One, you got to get to the students. Two, you got to bring in the artists. And your poetry last night, as a poet myself and a musician, your poetry was phenomenal last night, so thank you. But the third thing is you came from organizing out of Amnesty. So there was an organization, I cut my teeth on Amnesty as well and Greenpeace, so you inspired me, so thank you. But the operative word here is organization, organizing, and power. And the question I would ask the senator, when you are impacted by an issue and you are being lobbied or educated, what is it that makes you say, you know what, I'm going to take this issue of infrastructure. It might be at the bottom of the pile, but it got to the top of the pile. So I better start talking to the chair of what committee do you sit on?
Public Affairs, Health, and Tax and Business.
All right, cool. All right, so what do you got to see to take the grassroots seriously? And then I want to ask the mayor as well. What, as elected officials, when do you start taking an issue seriously by the people? What are the characteristics?
Well, that's a good question. I never really thought about it. I'm a pretty independent thinker. Just because it's an issue that the public seems to get behind doesn't mean I'm going to get behind it. But it's so your question again is what did it take to?
When are you moved to action to get to either pass a bill or kill a bill? What do you have to see? Do you have to see like 50 organizations working together, mayors coming to you, or when do you say, you know, I got to deal with this issue because my constituents really, they might even vote me out if I don't take this up? But what's the threshold that has to be reached for you to really act on an issue?
Well, that's a good question. I never really thought about it. I guess I wasn't worried about getting reelected.
Oh, that's good.
So I'm I was a city manager for 30, 40 years. I've lived in New Mexico less time than any state senator. And I'm also the oldest state senator. And I ran for Albuquerque City Council and lost when I was 69, then ran for state senate when I was, first time I was 70, and then lost. And then I ran again successfully when I was 75 or 76. So I'm in my 5th year. So I was the only Democrat to vote against a very important bill last year. I was the only Democratic senator to vote against this important bill, although I had the luxury of voting no because it would have passed with or without my positive yes vote. So I guess, you know, what's the threshold for me getting excited? That's a good question. Never really thought about it. I guess
phone calls, emails, personal meetings, power and numbers.
Yeah, there's only been a couple of issues that were really got, you know, that kind of movement behind it. Abortion was one of them, and you know, there were literally thousands of emails and a lot of publicity and a lot of organizations, both pro and con, but really didn't have any sway on how I voted. I knew I was going to vote even before the issue got hot. So that's not a very good answer to your question. I did like to comment on the gentleman that brought up the full cost accounting. Yeah, I've often thought about that, very familiar with it. It's an interesting thing, but and oil and gas is a good example. You know, we don't account for the damage to the environment. We don't account for all the people that have gotten sick or died from the environmental harm. But guess what? You know, there's so much money that the big oil and big banks and big pharma give out that, you know, even the Democrats go along with this crap. So it's very, you know, I keep saying, you know, the system is broken. So it's an excellent idea, but you're not going to get it. They're not going to act upon it and do this accounting unless we have some major changes in our system. You know, it's, you know, good, you know, 50, half the senators only represent 18% of the population. Well, why is that? Because you got some states that only have 500,000 people, like Delaware, and Rhode Island only has 1 million. California's got 40 million people with 2. So what's democratic about that? It's a wonder things aren't worse. You know, it's not one man, one vote. And then people say, well, it's in the Constitution. Well, a lot of things are in the Constitution. It was written 240 years ago. Doesn't mean we should keep doing it. I don't think it's going to take a revolution. I hope it's not a violent revolution, but you're absolutely right. You know, it's like nothing going to change until the people get organized and get upset and try and change things. So, you know, another interesting fact about oil and gas. One time we had a senator who was a big oil and gas man, and he was complaining about we were trying to pass a bill to give credits to people who installed tax credits to people who installed solar on their roof. And he was complaining about the subsidies. And so I got real quick and Googled, you know, how much subsidies the oil and gas get? Well, it was twice as much. So I said, hey, Senator, I'm glad you brought that up because oil and gas is getting twice the amount of subsidies that solar and wind is getting. I mean, that's ridiculous. They make tons and millions of billions of dollars and we're giving them subsidies. It's a broken system. I hate to sound so down. I like to think I'm a pretty optimistic person. You know, I've lived this long, so I have to be optimistic. Right? Feel very blessed that I'm still living.
But I think you came up with a solution. You said, you know, revolution, peaceful revolution, which of course means that the people got to unite, come up with a plan. And as Congressman Walter Fauntleroy used to say, come up with a plan and work that plan. But if a system really is broken, and ours obviously is, when, you know, most of the Fortune 500 companies are not paying any taxes. And you're right, my member of Congress and most of the members of Congress, I would say they spent 60% of their time raising money. I hated it. And Congress is being run by young kids from the ages of 21 to 20, maybe 8. They don't have the experience to do the job. Go ahead, Senator, I'm sorry.
Yeah, my brother used to say, there's not a dime's worth of difference between Democrats and Republicans.
Well, I tell you where things have changed. There are now 100 members of the Progressive Caucus. The Bernie Sanders revolution, which was progressives running for office, has completely changed the Congress. I would posit that the Build Back Better plan, 3/4 of it came from the Progressive Caucus. So we are making progress, but we got to faster. Mayor Leon? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please. And then I want to hear from the mayor. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Is the mic on? Yes. Okay. Hi.
No, please.
So thank you. Again, I'm John Moss, and I want to answer or give some insights to everybody. But regarding to your question as well, but I'd like to start with, and forgive me if I mispronounce Appalachia. Appalachia? That sounds better. Okay. So we all know that typically a fire starts with a spark, right? So, or you've heard the term, get your foot in the door, right? So all these things is what my life passion has been about. And I ended up being an expert in banking and finance. So with that, Ablisha, I just want to ask, with your working with the IMF funds, have you been involved with sole source funding? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. And the IMF, just to give you a little history, works mostly with governments to give loans to governments. It's the World Bank that gives loans for special commercial projects. They have a different set of lending rules.
Correct. I just wanted to clarify that. So part of that was with my banking background, working with hedge funds and finance, et cetera. I was approached by the banking institutions in the US Department of Commerce to help, like any loans, right? There's different lending programs. Well, during that time, I'm sure you'll remember Halliburton got caught with her hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah.
Okay. So during that and other processes, and it may have changed in the technology aspects of what I'm saying might be off a little bit, but the mindset is there were country desks, and country desks worldwide part of that ruling for sole source funding is you needed to be third world nation at different levels of poverty, right? And then with that, to work with that, your projects have to be sole source funded with 3 RFPs. Now the designated person, whether that's Israel, et cetera, they, at that level of acceptance for this multilateral banks and funding, have to be working through a nonprofit that has relationships to kind of keep firewall. Okay, is this making sense? Remember?
Go for it, yeah.
Yeah. So in that, our cash community development, which stands for CADO, my tribe, CADO Asset Services Help Community Development. And with my background, again, in banking and finance, and I want to emphasize, thanks again with Rudy, but part of the reason I'm here as well is my long-term commitment to all Indigenous people. And one of the main areas that I coach and train with is the National Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, which is the largest Hispanic housing organization working towards financial housing and so forth for the Hispanic communities. And so with that, what we were asked to do, and we're given the name Native American Trade Information Office, which is our 501c DBA. And we were approaching and working with the tribes because what we got through some of our works, I don't know if you knew, Ablisha, David Lester or Roy Samsel. No? Okay. So in that, they've worked predominantly all throughout Indian country and through some of these funding processes outside. So with that trade information, one, third world nation, right? Native Americans.
Let me ask you a question only because of the time. Tell me, if you, in terms of a question or your point, just so I can get to the mayor.
Right. My point
Sorry,
is,
sorry about that. Yeah.
No, I understand,
Yeah.
but that's why I don't want to open can of words, but I want
It's all
to
good.
answer is that this process of the funding and projects, we were asked to help head up with the Indian tribes, Indian country, because of the third world status. The US is not in that status like you're talking about. You have one entity that makes the decision, that makes it pretty easy. With the tribes, God bless my Dene brothers and sisters, we've been where we were and have been going and working with the Dene since Chief Shirley and helping with straighten out some of their housing and other issues and all the issues you mentioned regarding the future. Yes, we're in for a tsunami of financial challenges. So I wanted you to understand there are some programs and things that are out there, but you have to also, like everything, have qualifications and then documentable follow-up. So those are part of what I'm working towards, and like-minded people like Friends of the African Union with Herschel Daniels and Rudy and others. And so I just wanted to address that is where you may not ever see it, but you may not understand part of it. And that's where it's only self-sustainable. No sin projects, et cetera, is what is
Let me say,
in that Department of
first of all, I think your point overall is that you're involved in the banking financial sector.
And this is a very.
And you want to be able to, I think.
And this, everything you're presenting.
Yeah.
Is what needs to happen, should happen, because like the Chickasha Bank has been one of our main sponsors. They're the largest lender in the HUD 184 American Indian Loan Program. A lot of people aren't even aware of. And again, it's education, 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 just like we've done with the Hispanic. So yes, this is extremely important. And we all need to get behind this and other types of mindset programs because some will, some won't. Oh, well, so let's just keep working until we find even if it's pieces of solutions.
Amen. And Alfeka, thank you for hanging with us. So I'm going to do what we call you know what a colloquy is, right? When two people talk to each other. Okay. So I'm going to do a colloquy between you and Mayor Ray Leon. And if you're not familiar with Ray Leon, you should be. He is one of the most progressive, in my opinion, progressive mayors in the country. Is your district, is it 99% Latino?
98.7%.
A lot, okay. Now, let's say the mayor wants to go to an infrastructure bank because he doesn't want people sleeping in cardboard boxes in Huron, or he wants to get, infrastructure projects. I hear what you're saying in terms of the benefits, and you've done an incredible job of that. However, I'd like to just go a little bit further in terms of the mechanics of this. So the mayor wants to get that money. This infrastructure bank, would the bank be located somewhere in the Central Valley? Would it be DC? Is it like Medicare where you'd have regions? Where would he go? Take him through that process of getting that loan. And then what happens, if there's another COVID-19 downturn and they can't pay it back? Can't pay back the loan.
For Albeca's knowledge, let me just share with her that Huron is in the Central Valley, San Joaquin Valley, in Fresno County. The city of Fresno is the biggest city in the county.
So that'd be right next to the.
Gotta grab to it. Did you get that, Madam Matardi?
Yes, thank you very much. And it's a great question. So I visualize that this lending process would be on multiple layers. There will be loans to the California Transportation. They have a big problem with financing their high-speed rail right now. There would be loans to counties. In terms of loans to city mayors, I envision that we would really provide a lot of technical support for mayors to come up with a complete plan for development for their city. This would include things like roads, bridges, the infrastructure underneath the roads. It would include things like schools, public libraries. It would include things like affordable housing, affordable broadband, and those loan applications could go onto the balance sheets of different entities, and the National Infrastructure Bank could help the mayors come up with a holistic plan for developing their community. We would also piggyback on to USDA community development programs. But the long and the short of it is there'll be a headquarters somewhere for the National Infrastructure Bank. Then there'll be regional centers around the country. We might even use some commercial banks or some public banks as front door stores as loan officers from those institutions would talk to the mayors, help with the design of the programs for coming in for the loans. And then finally, as I mentioned before, for very low income areas, we would be providing grants in place of actual loans. So we'll have to work out all the dynamics. We envisage it working much like the Reconstruction Finance Corporation did, where we're providing loans, we're providing economic development, we're providing technical assistance in project design, and importantly, we're going to bundle projects so that we can do holistic development all at the same time, and train workers for these 21st century jobs in their local areas.
Mayor Leon, your response.
All of that is fantastic, especially in addition to the technical assistance portion, because one of the challenges that we have, cities like my own, environmental justice, low-income cities, Huron, it's an ag-based city, recognized as one of the 4 poorest in the state of California, and not just the brownest. But technical assistance is critical when our city is one that is always flirting with the red line, always trying to stay afloat. And the technical assistance is what we always need to try to be able to get those grants at the state level. Because of the lack of capacity, we aren't able to be as as quick or as technically savvy to get the grants that we need. And currently, one of our biggest challenges is that we got a grant of 7 million from State Water Control Board, but we had to accept a $2.7 million loan, zero interest. But what it did is make us restructure the cost of the water to where it's just draining the already low income families that we have. And so it puts us in a terrible situation, you know. Instead of working to help our farm worker families, hardworking families to build up wealth, it forces, you know, the opposite. And so, no, I think that's great, but I think, you know, I'm not privy to the full language of the National Infrastructure Bill, but I was part of the struggle in the state capital of California to get AB 32 passed, which is a Climate Solutions Act. We were walking those hallways, knocking on those doors and engaging those legislators. And of course, it's a bill that ultimately Schwarzenegger, the governor, signed, which is a really good thing he did. And, you know, he's, you know, so that's where he gets a lot of good credit for that. But, you know, that was huge for us because that's, you know, with some of the mechanisms within it, well, we're successful in putting an environmental justice pill within that one that now has been able to give birth to other legislative proposals that have ensured some level of equity and investments in environmental justice communities to expand electric vehicle ownership and EV charging infrastructure. And with our continuous advocacy, we're getting it on the ground in areas that we call Cal Viral Screen priority populations. So just a lot of work has happened there. I'm very familiar with it because I was in the forefront and part of the spearhead with the coalitions that we created. But I would love to see that at a national scale to where then we see benefits hitting rural environmental justice and farm worker communities throughout the country. If their states aren't caring for them, then the federal agencies, that's where they need to step up. And with this tool of the National Infrastructure Bank being present, then it's much more viable. It's possible. And so what I'm saying in a roundabout way is that let's make sure that in the NIB that we have that language to ensure the ongoing investments that once again disproportionately impact positively those communities, cities, and regions that have been undermined, overlooked, and suppressed from really being able to build what they need.
We
Excellent
want to emphasize that, and I just wanted to let you know that we've,
Please, go ahead.
even though New Mexico LULAC has endorsed the NIB, we're also working with National LULAC on this, and their lawyers are actually looking at the language of the bill to strengthen it to make sure that the equity provisions are solid.
And if you need some environmental justice leaders to help with that, we have a strong crew in California, and we've been doing it at a state level quite successfully, I would say. Thank you.
To continue with the colloquy, not quite yet, Ray, I'm sorry. Because we're really trying to make sure that the infrastructure bank, that people absolutely understand it. And the question I would have to continue the colloquy, if he's the mayor of a low wealth but hardworking, you know, city, what if there is a recession or COVID and they've got, you know, a $20 million loan to fix this, to create the bridge that the mayor said they need a bridge, but they can't get that bridge. First of all, if they do pay it back, what's the interest rate? Is it 2% or something? And then what if they can't do it? How do you then figure out whether or not to go from a low interest loan to a grant?
So absolutely per capita incomes and those kind of mega statistics would be taken into account to determine if a certain area gets loans or grants. That's the first thing. Second, the comprehensiveness of the plan that the mayor comes up with to really boost economic growth in the area is also a big factor to take into consideration. If there is a recession that comes along and disrupts state finances or local finances, and we really saw that happen during COVID when states had to fire workers because they couldn't pay them out of their budgets until the COVID recession had passed. But then when the stimulus bills came out and there was more growth, you saw that revenues of state and local governments picked up quite remarkably after that. So one aspect of the National Infrastructure Bank is to provide steady state financing for infrastructure projects, but also to lend into recessions to stimulate them to come to come into recovery quicker. And then finally, an aspect of the overall aspect of the bank is it provides very low cost interest loans in the case where they might be above the income threshold. Around the Treasury bond rate, which today for a 30-year loan, for example, is 2.5%. That's very competitive with municipal bond rates and will provide flexible terms for repayment, like they can repay out of either user fees or general revenues. But finally, if they cannot make the payments on account of a recession, something like that unforeseen coming up, we can even refinance the loan.
Mayor?
Awesome. So in regards to bonds, we have bonds currently. And in my mayorship, when I went to a NALEO training, I learned about that. And I learned about the interest, and I didn't become an expert on it, but I learned enough to ask some questions. So then I texted my city manager, and he let me know what percentage we were paying. I turned around and talked to one of the presenters when they were no longer presenting, of course, when the firms, and then I got them to work with us, and we're able to refinance those bonds, and now we save $65,000 a year, right? So I'm thinking maybe with the NIB, we could do that again, and because it's a lower interest, then we'll save another $65K or more a year, you know? I think that's another promise that could be mentioned perhaps, you know, in my limited knowledge of all these fiscal mechanisms, it just seems like that may be one of the things that is another benefit for municipal governments. The other thing is that we're working, you know, in my city, we have a main street, but we don't have a downtown. So I'm working on the downtown. I'm calling it a marketplace. I'm also working on what I call a multimodal, culturally relevant pedestrian refuge, AKA a plaza, similar to the one that's in La Piedad, Michoacan, where my family and a lot of families from my city are from. And so the plaza is an opening to the Huron marketplace. But we're talking to some colleagues. I'm talking to a friend who does low-income tax credits. And they said that, you know, we pay for a minute and then they drop it off. Then we don't know it anymore. So I'm still trying to understand all that, you know. But is that something like what's something that NIB would be able to do, if not better, or is somebody stuck like an ordinary loan to pay it all off, or how's that work?
We want loans that not only stimulate, that not only replace broken and aging infrastructure, but stimulate your economy. That's a big objective of the bank. So if you come in with an economic development plan, that's even better. Really very interesting for the National Infrastructure Bank. Turning in terms of land use and building plazas and anything, open green spaces, anything like that, that can be done in a community development plan. We're really emphasizing things like, of course, your transportation, your electricity, your other utilities and those kinds of things. But we can build in a whole economic plan to bring up the growth rates for your county. And we might even wind up helping with some of the agricultural projects that help bring more water to farmers and help them to diversify into climate-friendly modes of agriculture that will even benefit the climate. I think farmers have a huge contribution that they can make to climate change by, you know, changing practices, to, for example, things like no-till agriculture, growing kernza, which sequesters CO2, all those kinds of things are exciting new things. And farmers are stewards of the land, and they can help with water scarcity, with climate change, CO2 sequestration. There's big opportunities there. If the US, I know that you're going to talk about the Farm Bill, and there's big components in the Farm Bill to do this. We'll see if all that stuff gets funded. If it doesn't get funded, CO2 emissions and the impact on farmers are a big concern, because this pulls down economic activity. It's going to hurt the food prices in my supermarket on the East Coast, whatever happens to you on the West Coast. So we want to keep our eye on all those balls at the same time. But for sure, economic development of local rural areas to make them economically viable is a big emphasis of this bank.
Extremely relevant comments. Thank you. That brings up this other point I wanted to share, is that Huron, within 15 miles radius of Huron, one of the farmers shared this with me, 80% of the garlic is grown. Gilroy and across the way near the coast, they claim to be the garlic capital of the world. And the way I see it is like, if they're the garlic capital of the world, then we must be the garlic capital of the galaxy, because, they're getting it from us. They process and package out there. And so I'm saying, instead of creating that huge carbon footprint and transporting all of this to almost 3 hours from Huron, why not build where we have space, some industrial parks to process and package and employ people there in my city and the surrounding communities, which effectively are a cluster of extremely low income, hardworking people.
That's a great economic plan.
So let's write that down in there, Mrs. Maturity.
Upstream processing of farm products. That's what they did in New Mexico, for example, where they were running scarce on water, and they were growing alfalfa, and then they used the alfalfa, which has a very low economic return in terms of GDP contribution, but then they plowed it into milk farming and processing all the milk, and that became a large chunk of GDP. For now, it's up to 12% of the GDP of New Mexico. So that shows you what processing and can do to your economic returns.
Awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to becoming more familiar with the language of the NIB and seeing it reflect some of those hardcore, end quote, revolutionary concepts that we need to really change around the reality and on the ground for farm worker families and rural communities. Thank you.
And I think that your city would be a great test pilot to have a follow-on National Infrastructure Bank coalition talk about how we can really bring up a small example farming community with investments from the bank and your plans for how you can develop your economy.
I'm looking forward to when that happens, or the talks to lead towards that. And Huron, California, and Fresno County, the heart of the valley. Thank you.
And as you're passing the mic, first of all, what a rich discussion. What about a regional approach to lending? Because let's say if you have Huron and then you have several other cities that want to do a regional request to the bank, how would that work?
So the bill calls for something called regional economic accelerator planning groups. And we envisaged that this would be groups of governors, if they really want to pay attention to economic growth in their area, getting together to talk about cross-state regional economic development plans. For example, water resource management in 7 states in the Southwest. Instead of taking each other to court on, fighting over water, let's have a big regional plan, use the National Infrastructure Bank for a way to provide these water resources, combine them up with best agricultural and irrigation practices to conserve water, maybe think about new kinds of crops to grow. That's just on the water side. Then also having cross-regional economic plans for high-speed rail. If we could put high-speed rail, going into these areas, then we also develop all along the rail line the economies of those cities to be more robust. So, there are lots of opportunities here. We encourage state and local governments to come up with these regional plans. The ideal thing about the bank is that we can bundle projects together. We can go, it's not silo lending, one here for climate, another here for agriculture. We think of it more in a holistic economic development planning tool. We don't have a ministry of economic development in the United States. We really badly need one. So in the absence of that, this bank could take over large chunks of of those opportunities and really will relieve state finances. Right now, California is scrambling to find money for their high-speed rail system. And it's borrowing from Peter to pay Paul, and they're leaving the lines half finished. And this is just bad economic and infrastructure development. But if a bank was large enough to come in, and if we had a really good concrete plan for how we're going to address climate change through better transportation systems, through better agriculture systems, then we can move forward much more efficiently.
Thank you.
I have one last comment.
Mayor, please.
So in 2009, we started the San Joaquin Valley Regional Green Jobs Coalition. And one of the first summits we had was on energy and fuel. And it happened at the Fresno Community College. We had the high-speed rail people there. That was like the first, when it was barely getting off the ground. And when they presented the concept of the high-speed rail, they talked about it being the spine of the valley or the spine of the state of California. And at the end, I raised my hand, I asked the question, that's wonderful, but where are the ribs? Because the spine is going to be on the east side. My community and a lot of the other farm worker communities are on the west side, right? And how do you connect the east to the west? How do you connect the rest of the communities to the spine? So today, one of the projects that I'm working on, I found out that Tulare County, for the past 40 years, they have a 20-year project for the past 40 years called the Cross Valley Passenger Rail. This rail happens to come into my city. It connects 13 cities and 3 counties, Huron being the only city in Fresno County. So I actually got that on the last One Voice trip pre-pandemic to DC. Didn't, get much love, but I do know a lot of good people in Caltrans. Diana Gonzalez, I think her last name, but she was with the high-speed rail, the regional director. Now she's back at Caltrans. But I think there's a good enough group that we could get together to have that discussion, because the way I see it is, it would be great if you could live in Huron and not need a car, not need the ownership of your own car to get to anywhere in the state of California or the country, And if we have a light passenger rail in Huron that connects you to Hanford, where there's an Amtrak, and there's going to be a stop for high-speed rail, one stop out of X amount of stops, and then it connects you to other farm worker communities where you got family and friends and so forth, right? We're talking about not just in terms of communal or community investments, but keeping community together. And yesterday in my keynote speech, I talked about social cohesion. Climate crisis, the recipe for dealing with that, the climate resiliency is social cohesion. That's a big piece. And that means us just bonding together, trusting each other, working together, because it's going to be a rough ride. It's going to be a rough ride. We're not going to see it the way it's going to really be, but it's up to us to set up and enhance the culture so that it could survive and thrive in the days when it's going to get really ugly, right? That's our responsibility. 7 generations, my Native American brothers and sisters talk about. And we should look at that. And it should be in policy. But so yeah, I mean, there's huge opportunity, and there's a bunch of other stuff I want to share with you. Let's have coffee. Come to Huron. We got the best tacos west of Mississippi. I'll say it again. But thank you very much.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. Round of applause for Mayor Ray Leon.
So Alpaca, this is Anthony Martinez. I'm actually standing right here next to the mayor. So as you know, I've been working with the NIB coalition with you and Rudy and the team, Anthony Martinez. So I've got a very good rapport with the mayor, and so you can say that I'll be a continuing contact to the National Infrastructure Bank and also with Mayor Leon as well. So he's already got a built-in friend here within the coalition, within NIB. And I have to get over here to the gentleman who had a question again.
By the way, keep those questions flowing.
Well,
I have some follow-up, but keep asking those questions.
will do, and I want to see.
Thank you.
I want to cede to my friend John Moss, who wasn't probably in a very cogent comment as well. I just want to quantify and qualify the moment in time. Unfortunately, Senator Tallman made his escape. But I would address this to Madam Mutardi. You know, you reference your experience with IMF and therefore, you know, the World Bank. And I'd like to make the point that was made abundantly clear to us, to those of us who were in the nation's capital. I myself, at the time, was serving a role with the District of Columbia's emergency management, safety and security apparatus. And the events of January 6th are, for me, a clear indication of the need for, what my question is there a sense of urgency? You know, the Bretton Woods institutions that created IMF, created the World Bank were essentially, you know, from my understanding, created to avert a Second World War, created to avert the social dissolution and violence that gave rise to the events of the, you know, Second World War. And I would like to make a point, and I don't mean to sound alarmist, but realistic, that I believe a contraction is coming. And I don't think that we have this infrastructure, neither social nor financial, in this country to avert other instances of political violence that I think are inevitable. And the resolutions that we mentioned, such as a better full cost accounting for environmental factors. Mayor Leon mentioned the need to shorten value chains, localize value chains. My question is there, are we cognizant of the urgency of this matter? I believe that, you know, this is just my personal opinion. I think that these kinds of events are going to become more and more common, and that we're currently in a negative feedback loop that affects our political system. So, you know, because of the mediatization, because of the polarization, the racialization of this common pressure that most Americans are feeling, whether it be the Navajo Nation, the Diné, whether it be Oklahoma, or wherever, or whether it be Appalachians, we're in a particular moment of time, and we are just as a threat of political violence as the former countries, you know, that we financed through, you referenced the Marshall Plan. You know, the Japanese Shinkansen is a direct consequence of that financing. The French TGV high-speed system is a direct consequence of the funding mechanisms that we put in place after Bretton Woods. You know, I could continue ad nauseum about the fact that these European and Asian infrastructure advances that are now far surpassed what we've done are direct consequences of the Bretton Woods institutions that were financed by the United States and our tax dollars at that time. Are we cognizant as a group, as citizens, that we're in a critical moment now? We saw this, I personally saw this in my work in the district. You know, political violence is a genuine reality, and it's simply a symptom of this pressure that was being felt throughout our country. Bretton Woods was really a response to that. And are we cognizant? Are you cognizant of that? I'd say you personally, as NIB, as that this is a moment, this is a critical moment in time. I think there's a contraction coming, and I do not think that we're ready for it.
I'm going to respond, Alfecca, if you could respond after me. This is something that I work on as well every day. I just want to make sure I understand your question. I feel like it's a two-part question. The first part is, are we cognizant about the danger that we're in as a nation in terms of a open embrace by a particular party of white nationalism, open embrace of voter suppression laws, right? Open embrace of authoritarianism. And I think the answer to your question is no, we're not. Why is that? Because we still have this belief that America is going to come to its senses. Well, it's not. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I'm Jewish, okay? When I lost half of my family in the Holocaust on my mother's side. When I saw in the University of Virginia, these like neo-Nazis saying the Jews will not overtake us or something, replace us, right? First of all, I don't think we're only 1% of the population, so I don't know if we can be replaced. I mean, we're 1% of the population. The premise of their argument is that we own and run all the banks, which of course we do not. And the media, which of course we do not. But that's the operating premise, and that we hire Black and brown people before white people. Okay. Nevertheless, we have to have a national discussion about this because, yes, infrastructure, universal health care, jobs for all, very important. But if we're going to be dealing with a new crisis of domestic terrorism, January the 6th was the beginning. That was the Boston Tea Party and their movement, right? But now they're openly embracing a civil war, and they are talking about a military struggle now. I saw it on MSNBC last night. And there has to be some kind of an emergency White House task force on domestic terrorism. I don't see it yet. The Department of Justice is going to have to be way more active. But ultimately, I think that Facebook is going to have to be monitored. I personally don't think that hate speech and violence, I don't think it should be allowed on Facebook. I'm sorry. The Facebook is one of the reasons why we had January the 6th. Number two, the FBI needs a larger budget to infiltrate these groups. Number three, they're going to have to pass laws in Congress and on the state level outlawing a lot of these groups. The first, my background is law. The First Amendment does protect freedom of speech. It does not protect freedom to go kill a minority or freedom to hang Black people. Or there's certain, like right now, I can't say fire in this. Like that's not protected speech. Fighting words, that's not protected speech. I would say that January the 6th and Charlottesville were fighting words, wouldn't you? But if we don't get tougher on fascism, authoritarianism, violence, this country's democracy is being threatened, and we are asleep at the wheel. And even though this is an organization that is dealing with, farmers and ranchers, et cetera, we also can walk and chew gum at the same time. What I hear you saying is we need to get engaged as an organization, as a movement in homegrown terrorism. Is that kind of where you're heading towards there? Yes. Let's get you on the mic. Oh, it's for the recording, for the video. So because people are going to be watching this after.
So I didn't mean to grab the mic.
Can you identify yourself, please?
My name is Pete Muldoon, and I'm a farmer. But
and a jazz musician.
I used to be a musician.
Me
Now
too.
I play it for the love. So, we have a lot of problems in this country, but every way I look at it, it always comes down to one thing, and that's this country is ruled by an oligarchy, and it's controlled through the White House, through Congress, through governors, through like thousands of political apparatuses. And the pressure that people are feeling that drives people that will lead to a drug addiction, a drive-by shooting, political violence, whatever it is, we're having less and less access to come up and raise our station. And I think the prime reason is because of regulations that serve to protect billionaires. And that's everything from $60,000 application fee for a slaughterhouse, where like farmers are getting 90 cents per pound on the hoof while they're selling $70 filet mignons in New York, which aren't always as good as what you can get on the farm if you want to ask a cattle farmer, But or like in Virginia having only giving 5 licenses to medical marijuana growers with $100,000 application fee. And you're trying to tell me that a billionaire can grow better weed than the people who grow the best weed are not billionaires. And billionaires can hire people to grow weed, but I'll tell you one thing, they can't hire the best because they're making their own money. So I mean, we could, and then people are complaining, oh, we can't get people to work. You know why people aren't working right now after this COVID? Because they're tired of it. because they know it's going nowhere. They're not increasing their wealth. They're not increasing their economy. We're not going to do it anymore. Like, we don't want to have to, like, you know, bring out the guillotines, but it's coming.
No, I mean, look,
You know?
first of all, Alfecca, I'm just going to briefly respond, and please, Alfecca, I'd like for you to respond. So I ran job programs for many years in the inner cities of DC and Charlotte, North Carolina. And we had a 98% success rate of putting, you know, people who were formerly homeless, formerly incarcerated into a job training program called the JTPA. You're familiar with that? And they had housing because it's hard to get a job when when you're living under a bridge or a cardboard box. So universal access to housing should be a human right, not a privilege, correct? Amen. But also, the friends of mine that I grew up with from the inner city, the ones who had employment are alive today. They're not under the ground, 6 feet, and they're not in jail. But there was a bill that Congressman Conyers introduced, and then later Frederica Wilson, that I wrote with about 40 other economists and U.S. Conference of Mayors, people like Ray Leon. And he wanted me to draft a bill that was Humphrey Hawkins, which was more of a resolution to get us to 3% unemployment, which is considered full employment by economists. I don't agree with that, by the way, and I want to talk to Alfecca about that. Full employment should not be the goal. The goal ought to be employment for all who want a job at a Davis-Bacon level wage. And it's the hardest thing to find, but the most important thing to have is what? A job. In the Torah, in the Jewish tradition, we say a man or a woman without a job is not a person at all. But what Americans are deaf and immune to is the importance of having a job and what it does to your self-esteem, and and not wanting to necessarily drink and do drugs to forget about the pressure you're dealing with, whether it's trying to pay child support or can I pay my rent, right? But everyone should be able to have a job at a livable wage, either through the public or the private sector. Now, Roosevelt showed that that was possible through the WPA. Nixon did the CETA program. Do you remember the CETA program? The CETA program, one of the most successful job programs in the history of this nation. And the idea of CETA was the federal government would pay a worker to go work for a private sector company. They would pay their wage for a year. If we do not move towards jobs for all as a right, we're going to have more homegrown terrorism. I think this is the point that you're making. The Trump victory, if you look at the data, came from areas in the Rust Belt where, and across the country, where they had skyrocketing rates of unemployment because I'm from North Carolina. They were one company towns where if the tractor trailer company left, there was no replacement for that company. In Japan, what they do in Japan, right, is if an industry moves to another country, they just create another business. All right, they'll take the whole of a ship, for example, and turn it into a fake beach. I don't know if you've ever heard about this, but in Japan, they hire greeters to say hello at a store because the Japanese have realized if you don't have a lot of guns out there and you put people to work, you'll have less crime. They have one of the lowest crime rates in the country. Is this what I hear you both is that what you're both getting at here?
And I'd like to add a few words onto that. Great. I so relate to everything that both Joel and Pete have said. And I really listen carefully to the plight of farmers. Family Farm Alliance sent some farmers to Washington to plead the case of needing more water financing for water resources, and they felt that they went away empty-handed. So the other big factor affecting farmers, of course, is that out of the total dollar that I spend on groceries at the grocery store, only 15 cents of it gets to farmers. A lot of the big problem is the middlemen taking off a really big chunk, the concentration of big ag, which will need antitrust to work on that. But overall, what I'm like to emphasize is that one big aspect of this National Infrastructure Bank is to help the everyday worker to get a good paying job. So with that, you will have much more mitigation of all these social ills that are striking us, everything from opioid abuse to income inequality to more bipolarized political environment. I run a monthly newsletter. There was a really great article that I'm putting out in my October newsletter entitled "The Next Stage of American Collapse. America Got a Second Chance at Democracy and It's Blowing It Badly" by Omar Haq. And what he's making the case is exactly what you say, that we saved Europe from fascism by going in there with the Marshall Plan and investing heavily to rebuild their countries. We saved American capitalism, and this is really carefully explained in a book on the biography of Jesse James by one of our coalition members who's written a book on this, by investing in America. We spent 40% of GDP investing in infrastructure in America, putting people back to work in great paying jobs. Unfortunately, we are not careful about the consequences of going too small. Our current infrastructure bills are only less than 2% of GDP. I had the wrong figure there. Investment in infrastructure. What we really need is a big investment plan that's transformational, that is about the equivalent of half of society's GDP. If we rebuild society's human, physical, social, and political infrastructure, we can stave off a lot of this social bipolarism, quiet the whole thing down, build the economy at the same time, build from the ground upwards, become more competitive with our competitors. This was the secret that China did. Remember back in the 1970s, they had starvation in their country. In the last 15 years, they have managed, using infrastructure banks, to build 22,000 miles of high-speed rail network, build beautiful cities with airports, housing, get their people back and forth to work. And they also feared a revolution in their country, which was what prompted them to do all of this. We need to think along the same terms, and that's why we need a national infrastructure bank.
Thank you, Alfeka. We got a question?
Yeah, Joel, this is for Alpaca. I'm actually standing next to a farmer who just flew in from Huron County there in California. He's a friend of Mayor Leon, so he's here to say a few words himself. Tom Pierce.
Well, thank you. I thought I'd stand up and tell my story because I'm here really from the result of Rudy, the founder of the National Latino. I'm really here because of Rudy, the founder of the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Association, was at my location. I've managed cooperative cotton gins, farmer-owned cotton gins for over 40 years, actually my 45th season. We're running right now. I don't leave during gin season. It's a 24/7, but I thought this important enough to be here. These are great people, great organization. And my story is this. When I started, there was 1.6 million acres of cotton grown in the San Joaquin Valley. And today there's about 200,000 acres, 300 cotton gins, and we're down to about 14 running. Luckily, I'm still one of those. I've got people that have worked for me for over 20 years, 25 years. A lot of them are retired. I've been around, like I said, a long time. Good people. They were loyal to me, worked all this time, and used to employ 50 seasonal people. Now we're down about half that, 20 to 25, because of the decrease in acreage and the need for our business. Farmers had 60 members. We're down to about 40 now, basically selling out. They're tired of fighting the water battles out there. West side of the San Joaquin Valley is drying up, and we've got the most productive area in the world. and it's drying up just because of the, I don't know, lack of knowledge, or I don't know what it is, of the people that are making the rules. This should be a priority, and I was happy to see that some of the information that was presented earlier about the infrastructure for water in the West. It's critical. For reasons I just explained, we've got farmers leaving the business. We need these farmers. And we fight our governor out there. He shut down an attempt to get some water, and it just keeps going from bad to worse. So I don't know the answer. I just want to find work for my people. We've actually converted one of the gins. We are not using portion of it to process industrial hemp fiber. I'm doing research on my own farm, growing varieties that we can run and turn out textile materials and building materials. So whatever can be done to help with that process, I'd like to see it.
Alfeca, how would the infrastructure bank improve the lives of this gentleman's community?
Sorry, I'm really worried about the water in California. I've been looking at some of the people that track what's happening to the wells through the Central Valley. And what they're saying is that water uses about 70% of the water, agriculture uses about 70% of the water in California, and maybe some 42% of those wells will go dry. Even if we have a little bit of rainfall in California, it won't be able to fill up the aquifers properly because they've all collapsed as a result of depleting water supplies and using water for agriculture. You can even see that the ground has fallen by, in some cases, numbers of feet. So we need to rethink the whole process of agriculture in California, water in California. I don't know that the think tanks that work on this have done a really great job or have come up with a really great idea, but I see a lot of possibilities of providing more water, but then having more resource conscious use of water and irrigation methods, and desalinating. If we're running our wells down to where we're tapping into salt water now, then small desalination plants to fix that water. But there's a whole lot of scope for things that can be done. We need to really also fundamentally change the CO2 emissions and weather so that we can get more rainfall into the area. So those are things that they're a little bit outside of my wheelhouse. But I promise you that I've been keeping an eye on them. I opened up a new section in my newsletter just on farming and water availability. So I'm keeping my eye on it.
Excuse me, can I pause you guys so we can change the recording card here so we can continue recording you guys?
You want us to pause?
He's
Give
going
me
to
a
pause for a
pause.
second, and then we have 2 more questions, and then I think we've got max 15 minutes.
Cool. Really great so far, huh? Getting real. Huh. Yeah. Talking about we're going from the academic to the real.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys are good to go?
I want to respond to Alfeca too.
You guys are good. Go ahead.
So at 1:15, there will be a panel that I'll be moderating. Please stay here when you can, because you're going to hear from the world's experts and on solar, wind, climate change. And when I say the world's experts, I really mean the world's experts, especially Professor Mark Jacobson at Stanford, who I work with in the Congress, is going to talk about his 50-state plan to rapidly transition to 100% cleanable energy. Here's the really sad news. Alfeca is right that the aquifers are drying up. And here's the bad news. The bad news is it is not going to get better. It is going to get worse. Michael Mann, who's a colleague and I think the best climate scientist in the world, went on MSNBC 3 weeks ago and said, here's the bad news. It's going to get a lot worse. But if we get CO2 levels down and methane and reduce our carbon footprint and move to 100% cleanable energy, most of it in about 10 years, it won't get worse. All right. Is it going to rain more? It will, but it'll probably be like a cyclone. It's going to destroy a lot of farms. And Eugene Pickett is going to be on the panel and talk about, the flooding. But we have to also have a discussion about mitigation and adaptation, which is what we'll be talking about at 1:15. If we do not unify, which is what Leno was just saying, it's what Rudy's been saying, if we don't unify into one progressive movement, we are not going to have the power from the ground to take on the fossil fuel industry, certain senators who will remain nameless, who are protecting the coal industry. And I've been through this already because I led the effort in Charlotte, North Carolina to transition our city to 100%. And Mayor Leon was correct. It was the most difficult battle I've ever been through in my life. The interests that were aligned against us. But anyway, Alfeca, you're absolutely right. The good news, if we don't get together and if we don't organize and think about Cesar Chavez and Mandela, I think we're going to have one progressive national organization. This fragmented, siloed, progressive movement, to me, does not cut it. It's about getting a foundation grant. It's not about defending the people. But anyway, where I'm optimistic is it's conferences like this where we can talk about the ideas also of organizing. Often we get into policy. We got to talk about how do we organize to make the policy real.
Yeah, so we have a couple of just final questions, comments here, and I'll go back to John Moss for a moment.
Thank you. So to your question earlier, I've been just waiting, was Applicia. So regarding the lending, it's not necessarily a brick and mortar, could be done similar like a lot of the banks do right now through brokerages that are correspondent lending, correct?
Yes, we can
Correct.
have
So
a
that'll
system where,
quick growth, lower costs
right.
to get the word out, and I support that. And then also, Mr. Siegel, again, I am officially given permission from the World Conference of Mayors, Historical Black Towns and Settlements to be here and emphasize, as I've asked our respected mayor, to join the Zoom meeting. And I'm proof, you don't have to be of African-American descent to be a member if you're like-minded, understand what we're working to do. So again, Applicia, want you to know, I want you to follow up with me, please, because, and the organizations, because like you're saying, working with the mayors, as an example, we're also working with the Black farmers. And one lady we have, Bernice Atchison, who's on the Pickford lawsuits, et cetera. She's representing 66,000 farmers. So we're talking huge numbers nationwide. So, and this is out of Alabama. Okay.
Did you say it was a World Conference of Mayors or
World Conference of Mayors?
World, right?
World.
Okay.
You could say universe, but World Conference of Mayors and Black historical towns and settlements, just like Nicodemus, Kansas. One of the things I'm working with Haskell Indian University to be more involved in all these areas. And one of the things we're working towards is they're giving permission ideally to the Hiawatha justice for a lot of the injustices that are taking place against all of our indigenous people, all indigenous people. And so Dr. Wildcat's heading that up. So I just wanted to please remind you, that's what we're working, and then what correspondent lending, serving and late, it's not a new concept. It's being done every day for decades, right?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have one final comment over here from an earlier speaker.
So I just want to I want to reiterate a point regarding the urgency of the moment and the critical nature of these decisions. And I want to tie it back to what Mayor Leon and the gentleman who's a farmer there had to comment on the lack of water resources. I want to comment on the Diné and their issue of water resources. And I want to speak about an experience we had in our consultancy. So in 2015 to 2017, I worked on the Countering Violent Extremism project in Mali, in Darfur, and Algeria. And so one of our contracts, we went to Darfur. I spent, 18 months in the field up there in Darfur, mapping access to water problems, and then mapping it back to incidences of countering violent extremism in Algeria with the Ministry of Water Resources. Spent a year in Algeria doing that. We took a geo-referenced map of lack of water. We superimposed that to recruiting efforts from Islamic fundamentalists, and then graphed all of that. The report itself is classified. It went out, but I can speak about the actual matter. What I'm saying is, I just want to reiterate, honestly, I don't think that we're far off from these correlated things. I don't think that we as a nation are far off, and the kinds of pressures that have triggered off these events in Algeria, triggered off these events in Mali, triggered off these events is an actual potential outcome of the lack of investment in infrastructure in our country. And I'm not alarmist. I'm not conspiratorial. I'm simply making a realistic assessment based on my participation in these conflicts overseas on behalf of the US government. The problem now is here at home. And if we don't address them, if we don't address the opportunities cost, the lack of investment, and the potential social consequences, things are going to speed up. I believe a contraction is coming. There's going to be more and more pressures. The environmental, the climatic issues are now, undeniable. And so as an organization, my question is, what resolutions are we going to put out to further this agenda now? And what iterative efforts are we going to make in Washington, D.C.? We're based in D.C. We understand how it works. We've been part and parcel of the state. I've been part and parcel of the state security apparatus overseas to assess the threats linked to this for quite some time. I spent my career doing that. It's time now to address these principles here at home.
I think you need to help us with the drafting of the resolutions. Can we get together after this is over? And are you splitting or are you going to stay?
Yeah, we're going to do the resolutions.
Yeah, because you really need to help us draft those resolutions. Thank you so much. You're not being alarmist. You're being absolutely, like prophetic, actually. I think Taylor had a question too in the back there. So thank you so much for
Correct.
your
We'll do
active
Taylor, and then we want to close with
participation.
the Navajo question back over here.
Okay, great.
I just had a really quick comment to add in the discussion that's going on here to talk about how much more effective the National Infrastructure Bank is for the deployment of these funds to small entities, small farmers, small businesses, and think less about bridge sort of infrastructure and more about human infrastructure, because our Latino farmers represent the human capacity to put food on people's tables, to solve things like this water crisis. Water management has to be done on the scale of a small farm. The bigger that these farms get, the more chemicals that have to be used, the less ecological balance and management happens. And so the problem with when they talk about trillions of dollars at the federal level is how hard it becomes to disperse those funds in a way that really impacts the smallest in our economies. And our Latino demographic represents those entities that are small businesses, small farms. And so I really applaud the work that has been done around the National Infrastructure Bank. I've been part of a number of the meetings. I'm going to work diligently on behalf of our association and the representation of this, as long as we emphasize human investment, human capital, and human infrastructure.
Alfeca, do you want to respond?
Yes, I think one way to help human capital and investment is a great paying job while they're earning, while they're learning with full benefits. What could be better than that? That's one thing that the National Infrastructure Bank will provide. We want to make sure that there's training. A large part of the workforce that's been devastated by today's economy, where there's huge income inequality, are any people that have less than a 4-year college degree. And that will be a major emphasis of this bank to invest in those kinds of workers and to make sure that they get great paying jobs.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. As Alpaca knows, this is probably the most unique feedback meeting we've had in months as part of the National Infrastructure Bank discussions. I have one final presenter here from the Navajo, Dr. George Rivera.
Hello there. Thank you very much for this very delightful and enlightening presentation. You're talking about exactly what we need to do and we have to do. My question, though, is a little bit about the internals that you've got going. Are you going to follow any sort of strategies concerning decentralized finance, maybe XRP, bank, point of sale, to skip the entire SWIFT process and maybe stay out of the central bank conundrum? Will that be part of any of your strategy or a portion of it or the main thing or anything like that?
Alpaca.
Right. We've learned a lot from the Reconstruction Finance Corporation, which got money into very local areas by sitting down with a card deck full of 3x5 cards and projects that were needed in rural areas, and then pushing them into the rural areas. So point of contact financing will have to be critical to make sure that the money and the projects actually get into these areas. And we want to do that quickly. One way that we're doing that is by actually compiling a list ahead of time of all the projects that have gone unfunded. So any mayor, any county official, any Department of Transportation can sit down and make us a big list of their projects, and especially the ones that are shovel ready, don't need long engineering times to map out the projects. We could start with them right away. And we have even an emergency provision in the bank to make sure that there aren't any delays in starting with those easy low-hanging fruit projects right off the bat, and making sure that they get into rural areas.
Okay, now Pete Muldoon has a final question here, comment.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, I'll be really quick. I just wanted to piggyback off something Taylor said, and I wanted to get a more specific answer. And you had mentioned jobs, but I'm not necessarily talking about jobs. He's talking about small farmers. I'm talking about small farms. I'm saying he's basically, what I believe is that what this country needs, what's going to be best for the environment, who is actually able to produce organic, regenerative farming practices, people that are going to be able to produce high quality products and be a reliable source, is the small farmer. We're losing the small farmer to AgriCorp. AgriCorp has to be broken up. AgriCorp is the end of this country. If we depend on them, we're done. We need the small farmer back. We're about to lose them. We lose the farmers, we lose our food.
Probably the roadmap for how to do that is a book by Zephyr Teachout on monopolism in agriculture. Might be a roadmap for where to start. We want to build farms from the bottom up with agriculture, with infrastructure projects, but we are absolutely going to need to do something on the antitrust side to break up big ag and make sure that there's a fairer distribution of revenues from farming going to local farmers.
Okay, thank you so much. Alpaca, you just really enlightened all of us in terms of how this National Infrastructure Bank is positioned to resolve a major part of the crisis that we find ourselves in. And so I want to thank all the people that are following us, both on site as well as virtually. And once more, I ask you to help us to bring this to the public arena by, please consider whatever forum you believe is going to bring this information to your communities and to especially your elected officials. We're in a critical in crisis mode, and we need to get resolution. And once again, one of the things that I am really disappointed that players such as the Secretary of Labor, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, didn't see fit to send either representative to respond to our request to be able to address this body and this community that is in such dire straits. But we thank all of you that are here with us, our partners and allies that are a part of this conference, and to help us to resolve the issues that are impacting and putting so much stress on our rural communities in particular. Thank you to our sponsors and the American National, the T-Mobile, the Charter Communications folks that have seen fit to be a part of the solution. We appreciate it, and we look forward to continue to work with you. And I see our Chief Justice Verna. Thank you, Verna, for hosting us. And Pueblos, it's so wonderful to be here at your facility. Thank you.
Anthony, any remarks that you wanted to make in terms of where we're going to go from here? That is important, by the way, eating. So lunch is lunch is next, and then the climate panel and drought is starts at 1:15. And don't miss it. I'm sorry. Fantastic. So you want to? Okay, cool. So let's get your food and come back, right? Thank you, everyone. And great questions, great audience.
Okay. Okay, so we're gonna do the raffle right after the keynote. And then, okay. Perfecto. What is the award? Is it a picture of me?
¿Eh?
¿Le vas a dar una foto mía?
Sí.
Okay. Just want to know. Antoinette? Is Antoinette in the room? Antonetta. Why don't we do the raffle right now? Because we're waiting, we have a couple of minutes. Antoinette? Nope, she's avoiding me. Yes. No. Liana, why don't you come up? I was looking for Anthony. Yeah. No, we're gonna do a raffle. Have a seat and then I'll introduce you. Tied up these wild people. Bueno. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes. Can my brothers and sisters, we have a couple of tables that are still talking and we need to start the program. Don't make me go out there and breathe on you. So we want to start the program. We've had the panels were really great this morning that I went around and listened to them, all the good information. And what we have in here is we have a lot of wealth and knowledge that we need to take advantage of. Just so you know what the program is, brothers, my brothers, we're trying to do some business here. The only reason is that I ask you to save the conversations is that we want to be respectful of the people that we bring to speak with us and to be with us, take advantage of the time. And so you know what's going to happen. We're going to have our keynote speaker here for lunch. Then we are going to do an auction. Some people have donated some products that we're going to auction off. And I'm a little disappointed about it because I expected those items to come to my room personally, but now we're going to auction them off. I'm not complaining. Yo sé que esta no es la oficina de quejas, pero a veces me sale. You know, the 1974, I met some people in California that were organizing around immigration issues. Probably the father that nobody knows about in terms of national movements on immigration was a guy out of LA called Bert Corona. I went to my first conference there on immigration rights, and we marched to what is called the Placita, the birthplace of Los Angeles. And we had, there were about 300 of us. There were 200 police. Somebody in our group, we think an instigator, started to burn an American flag. And 200 police came out of the alleyways and beat us up for demonstrating. We were peaceful, except for this instigator. And after that, you know, getting hit a couple of times, I said, I must be in the right movement if they're going to come out and beat us up. And since then, especially since my parents were undocumented and I had a lot of family that's even still in this side of the border, that's undocumented. I've been a defendant of immigrant rights and not only working with a law firm, but also setting up the first group in Colorado of undocumented workers. And it was great because the federal office was 1 block from the best Mexican restaurant at that time. And the immigration department never could figure out why we always knew all their secrets, because we would talk about them in our demonstrations and press conference. Well, the cooks, the waiters, the bartenders were all members of our group. And they would go there to eat, and then they'd have a few drinks, they'd talk about everything. And so we were sort of under that. In the past 2 years, I've been part of a project that I started called Building Bridges, Not Walls. We go to the Tijuana border, Tijuana, and we work with deported veterans, with dreamers' moms that have been deported, people that are in albergas and shelters, gang members that have been deported, because we need to defend their rights. So every 6 weeks, in 2 weeks, I'll be in California and in Tijuana. And people always say, even though we don't always have a lot of money or a lot of donations, and lately we've been getting people who would raise money or purchase for me. In this case, people outside of LA have purchased a couple of suitcases full of undergarments for women and children, because the women come with maybe only what they have on. So we want to take them brand new undergarments and for their kids. And it's like Hanukkah or Christmas when we show up with them. So we don't make a difference the way other organizations do, but anytime you interact in, whether you're on this side of the border working for human rights or at the border, it makes no difference as long as you do something. And so today's keynote speaker, Liana Montesinos, was a Honduran asylee, and she came here. She has since become a lawyer and an advocate for people who need an advocate in the immigration system. And as I understand it, she and 14 others went to Tijuana. They worked with the premier law firm that is there, Al Otro Lado. I have tons of friends that have been volunteers for them. There were attorneys and non-attorneys. And one of the real superheroes there is a young attorney, Nicole Ramos, who used to do death penalty work in Alabama. She was married to an undocumented man. That's how she got to Tijuana, defending him. But she is one of the smartest and toughest women. And she's threatened all the time by the police and others to stop doing her work. So I think we have a special person, because as we know, we have undocumented people on our farms, our ranches, and a lot of them are coming, as I said the other day, because of this thing called climate change. They can't grow their crops anymore. They put their food and everything in a hawk just to get to the border. And I'm proud, and just meeting Liana today, that she says that, like a lot of immigrants who come to this country, she says, I've been through a lot, and I'm healing through service. It probably should be a slogan for all of us. Been through a lot, but we're healing through service. So I want to ask you to give a standing welcome to Ileana Montesinos. Why don't you stand up and welcome her properly?
Thank you, Magdaleno, for the work you're doing. Everything we do, I always say it's one immigrant at a time, so anything you do matters. It's such an honor for me to be here at the second annual Latino Farmers and Ranchers Congress, and I'm truly flattered to be here with the brave humans who make our food. Today, I have felt a calorcito in my heart, a warmth in my corazón, because I've really never been to a conference where people were so authentic and so welcoming. At the moment I came in here, everybody was welcoming me without knowing me and introducing themselves to me, and I've never experienced that at a conference level. As Magdalena was saying, I'm an asylee from Honduras, and I came to the United States undocumented at the age of 11. I didn't speak a word of English, and like many of you, or perhaps your ancestors, I came here fleeing violence and hoping for a better life. At the age of 15, I was removed from my home in the United States because of physical and emotional abuse. And I was pretty much on my own since the age of 15. I managed to survive through the food that my high school cafeteria provided and the kindness of strangers who later became family. And also a blind faith that tomorrow was going to be better for me. At about the same time, I was placed in removal proceedings. I started attending many court hearings and started a legal process that would need all of my attention, resources I did not have, in a process that re-traumatized me. While battling to stay in the United States, I wanted to pursue higher education. But at that time, many colleges and universities were denying admission to undocumented students for lacking a social security number. And if accepted, undocumented students had to pay triple the tuition. I was fortunate to earn a full ride to George Mason University, where I attended, and in 3 years, I graduated with a dual degree in philosophy and Spanish. After an expensive, emotionally taxing, and long journey, I secured asylum in the United States. I'm now a US citizen. During and after my removal proceedings, I started helping other immigrants. And through my work with detained immigrant children, a vocation was awakened in me, a vocation to serve as an immigration attorney and activist. Seeing immigrant children incarcerated and treated as criminals gutted my soul and my heart, made me cry after each visit, and grounded me in the work that I continue to do today. Largely because of this experience and my own journey as an undocumented immigrant, I went to law school, I passed the bar, and I am now a practicing immigration attorney. I help asylum seekers live a life free from persecution and torture. And I also help immigrants to normalize their status in the United States. I also started a nonprofit where I help undocumented students access higher education. In the past 12 years, we have helped approximately 540 students in their higher education journey. And we have awarded 70 college book scholarships. Through my personal and professional experience, I know too well what it is to live under the shadows of society, not being able to identify oneself, not being authorized to work or drive because of one's immigration status. I know too well what it is to face systematic oppression and being denied admission to a university because of no social security, or being constructively prohibited from entering higher education by being charged triple the tuition. I also know too well what it is to be intimidated and abused by employers who do not pay for immigrant labor, or if they do, they pay minimum wage because they believe undocumented immigrants have no rights. Many of our brothers and sisters who are darker than me and who cannot avail themselves of the white privilege are also racially profiled because of the color of their skin. Immigrant children are being reported for minor incidents, creating a prison to deportation pipeline from schools. In the past few years, the United States government created a series of policies to deter new immigrants from coming to the United States. And cruelty to immigrants was the point they wanted to make and the point they made. As cruelty to new immigrants, the United States government created policies to inhumanely incarcerate mothers, fathers, and immigrant children, including infants, in overcrowded and unsanitary holding cells, even during the COVID-19 pandemic, where disease spreads quickly, especially among children. And then they are placed in hieleras, which are frigid holding cells for days. Some of them have been there even up to 15 days. These freezer cells have concrete walls and floors with no beds, no private bathrooms, no potable water, and undercooked cups of noodles. In the hieleras, immigrants have already gotten gravely ill with dehydration and pneumonia, and some have fallen victim to the inhumane immigrant system, dying. As cruelty for new immigrants, the United States government created policies to separate immigrant parents from their children. As a result of these outrageous acts of kidnapping by the United States government, the Biden administration issued an executive order where a task force was created to attempt to reunify more than 1,500 missing children and to reunite them with their parents. Some of the children who have been reunited with their parents do not even recognize their parents because they were separated for such a long time and during very tender years. Many of them have still not been able to be reunified. As a cruelty for immigrants, the United States government created policies to criminally prosecute immigrants simply for entering undocumented, even when immigrants are seeking protection from persecution and torture, which, as an expert in this field, I tell you is lawful. When someone is seeking protection from persecution and torture, it should instead trigger automatic protections, where United States immigration officials should allow these brave humans to apply for asylum as our international and asylum laws demand. These laws are intentionally created to target brown and Black immigrants, as many of these policies only apply in the southern border of the United States with Mexico and not at the border with Canada. In detention centers in Georgia in 2019, immigrant women had their uteruses removed without their full consent and understanding. There are ongoing investigations because immigrant children in detention centers are being sexually and physically abused. The truth of the matter is, the United States immigration history is riddled with racism and racial bias. From the Chinese Exclusion Act to having whiteness as a requirement for naturalization to the recent Muslim ban. Yes, you heard it right. It was not until the passage of the McCarran-Walter Act in 1952 that whiteness was removed as a requirement for naturalization. There is more, but I hope you get my point. The raw reality is that immigrants, particularly brown and Black immigrants, continue to be treated crudely and inhumanely in the United States. The government has been sending a message over and over again to members of our communities and employers that immigrants are second-class citizens. As a consequence of this cruel reality, the undocumented immigrant community, rightfully so, lives in constant fear of family separation, incarceration, and deportation. Making immigrants second-class citizens is not just morally wrong, but it also has direct consequences for everyone. That is, everyone who eats, because we do not have enough farm workers. As of December 2020, the National Center for Farm Worker Health estimated that 75% of the agricultural workers are foreign-born. 83% of agricultural workers self-identify as Hispanic. Most of the United States workforce in agriculture is foreign-born. In California, the vast majority of its farm workers are born in Mexico, and about 2/3 are undocumented. Largely because of raids, broken immigration system, and low wages, farm workers have been deported or have departed to their native countries. Despite undocumented farm workers performing strenuous, potentially dangerous jobs that you all know very well, like climbing ladders with heavy containers to pick fruit, or bending over broccoli or strawberry plants for hours in 90-degree heat, the US government has constantly targeted them for deportation and has refused to pass comprehensive immigration reform. Despite the advances in technology, every single one of the nation's 10 most popular fruits and top 10 vegetables, they need to be handpicked. Without human harvesters, the vegetable sections of the supermarkets would offer only potatoes, carrots, leaf lettuce, and salad mix. Large numbers of employees are also required to operate machines and work in packing houses. The bottom line is that the United States needs to realize the choices it has. Either stop the deportation of people with no serious crimes, stop the immigration raids that terrorize our communities, and pass comprehensive immigration reform, or face the consequences of not having enough farm workers and the instability of being a country who cannot provide its own food. Continuing to terrorize immigrant communities that work really hard and just want a better life needs to stop. The US government has called farm workers, farmers and ranchers essential during the COVID-19 pandemic, but it has failed undocumented farm workers, farmers and ranchers by terrorizing them with the current immigration system. Today, I have talked to you about the US policies that have created a system of cruelty towards immigrants. I talked to you about my personal journey, being homeless, being in removal proceedings, and having to battle to obtain my higher education. But today, I also want to reiterate that in the core of this nation, there is kindness and there is opportunity. If one is industrious, one is likely to achieve some sort of economic success and freedom. I was able to survive because I had mentors, teachers, community members who gave me their time and resources so that I could achieve my full potential. It is our privilege and our civic duty to be critical of the laws of this country. And it is also our responsibility to play a role to improve these laws, to ensure that they serve the most vulnerable in our communities. In other words, engagement and wrestling with these issues that affect us in our comunidades is how we need to make a change. There are actions that we can all take at the national, state, and local level. But before I make some recommendations, there are several points that I want to make. The first point is that each one of you has power. Don't underestimate the power of an individual or the power of small groups. In fact, in human history, the bravest changes have occurred because of a group of brave individuals. Second, oppressive systems thrive by separating all of the people who are struggling. They don't want us to unify. They will make you believe that because you are struggling, the other person who's struggling next to you is competing for resources with you. That's simply not true. There is enough for everyone, and we need to learn to work together. The third point is that it's something that I learned while being in my journey. You don't have to be at the top of your success goal to be able to make a difference for someone. Differences in someone's life can be made with simple acts of kindness. And you can do it as you also battle your own fights or fight your own battles. The bottom line is that we need systems in this country that serve every single one of us, and it's possible. Some actions to take is to vote in every single one of the state, local, and national elections. Being intentionally engaged is the best way to protect our rights. Many before us have died for this privilege. Make it count. Be more engaged and more intentional in your memberships with organizations like this one that lobby for your interest, and also organizations that do impact litigation, organizations that scrutinize the laws that are passed and sue the government when any of those laws limit any of our rights. Support organizations that provide direct services, either by volunteering, translating, or financially supporting them. Call your representatives. Changing national policies is the way to help disenfranchised communities. Learn, be engaged, and be an agent of social change regarding legislation that addresses your concerns and that upholds your values. Get information and stay informed. Follow social media pages that educate you on immigrant issues at the national, state, and local level, and also farmers and renters issues. I manage a Facebook page where I constantly put immigration updates. On Facebook, it's Montesinos Immigration Law, and I can provide that later as well. Build alliances with other minorities and other non-minority groups. Because the fact of the matter is that the issues we're facing with immigration, farmers and renters issues, they're interconnected with other issues such as race, social economic status. Speak up and speak out. Talk to friends and family and to members of your civic or religious groups. Talk to them about immigrant and farmers and renters issues. And when possible, continue to build more alliances. The bottom line is we're stronger together. Write letters to the editors of your local newspapers. Every letter that is published about immigrants, farmers, and renters issues gets the attention of the readers and lets people know that there is support. Lastly, remember to lend a hand to those coming after you. When the rights of a person, one person in the community are violated, the rights of all of us are threatened. I want to end by thanking my friend Rudy Arredondo for his genuine and fierce leadership and for understanding the intersectionality of immigration issues with farmers and renters issues. Thank you to the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association and to all the hermanos and hermanas present here who will take action and not just forget about my words after you step out of this room. I hope that you take action in being part of a liberation movement for immigrants, farmers, and ranchers, because as we speak and as we enjoy our food, there are thousands of immigrants who are incarcerated and who cannot see the day of light. Thank you.
You'll have a time in a minute.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah,
gonna pick some
Liana.
time in a minute.
Please come forward. She's my adopted daughter. Now, I just want to tell you that I met Liana when she was the president of the UDC Law School Association. And I happened to attend one of the seminars or one of the seminars that she was doing at the university. So I want to also let you know that the National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association is going to be contributing $500 for her organization that she is leading to help our immigrant brothers and sisters.
Oh,
Okay.
good.
I was supposed to attend a fundraiser for her organization at Hades Restaurant, which is one of my favorite in Washington DC. They're extremely great Mexican food. Haiti is wonderful. I've known her for years. And so I couldn't make it because I had a board of directors meeting and we were in the throes of putting this organization, this conference together. So the other thing that I also have been thinking about is to have Liana's law firm be our general counsel. And so we're going to be raising money for what do you call it? A retainer. Yeah. So we're doing that. So Liana, take that under advisement and we would love to have you be a part of our organization. Okay. Okay. So thank you very much. Okay.
Sit down though. No, stay up here. Both of you. Por favor. So we have two more parts to this program. If Antoinette's here, if she can come and sit up here also, so that we can get this. We're going to do the raffle here in a minute. And then we have another little bit of activity that's very important for you. But I think what Ileana was saying is that, as Martin Luther King would say, it really doesn't matter how long you live, but what you did when you were alive. It doesn't matter how many degrees you got, how much education you have, if you didn't use that education to help somebody. And it really doesn't matter how many friends and high places you got, how many awards you got over the years, unless you use that position for somebody else. So it really doesn't matter how long you live, but what you did when you were alive. There are people who live into their 70s and have done nothing with their lives. The other thing is that it's not the promises you make, but the promises you keep. We're always making promises. Oh, let's go have a taco together. I'll meet you at the demonstration. We'll have go play golf or cards together. And here's a good one, promises we make, but we don't keep. The one that really gets me is people who say, I'll love you forever. And they don't stick to it. Or they divorce. I tried to divorce Rudy about 3 times, couldn't do it. Marriage counseling is a tough road. But we all make promises that we don't keep. People like the members here, Ileana, are people who have made a promise to help the poor of this country. Ileana's doing it, Rudy's doing it, Juan's doing it, we're all doing it. And that's what makes a difference. Not the promises you make, because we all make them, but it's the promises you keep. So right now, where's Antoinette? Did she come on up and you're going to help me with this? We're going to do an auction and then a very special thing that we're going to do. And that's not me speaking again, something really nice. Bring this stuff over here, Antoinette, and come up and help me with all these. Por favor. Oh, yes, sir. But, it's so great to be here. And I want, after this panel, when you see Ileana, remind her she's es parte de nuestra familia. Un abrazo, un saludo, y que sepa que esta es su casa y su comunidad. Okay. Who's going to draw the tickets? Okay, we're going to start and Antoinette is going to draw the tickets. We have some raffle tickets here. Hopefully none of you have bribed her. Okay, so what's the, you want to announce them?
Okay, so we had
Get
a
up
few
closer,
of the companies or the organizations donate some of their products. So we have one here, Be Handful CBD oil tincture. This is Leonard Salgado. So we got one of these here. And then we also got the Muldoon hemp. So we got the extra strength rub. We also got a tincture as well. And some, I hope I win this right here, some good oil, okay? And then we also got this from Chef Farms. It's just a little Pyrex New Mexico glass piece right here. And then you have a 3-day wellness pack from my company. So these are immune boosters. They help your immune system, your gut health, and all kinds of good stuff. So good luck to everybody. Yeah.
Get it wrong.
Well, just the names.
Just the name?
Just the names.
I hate people when they give me orders.
Hey, that's all I do.
Hey,
Give
wait,
orders.
behind you.
Oh. Me.
Trans, is this the name, Amanda
Let's see, Amanda Madragon.
Madragon? Or is there an Amanda here? Going once?
Or wait,
Maybe Amanda
it's
Mandujano.
Armando.
Armando.
Armando
There's an
Mandujano.
Armando. Okay, Armando, just so you know, Armando, Amanda, we respect trans. All right, what's the next one? Okay.
Next one is one
Yeah,
pick.
please.
Oh, you want me to
I'll-
say? So I could be the speaker now? Amy Cardenas, she is not here, so let's pick another one. Miguel Moreno.
Now they have me
Okay.
like Vanna White, just hand the product.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Jaime Chavez. Jaime, you could give this to me if you don't want it.
No, get to me.
All righty, and now we're gonna do the Salgado.
Jaime,
Mr. Salgado's first.
Jaime, come over here. Jaime,
Jaime,
Jaime.
Jaime, please make your way over here to Vanna.
No, ¿qué fregados?
Yes, it's Havana.
La tuya.
She's not here. Bernard Allen Bay.
All right, all right.
Whoop, whoop. And then oh wait, we got two products.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Hunt Moss, John Hunt Moss, John T. Moss.
Oh, wow. Big dog got it.
All right, and final and last, Filiberto Villa. He only wrote Villa.
Where is he?
He's all the way in the back. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Wait, give it to me. I'll hand him.
Here you go, sir. A high five. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Hard time.
All right, I'm going to ask Juan to come up before we go into our breakout sessions this afternoon. I wanted Juan to say a few words. So how about giving a round of applause for our chairman?
Thank you, Maleno. You do a pretty good Martin Luther King, man.
I'm not worried about anything today. Manas, it's coming.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you, Ileana, for your words today. Very inspiring. Just want to spend just a moment here to talk a little bit about our President Rudy Arredondo. I met Rudy about 10 years ago at a conference in San Antonio. My wife Belinda and I were there, and saw this guy with a ponytail just like he's got right now. He just had a different hat on. He had a black hat on. And I said, man, who is this? Who is this unique person? Well, that's better words, right? But anyway, went over there and met him. We were part of a group. It was kind of a Latino conference, Spanish. Yeah, Ed Romero de Latinos in Agriculture. So anyway, went and met him. Well, we hit it off right away. We found out we were from the same area, del Valle de Texas. We knew some families, common families that we knew. And he also was really well acquainted with a cousin of my wife's that he used to party with in DC. And we started telling all those stories. But anyway, we hit it off. We hit it off really, really well. So we kind of kept in touch. I was at with the Farm Service Agency there in College Station as the state director at the time. And then right after that, I went to Washington, DC. So we kept more in touch, and we used to get together and kind of plan out, what I could do, for his organization. So, and the thing about it, we found out that the major thing in common that we had was that we both had a passion for helping other people, especially for helping our Latino farmers and ranchers that needed assistance there. So we shared in that passion. So right after, once I retired in 2015, I called Rudy and I said, Rudy, how can I help? How can I help you with your cause? And it's just been a wonderful experience. Met so many wonderful people. So Rudy, your passion and your vision is contagious. And if you just look at the following that you have. So, sorry to get emotional, but I feel very passionate about this. So if you'll come up here, we want to present you with a little token of our appreciation, and present you with a plaque, Rudy, and it says National Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association, and you'll see the plaque right there for him, presented to Rudy Arredondo, President, Latino Farmers and Ranchers Organization, for 16 years of dedicated service to nuestros Latino farmers and ranchers throughout the United States, October 2021. This is on behalf of all the board members, Anthony and Eugene, Taylor, Mr. Abeda. And I'm not sure if Raul and Rose are on today, and maybe Rigo or somebody that's online, but thank you, Rudy, for all your work, and we'll continue helping you with your work. So if you want to say a few words.
And then if you want to say something, come this way. All of us who are up here. Juan, get in this picture. Stand next to Juan, make him look good. Wait, let me see.
Well, there's one other person that I like to add to, at least one person, which is, Eugene.
Want Eugene up here?
Yes, I would love to have Mr. Pickett up here. because
Mr.
he
Pickett,
has
where is
been,
he?
Like,
Well, get up here.
We're tied at the
Hey,
hip.
get up here. What's the matter with you, my brother? Take the mask off too. We want to know it's you.
And Anthony, where is Anthony?
The Wilson Pickett.
Yes.
Family member. Here comes more cameras. Hold on.
Thank you.
Rudy, can you say a few words?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got a box for that.
Thank you. Well, you know, none of this would be possible without those of you who have made this organization what I had hoped it would be. It was a dream. It was something that I saw dedicated to my parents who were, just there was incredible people. I feel so lucky to have been born to be their son and to instill in me the tendency to serve, even though they probably would deny that they were, but they were incredibly socially engaged people who, are a lot of undocumented relatives came from Mexico, from Guanajuato, and we would receive them there in our home. And then my father and my mother would arrange for this undocumented workers that came from Mexico so they could get credit from the local grocery store. So my parents were very engaged in the service of those that happened to be around us, and there were a lot of them. If my mother ever met you, she would never forget about you. You would always be a part of her circle. She passed away in 1994. They had, we had the fortune to we were migrant farm workers, but I would say that, I never felt that we were poor. I mean, we had everything and my father was a great money manager. And so we started with three acres that we purchased in the Rio Grande Valley. And that's the farming, because my father had been a farmer, ejidatario, involved in the distribution of land under Lázaro Cárdenas in Mexico. So that allowed us to be able to, we were still migrating, but we had 3 acres, and that, based on my father's ability as a master farmer to raise enough money as planting cotton, tomatoes, etc., to purchase another 10 acres. So this is in South Texas. When my mom passed away in 1994, we had a movie theater that we had as a part of one of my dad's deals in Morenci, Michigan. And it was like a social club around the entire Ohio area. They used to come, and it wasn't even about the movies, because the elders would be out front drinking coffee, eating. Because my mother, would sell tacos at 3 for $1. I mean, so we had the EMTs, the police department. They would come and place the orders at the movie theater on the weekends. And when she passed away in 1994, we had a radio program out of Adrian, Michigan, and we had over 1,500 people come to her funeral. That's how, the reach was incredible. People came from Chicago because as a movie theater, they used to go and get the movies. This, the golden era of Mexican films, they would go to the Chicago where they had the distribution, bring them to Ohio and show them at Morenci, at the Rex Theater. And I mean, it was incredible. Wasion, Ohio, who you probably never heard of. I mean, they've never seen so many. I mean, there was a traffic jam, but as a result of my parents, especially my mother, like I said, she never lost touch with you. She would, when she passed away, it was incredible. She had Christmas cards and birthday cards in a drawer that then, for everybody who had, I mean, she had this stack of cards so that my father could distribute them to the people that she knew. I mean, she was amazing. So, you're my family. Yes, you are. And, you know, you may misbehave from time to time, and I will deal with you. Okay. So thank you so much for your trust. And we're here to serve all of us. And I am so humbled by this gift. But we're here and we're here to serve. So thank you very much for your service, and we look forward to working with you.
Juan, I'm gonna need your, help me decipher because the rooms that we have them in, the one on that Joe Siegel is running has a lot of people coming on virtual, and I don't know whether they should stay in this room or what should we do? Or Tony, you have the answer? But do they have they have technology there? Well, he's not very technical, but.
Michael Marsh. Okay.
Okay, so all the rest of them are good. Okay. Okay, so we're all set up as, I just was worried of. Okay, so I just was worried about the technology, so remember to. Yeah, why don't we check just to be double sure? Because if you have that many people coming on virtually, you want to be able to work it properly.
All right.
So we'll give it a minute and then we'll reconfirm all the rooms that we're going to. Well, one went over there too, check. So unless you hear different, you're in the same rooms that are in the program.
Check, check. Check.
Okay, everyone, we're going to have a change. So the climate crisis section here, food security, will be in this ballroom C, because there's so many people that are doing virtually. We have better setup here. So Taylor, the deeper dive into cannabis, we'll just move to the Manzano room. Okay? Deeper dive into cannabis is going to Manzano. Climate drought is ballroom C. And then the labor and transportation will still remain in Rio Grande and Bosque. But got it?
Hey, Juan,
Thank you all.
Hey,
All right.
no los podemos mover.
Gotcha. Okay, we ready to get started? I need Eugene Pickett up here, please. Eugene Pickett.
Check. You're gonna have to give us a minute. We gotta change, since we're changing rooms, we need to switch the Zoom.
Oh, okay, take your, okay. Thank you.
to pull carbon out of the atmosphere and for the products created from the plant to offset things like timber and petroleum, where we can generate carbon credits both off of drawdown of carbon out of the atmosphere as well as the offsets products that we create out of it that keep oil in the ground, timber standing.
Test.
To participate. Something that we have on the horizon to be aware of and to be active in a leadership role in informing the process on is this kind of upcoming range war between feminized hemp and cannabis and industrial. Issues that we will address specifically on this panel. The idea of the session is to come out with these objectives that we will put together in tomorrow as a cohesive way of using the framework of the association to bring up these issues in more direct ways, and then also, to start to build an educational platform for people that are interested in getting in hemp, or to broaden out the amount of participation we have of hemp growers. We want to have the resources to make sure that they know what to expect in terms of security and economics and these different aspects of it. So we really have in this panel and our wider community the way forward for these problems. And we have the passion and the intellectual equity to invest in these issues. We have the investment of resources and diligence that will result in solutions and leadership. So this book of how hemp will return to our lives, it still remains unfinished. So much has yet to be determined. The weight of this is a heavy burden. So let's use the association, come together to form this leadership role in the fight, and be sure that the story is informed by the history of a people once oppressed, but now rising to fulfill a prophecy of economic opportunity and a promised land. So, the path that has been cleared by these pillars of justice, we have the pleasure to have in this conference those pillars that will stand with us and be able to come up with the massive undertaking ahead to be sure that, for our grandchildren, for our great-grandchildren, we have a hemp industry that is viable for the small farm, and that these products and the things that they participate in, their value-added economy will be tied to the economy of small farmers in rural America. We want to begin with a presentation that talks about just this. It's a vision of a man that I've had the pleasure over the course of the years to do a lot of collaboration with, and has inspired me by the amazing lifetime of work, decades and decades for this purpose, and with the drive that is just really incredible and very rare. So I'll bring up my friend Mike McGuire, and he's going to go over Western fiber, which is an industrial application on this problem. So, thanks, Mike. Western fiber.
Yeah.
Want to start off?
It's this one, right?
Yeah. I'm nervous. I'm not.
You got the remote first? Yeah.
I need to say it's an honor to be here. And,
yeah.
Special thanks to you.
Okay, should be good. Just gotta go.
Process for us, but
Wait, gotta wait for it to come up. Down.
I agree.
There you go. Great. Just put it in the corner.
That's fine. Ray Leon, you're on part of the California operation. I had a thought when I was putting this together that I had Rudy, Rigo, Ray, thank. I came up with a soup. So it's the 3 R's. Think about that. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, which one is which. And they all brought some element of that to the conversation. And then, of course, we can't forget Gene. What do you think? This is a long story and a short story. Oh, wait. We get to view this very quickly. That picture is Western Fiber, and I think about 1986. I'm not sure. It looks kind of funny because it was actually a copy that sat on the wall and faded out, so it looks a little older than it is. But that's the only picture I have called work with this and I never got it. He started the company actually in '72. First crop that he used for installation, wheat straw. He had a great product out of it. And it was at a high R value. There was a group down the road from us that was producing boost. Producing wheat straw panels for sitz panels for construction. That was the 70s and 80s. Like Texas, they ran that wheat straw panel operation material. I believe it was 2005, moved it 4 times, and ended up being bought by Dow Chemical and shut down. And that was a co-op group of wheat farmers from the Southwest. Ran that many years, still got bought out and shut down toward water. Not a good story, but we're in a different time, so it's doable, it's real. What you said, Taylor, was absolutely correct about leadership. That's what this is about. It's about leadership. Hasn't been any leadership. Fix that. I think it's here in the room. It's definitely here in the Congress. Just a quick about myself. I'm a carpenter, builder, architect, student, study, and installation manufacturing. This is kind of, I know there's a little bit of a history deal, but it's important to understand Western Fire was actually kind of a carryover of this industrial application for drawing. I mean, that was 70s when Paul was doing the research. We got to backtrack for a second on our process. What happened with the strong product? You might wonder why it didn't succeed. Well,
Can't hear what they're saying, which I don't understand. Does this need to be unmuted or what? That's legal.
And so we started the company, sold the product, and had such wastage from the bales popping. If you've ever looked at a wheat straw bale, you know it's flat part. Just so they were losing bales. He was sitting at his desk in our Highway 62. He realized he was having trouble. It was a big mistake. So Walmart just started daily lines, but they were landing the clicker in his hand. Chase the truck down.
I know. Well, I'm not. I don't know if he wants to. Just get off of this. This is confusing.
Confusing.
They were all getting, all these farmers, all these groups that were early in the 70s, the green movement. We're still getting that information from those people. In fact, the man, one of the fellows in the chart on the clip there was Macmillan. He actually went to USDA in, I forgot the year now. He was 94. I think it was 2005, 2000 something. He was 94. He stood up and promoted New Uses program, which was a predecessor to the USDA Bio-Preferred program. And that lasted a very short time, and then went to Bio-Preferred, which was controlled by corporate, which allowed you to put 1% ag waste into a product and call it Bio-Preferred. So it wasn't very much of a program, and it still isn't. Met Ryan, and kind of moving forward, met Ryan at 14. He's a great kid. We still work together. We've got some cattle together. We've fed hemp seed and flax meal together. Oh, I think so. You're all right. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Okay. You know, he got David Bronner, John Rulak. They were all hanging around. I went to DC together. They did a lot. Ryan's story is just, he's amazing. He's 5th generation farmer. His family, I know his family, met his dad a few times. We go to shows and they think I'm Ryan's dad. So, anyway, so a little story about his grandfather. His grandfather was a banker. This is Springfield, Colorado. You know, it's like, you know, blink and you're through it. But he was a banker, a John Deere dealer. And in 1980, his Ryan's father and his grandfather went to Belize and farmed okra for 2 years. Quite the entrepreneurs, runs in their family. I'm just going to skip through some of these now real quick. This has been a vision for a while. That's the real corridor. I mean, of course, we have other players out there, but this is what we'd like to see, at least from the group. Try to organize, bring back that kind of thinking. Route 66. Seed, feed, and fiber. Now this goes back to Western Fiber, and I'll talk more about Tom Piers and the cotton gin later in the presentation. But what Paul Horton had in Western Fiber was cotton seed operation, and cattle, and no oil in our little area in Southwest Oklahoma. So our big business early, or the family business, was New Mexico was one of our big customers. We brought cottonseed cake. We hit all the major cattle people, Roswell, and I've got his old check registers from cattle sales in Roswell for he'd buy $50,000 worth of cattle and ship them back to, that's from the 70s. So he was a player in New Mexico, big time. There's a long list. And when he decided, when they had the energy crisis in 72, 73, 75, whatever, all of our neighbors were oil lease people, and they were saying, why aren't we getting more money? Why do we have a crisis? And it was a big blow up. And so he said, his belief was, energy was, it was the big deal. Energy conservation, the energy you don't use is the best energy. And so he had the energy. I mean, the cattle feed business is energy. That's all it is. It's about growing something. So that was the baseline, although we never said that at Western Fiber. Since Tom and I have got together and we've worked with the gin in California, that's been in the new Western Fiber, the next generation. That is the border, seed, feed, and fiber. Some pretty seeds. This is a crop that Tom grew in California. This is Tom Pierce right here. Back of my head, that's pretty cool. That's James Gaspard of Biochar Now. We'll talk about biochar a little later, but what was that, about 18 feet, Tom, at that time? Yeah, and then you can't see the world record there, but they applied for Guinness record, and it's what, 20? 24 feet long, 5 inches. There's an interesting thing being a carpenter that, you can see the thickness of that, at least up to his head, maybe even a little taller. That stalk is as strong as a 2x4 right there. Just that stalk by itself right there. And it grew in how many days with 19 inches of rain of water? 100 days?
Yeah, had drip irrigation and used their total on that.
We've sent to ag people pictures of the crop and the 25-foot tall and 19 inches of rain or 19 inches of water. And their guys are saying that's impossible. The people in the business, they're saying you can't grow that much green in 19 with that water. They're just it's they don't know what to say.
Trial.
I don't know, there's just some more shots of the farm there. It was a beautiful thing, really. That's Ryan and Caitlin. I can't remember her last name. She's with NOCO. One thing I wanted to say about the New Mexico, it's such a great state. I really always feel like I'm coming home for some reason, coming here, and I really mean that. The first few years that I worked with Paul, I drove the trucks out here and all feed and our insulation product that was made out of cardboard. And over the years, it turned out that our customer base for insulation was Colorado. It was the Four Corners and add Oklahoma and Kansas. We worked with, in New Mexico, we worked with Perry Rose, the Rose Foundation, the Enterprise Foundation. We probably built insulated multifamily units here, close to 1,800 maybe in different projects, nice units. So I think Silver Springs is one of them. And I would say over 5,000 homes at least 5,000 homes. Joe Miller is a local contractor that started back in the 80s. So we've had between cattle feed and insulation, we've had a lot of work here, a lot of time here. So feed, that's chopped stalks, same crop. We just chopped some to see what it would look like. Maybe do a silage, it's a silage job. Do something with it. We haven't done much. I think we've had a couple people want to feed, but there's issues with the feed being legal for cattle and horses and et cetera, et cetera. This is CBD spent material. That's pretty much waste around the country. It's all over. And you know, the other thing about these slides is, and I wanted to do a little more, but it would have taken a lot of more time too, but you can duplicate what we're doing half a dozen places around to different degrees, but there's trailers like that or other scenes like that all over the United States, waste material that could be used. And we're feeding some, but there's a problem between the feed lobbies and FDA. Some more data. Did I do that all right? Garbage trucks instead of feed. Those are actually not, but they look close enough. Chicken, the Hemp Feed Coalition. Ryan and I joined the state of Colorado had in 2018 decided they were going to have a feed group, and Ryan and I joined, and we suggested that they use European data because they feed in Europe. And state of Colorado denied that in the deal. They never even put our notes on the record. We called them back, and it was not they said, oh, it was a mistake. Well, we both quit. We shouldn't have quit, but it was going nowhere. At the end of that deal, they came up with a summary of the feed a potential for feed. And they said the next level of research would be that we would establish these feed trials. And one of the big questions at the end, was, what are we going to do with the carcasses after the research, after we fed them? I mean, unbelievable. So then they decided they could do chickens. And I think they've even had some real problems with that. Nobody's getting any cooperation. This is Matt Burns' work right here. Hemp fed, you can see the difference, and they don't burn out. Is that right? They keep laying. And
those are actually recycled chickens that came out of Arkansas layers that they had. Are those hemp chickens? So are those the super eggs? If you can notice the whites and the big eggs. From what I've learned from the chicken folks, it's the white, the consistency of that white, and the darkness of the yellow.
I'm good. I think.
It doesn't have that's the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, those other store-bought eggs that look like water.
Let's keep going. There's our little deal. Yeah, this is some blends that we've put together, Matt's put together. That's our Longhorn bull that those guys are all raised on hemp and flax meal. And I don't have the pictures of the finished animal, but I showed them to, not those specific ones, but some cattle people, and they didn't recognize them as Longhorns because their conformation was totally different. You have to understand that when you feed a cow, if you don't hit them at 3 months, a beef animal, if you don't get them on the right course at 3 months, they're not going to turn out, and they're not being done that way now. Just doesn't happen. Fiber, more stuff. There's more. This was our clip at World Ag Expo in Tulare for the virtual last year. A quick comment about the Hemp Farming Alliance. We were members of that. We were asked to join. that rolled over into the U.S. Hemp Growers Association, which we're talking to. We would like to try to get the Latino farmers involved with them. There's a coalition there, potential. They're good guys. They know about you. It's just to bring it up. Oops. There's the California gin. And Tom and I worked on this a long time. And one of the reasons that we did what we did was to keep the Latino workers throughout the year, because the cotton crop had dropped, so that this gin wasn't going to operate, and they would be gone. And of course, we'd have to retrain them as well. And I'm running out of time, I think. There's the gin. This is an older gin that was left mothballed that we've worked on, Tom's worked on. And there's more fiber. Chino. And this is that we've worked with James now for a while. Biochar is an important part of this process. It's definitely a future for him, but it's also needed to. Pardon me? What part? I don't. I can't hear you.
He was asking what part of the plant is turned into biochar?
What part of it? It's just the carbon. It's the carbon structure that's left.
Yeah.
All the hemicellulose, all the rest of the cellulose, the soft parts are.
But you was wondering what part was burned, what part of the plant was burned?
Oh, I'm sorry, what plant? Oh, this actually comes from the Rockies. This is from the beetle kill in the Rockies. And there's a relationship there, though, that needs to be understood. And this goes back to the commercial movement. The reason we're having fires is because we pulled all the cattle out of the timber and controlled the timber, we controlled the national parks in a way that wildlife numbers dropped. My family had a cattle ranch in Pendleton, Oregon. It was a park. They ran cattle on 100,000 acres. And there was nothing on the ground. It was all timber. The grass would come up. Natural biochar occurs naturally if you don't have the fuel that causes the burn that we see now. It occurs on the grasslands. It occurs in the forest. The forest floor will burn if it's clean. I mean, it's just we've made a lot of bad choices in management. So working with the timber side to bring it into the ag side that's our strategy. And then to go into the hemp as we make some money. Move ahead. There's the sizes that we have. There's your beautiful stuff. We've got some at the booth to give away. We got 2.5 gallon jugs if you guys want to come and get some.
Is it inoculated?
No. There's the kiln process that he uses. There's a lot of work being done on biochar that about continuous processes and farm work. In fact, I'm working with a fellow in Silver City here in New Mexico. Has been working on this a long time. Great guy. But we need it all. We need batch plants or concrete. Cement is a batch plant. We can live with batch systems. We know how to do that. That's what this is. It produces more. It's less costly. There's minerals and so forth. We can make all this available. This is a block machine. Oh, there you are. Got you up in the corner, Bernard. I'm glad that's there because we've worked with the tribes. I worked with tribes all my life. Henry Red Cloud has in our insulation machine. I worked at the Lakota Sioux and lots of tribes. Bernard is with ICAR out of Lawton. And they brought Rocky Boy Cree down from Montana to go through the plant when they were looking at doing a hemp crop. It's just That's just about our installation. That's all out front. There's some spray stuff. Hemp shield, we're working with actually the family, the estate of David Sieber, who passed away, but we're working with this product as well. It's a vertical and it can be done on a local level. It's the thing about hemp oil is you can put it in you can manufacture it in your garage. Nobody's gonna there's no VOCs to worry about. And this is the next step. This is the 3D printing, and I could go on and on about this, but we're going to launch this pretty soon. We're working with Ray there in Huron, and we're going to have some prototypes within the next couple months. A little more G-Rock. That's one of the things that needs to be looked at is geopolymers. They're natural binders. They're all over. They will displace concrete. There he is. And this was at the open house at Tom's farm. This is Wade Atterbury. He's working with us at the gin. He's our hempcrete guy, and great guy. He's got a lot of energy, and he's just a good mechanic. That's it.
All right, Mike, that was a tremendous amount of material. And I mean, this is a true pioneer of continuing this Chemergy movement and, and an innovator and inventor in that space, and to keep this thing progressing into all of the different products. I mean, you guys saw the hemp shield up there, which will replace all of these incredibly toxic wood preserving products that are out on the market, and pioneer all these new economic areas. So we're getting the video pulled up, which will be our next presentation from Paul River. He wanted to be here today with us, but he's doing a workshop in Hawaii on his use of hemp for building processes and hempcrete production. So Paul River is a world-renowned architect who has done massive 5-star hotels all over the world, and became incredibly passionate and invested in wanting to use hemp as a building material. And so we definitely want to represent him today and make sure that we're looking at his work and contributions. At this point, he does workshops. We'll eventually do one in collaboration with our association, but like I said, right now he's in Hawaii doing one of these. So we'll play the video.
You can grow 1 acre of hemp on your land, or you can grow 1,000 acres of hemp on your land. This new kind of organic agricultural based system of building our homes that are, that we can grow, that are healthy, that heal us, that are breathing, that are mold and rot resistant, that are fire resistant, from a plant, or it's regenerating the soil. It's doing all these amazing things. And we're really excited to share that with people now, because the time has come for hemp to come back up into the mainstream. Already farmers are connecting with the processors of the materials, who are connecting with the designers and the clients. And there's this kind of burgeoning market that is on the edge and on the verge of happening right now. And it gives us a real great opportunity, because people are looking for ways out of the city. How we intend to do that is through an educational platform, because as a designer, I can design some homes. I can design half a dozen homes a year, but to put the knowledge and the power back in hundreds of people's hands that will also spread them seeds out into their communities, we feel it's a much more powerful way to get hemp into the mainstream. And what we're doing is helping to bring back an abundance element to these communities, and the youth and the indigenous populations are really looking for this. And through hemp as a building material, there is a great opportunity right now because there is a massive shortage of housing. And there's an even bigger shortage of healthy housing. So as we move into this paradigm of healthy living and a healthy relationship with each other and the earth, hemp kind of really stands out as the one material that's gonna be able to do that. I'm an architect, bioarchitect. I studied architecture in England and London. I worked in residential construction for a decade in the US, building high-end homes, modular homes, post and beam homes, designing more than building, kind of really understanding what it takes to work with a lot of people who are on a construction site and figuring out how to implement these projects on a timeline with a budget. And it really taught me a lot, getting this kind of rounded experiences, understanding what it actually takes to build. And in 2017, I had an epiphany of what I needed to do. And I wasn't quite sure how to do it at that time. And it really took me some inner exploration to understand how I could create something with the knowledge and experience I learned of architecture, but doing it with natural materials. And so I went on this exploration and traveled around the world. I went to a workshop in South Africa in 2018 on natural building. And from that experience of working in a group of 17 people, I think it was, for 2 weeks, there's a huge transformation that happened. Once they realized that they could learn how to build their own home with their own hands and how simple the process was, transformed something. People felt like they could be the change that was needed. It really showed me that what I could bring to the world from my experience, from my knowledge, how I could bring it to this new field, which now for me is hemp in construction. So ultimately our 12-week certification program is to build this workforce, creating the infrastructure that we can certify people on different specific areas of building, where people can learn all the elements of this business, from the history of the plan, how to work with the plan, how to grow the plan, how to design with it. We're able to connect the certified builders who come through Haven Earth with our clients that want to build with hemp, and we can build out this new economy together.
Between these brilliant minds and how various technologies come together. I mean, Paul River has no idea about what Western Fiber is doing, and I'm sure vice versa in that way. And so the association brings players together and the participation. So, the showcasing of industrial hemp, and it's an entirely different growing process, entirely different harvest process. Like I said, there's a need to figure out some of the logistics on how the crops coexist, but an incredibly important economic engine for our nation and for the world to fix environmental issues, capture carbon, build carbon neutral products. So really quick, just to recognize once more the Western Fiber team that is here, not only Mike, but the farmer, which is a big aspect of this, and then the rest of the team there in Oklahoma that are working every single day to put this together and make this a reality for our planet. So to shift gears into, I think, what is a little bit more relevant for a lot of the folks here in our room and in this area and that are currently participating in hemp, being the CBD market. And then of course, we know that even when a crop gets grown on a property, still has to get refined and processed and made into CBD, then that has to then be made into value-added products that have some type of identity and specialty about them. And then of course those have to be marketed and compete in an ever increasing competitive space. So, one example of this, a member of the association, a leader in establishing our regional chapter there in Washington, D.C., and, visionaries in how to connect struggling rural economies, which we'll learn about of, Southwestern Virginia, to urban high revenue economies like Washington, D.C., with these value added hemp products that have an identity and a branding and can participate in events and existing businesses and even bring economic opportunity to those businesses. I've sat and witnessed literally events that Muldoon Hemp has done that has brought people through the door and into businesses that during COVID need that activity and need, people, but, serving CBD infused cocktails and all of these different, paradigms that are still coming and require imagination and innovation to get us there. So it's a real pleasure and honor for me to introduce the Muldoon Hemp team that we have with us today. Stefan is up at the table. If we can have Elena and Pete come and join him so you guys can be on the mic. And then after this, we just have one more presentation, then we're going to open it up to the room so that we can address the various topics that we have on our agenda for this. And we'll give everybody the opportunity at that point to, participate and take part. But I'm very eager to hear the Muldoon presentation. So thank you guys.
Oh, that's our Instagram page. Okay. Well, thank you so much. So I'm new to the game and I'm not new to the game, but started farming last year and on a family farm that's been the family for over 200 years in Southwestern Virginia in the highlands of Appalachia. And farming, I've always wanted to find a way to go back to that region. And I'd even remember asking my mom one time, what if I come here and farm something? She just laughed at me. She's like, you don't know anything about farming. You don't own any equipment. All the farmers that have equipment, they're in debt. They can't even barely it's a, so small farms have, been shrinking and big farms have been getting bigger and didn't seem like it. But then COVID hit and my life in DC disappeared. So I decided to go and grow a bunch of weed. So I decided to grow, because I knew in Virginia they just legalized CBD and 2019, and there it was really easy to get a license. It was like $100 for a hemp grower's license in Virginia. They're really trying to encourage people. Now it's $150, and next year, who knows? But anyways, it was amazing going back. I got a lot of help from my cousins. My mom was one of my best consultants. And then I had a consultant who'd been growing all kinds of cannabis in Northern California and Oregon for 20 years. And I had him on the phone every day. He was like a scientist, but I had a lot of great consultants. And, but I did just a little bit. And then at the end of, only at the end of the season, I'd only produced 40 pounds of bud and 360 pounds of biomass. And looking at the wholesale price, it just wasn't worth selling it for bulk. And I'm like, okay, then I got Steph and Elena. I'm like, well, let's I know I found a third party processor. Let's turn it into crude and distill it and try to make a brand. Then I ended up getting this, after the harvest, I went up to New York to do this construction job in my friend's apartment. And I spent a couple of weeks after that just going to every CBD shop in New York and trying to figure out what's happening. And, the first thing I realized is that it does not take a lot of plants to grow a lot of product, because with 360 pounds of biomass from my, I I mean, I started with 240 plants, but after like weather and mistakes and theft, I was down to 120. But with that, we got 400 pounds of total. And with the 360 pounds of biomass, I ended up being able to make 10 kilos of distillate at 79% CBD. So 7.9 kilos of distillate. Well, that's like 7,001 milligram bottles. So if I could sell all those for $50, that'd be great, you know? So it's like, it's if you can, you know, the trick for this is really finding the market. But the first thing we started realizing the challenges we had was, you know, especially competing with big companies where we're dealing with, I feel like just in general, the small farmer compared to big companies, it's a lot of it is regulations that are designed to make it easier for big companies and harder for small companies, and also economy of scale. So I feel like I started talking to people in I feel like Alliance is a cooperative model where we can deal with all of those things and maybe compete. And so and that's the thing about cannabis, and it doesn't matter if you're growing fiber, CBD, THC, we're all cannabis farmers. Okay, let's all admit it. And it's and I feel like cannabis farmers in general just have a natural, everyone that I've met just seem to be naturally ready to align. We're like ready to align and work together. And I think that's just what it's about. We got to figure out, learn from each other. How can we do these cooperative models? How are y'all doing? How can we do it? How can we make this work? How can we compete with the big guy? All right, y'all, I'm going to pass this to the experts, Stefan and Elena, but let's grow some weed, y'all. All right. So anyway,
Can we cue is there any way that we can log in to cue the videos on Instagram? We were prepared for a roundtable, guys. We didn't realize it was going to be a formal presentation, so we thought it'd be more of a Q&A round. Yeah, I'll in the interim. How about now? So I prefer to lurk and then to speak. I'll say a couple of things, and I want to chime in on Western Hemp's, and I just want to mention a couple of things. It's not like we're bringing back, and Western Hemp specifically is bringing back. Let's return back to the origin. Let's not forget that it's not as if hemp hasn't been here. And if you want to call it hemp, I think it's a fairly ambiguous term. We're talking about cannabis sativa, right, in various forms. Whether you're using the bast, or you're selling the flower, or you're selling derivations or distillates or concentrates of the flower, whatever, we're talking about our relationship with this plant that has co-evolved with humanity ever since hominids evolved out of Africa or Asia or whatever floats your boat. It's clear that the endocannabinoid system that's been inbuilt into our genetics has co-evolved with the genetics of this particular plant. It's one of our 12 major crops. We all understand that, okay? It's not as if this plant has ever left us. It's always been with us. And it's been with us despite the recent centuries' prohibition on it. It's never gone away. It's just been suppressed and repressed in certain forms. And it's also been pushed out for large industrial reasons. And we can get into Henry Ford and we can get into the pulp and paper industry and lobby and all of that. But my point is, we're returning back to a plant that at the time of the creation of the United States was a mandated plant. If you owned certain acreage over, I think it was 100 acres in Virginia, wherever, which was a legacy of the British colonial maritime laws. Britain required hemp and fiber for its maritime industry. It was legally mandated. It was a requirement if you had acreage to grow hemp. That's a legacy from the British colonial system, and it became part of the American history. George Washington has, in his own hand, notes in his farm journal about separating the male and female plants, which therefore means that he was growing flower as well as the male plants for fiber. And I would also like to mention, same thing with Jefferson, that the fact that these are noted,
I'd like to just point out that the people who are probably actually doing the work, right? We're Black and brown people doing the labor. And that the manifestations, the physical manifestations of the plant became part of our common cultural heritage during the Cultural Revolution. We had the 60s, it became a common thing. Smoking weed has been part and parcel of our culture for a very, very long time. Using the fiber has been part and parcel of our culture and our economy for a very, very long time. The last century has been kind of an aberration. That's my point. So in a way, we're coming back to our original thing. There are many of us who've had professional lives. Could be a security clearance, in my case, working with government, where we've had to suppress our personal family's cultural history with this plant. I grew up with this plant. I grew up in a revolutionary household. I'm the adult child of hippies. I've had a relationship with this plant. It's been around me my entire life. My father's a daily smoker, even to this day, and there are many, many people like me. And let's harken back to our indigenous cultures as well. It's been part and parcel of our cultural practices for a very, very long time. There's been an abnormal cultural stigmatization and demonization of this plant for various political reasons, okay? And we're still there. It hasn't been destigmatized. It's been decriminalized, but has not yet been destigmatized. And that's held back a lot of evolution and a lot of industrial uses that I think are completely logical. And the fact that Western Hemp is out there preaching this gospel of this plant, I think is a great idea because it's an incredible plant. I don't need to preach that to you guys. Everyone knows this. So what we're trying to do here is really has to do with what Taylor mentioned early on is let's talk about the agronomics. We're banded together because of our common interest in growing this plant, utilizing this plant, and we're all under the same threat. We're all threatened by the same people, the same organizations. You can call it big ag, you can call it big weed. It's corporate interests that are going to do whatever they can to exert intellectual property over the plants, over the seeds, to grab segments of the market, and they'll be able, because of economies of scale. And if I throw out the names like Monsanto or Archer Daniel Midlands, or now did I say that? Oops. Right? I better be careful here. Yeah, we can't afford large lawsuits. Let's say that there are certain agro-industrial interests who are still have their interest to suppress this to the point that they'll be able to acquire intellectual property over the processes, intellectual property over the genetics. And we are all banded together by the fact that we are not able as individual organizations or companies to combat that. We don't have that kind of financial strength. And it's coming. This conflict is coming. You see what happened in legalization in Oregon, a lot of mom and pop, there are second and third, fourth generation farms out there. They're started by the hippies in the late 60s and 70s that have been completely squeezed out by decriminalization. They're gone. The same thing is happening in many states. Colorado's also had a very, debatable rollout, right? And so the issue of diversity and inclusion and equity is something that has to be ever present in our minds. And I just want to contextualize what we're doing here. So with that said, what we're attempting to do, and that's the reason as well, we're not talking to you, we want to talk with you. What we're attempting to do here is we're trying to find a way to localize the value chain so that we're adding value locally. We're feeding monies back and embracing corporate social responsibility in the communities. For example, the Appalachians, right, which is an economically depressed community that's been really severely affected by the opiate. I mean, the county in which the farm is based, where his family's been farming, documented since 1817, is the county that had the first filings from the U.S. attorney on the opiate case. This is one of the first communities that was impacted by the opiates. And these big companies financed by, we know all the news, should I say the names? We all know the names. Right. So, what I'm saying is this is an attempt for us to fight back, to push back, using the economic and financial rewards from a product that is used. And the fact is that there's a very large market in all the urban centers, and they have money and they want hemp products. They want cannabis products. They want tinctures. They're open to it. There's a huge market, and we're trying to tap into that market. And we're adding value to that by also thinking about the consumer experience. And so our friend of 20 years, for me, we've been friends forever. You know, when we saw his life as a musician disappearing because of the effects of COVID, it was like, hey, you know, let's get involved. You've been talking about doing this. Let's get a license, start going down and growing legal weed. Right? It's not as if this plant has not been in our culture, in our personal culture before. It's just nothing that we couldn't talk about or address it publicly. And it's still strange for me to be talking about that because I have a very separate life from that in my professional career. So with that said, Elena's going to talk about, and I should say, my name is Stefan Templeton. My name tag says Elena Stefan Sotnikova, which is my wife's last name. I think it's got something to do with the matrilineal clan of the Isleta people, I think. But that's cool. I'm good with it. But we're all available to talk with you, and we'd like to engage with the discussion afterwards, but I want to contextualize this. We're trying to establish pipelines and relationships with like-minded growers who are growing regeneratively, preferably no-till, organically, not using diammonium, monoammonium phosphates, using clean growing, using methodologies like biochar. For example, the use of biochar in the substrate is really, really interesting, right? If you've got, you know, and that's a question of soil science. There are a lot of properties involved in the so-called waste product that we can reuse. This plant's very, very interesting, and we have to be aware of it. And then there's a whole discussion of the mycorrhizae, right? The entire, you know, everybody's familiar with Jeff Lowenfeld's and teaming with microbes and you guys are down with that, right? No? I know he knows. And that's a whole, yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm a little surprised. We gotta, yeah. We need to talk. All right. Okay, so I'm gonna pass the mic to Elena, and I'm sorry, but I want to contextualize what we're saying, and we want to engage you in a conversation. That's really what we're trying to do. We're trying to add value. There are tons of hipsters in the cities who have been smoking weed. They've been buying low quality weed at super high prices. They want all this stuff. They would love to do it in a way that's legal. Nobody wants to deal with some shifty dealer in a back alley anymore. Those days are over, or they should be over. They want to access these products in a responsible and legal manner, and we're trying to give them access to that in the correct way. We're walking a tightrope every day. We are in discussions with the city. We're in discussions. We are challenged with banking. We're challenged with interstate transport. We're challenged with processing, credit card processing. Elena's been dealing with that. Peter's our CEO, and he's the reason for this whole thing. And he's one who, and I should mention his mom, who's 84 years old, is the repository for an incredible amount of encyclopedic knowledge of her actual growing environment, the soil around there, and it's super important. We should mention that. She's our wisdom knowledge, book. And Elena is our Chief Inspiration Officer and our General Counsel as well. With that said.
You got 1 minute.
With that said, we have 1 minute, and I think it makes sense to open the floor for discussion and maybe talk about some of the things that, we all have concerns about. Yes, please.
Okay, just a quick question then. So Pete, your biomass went over to them for processing?
Oh, no.
No, what happened? I took it to a group called National Hemp.
Okay.
They're in a town called Lebanon. They're in a town called Lebanon, Virginia, spelled Lebanon, and it's like in southwestern Virginia. And so they had a big processor. They had a big ethanol processor and a big CO2 extractor. Sorry, go ahead.
Trying to piece us together?
Well, I asked them because okay, I was kind of at that position where they're like, okay, we're either gonna buy your stuff and we'll give you the money after we sell the crude, or we'll like do a split with you and we'll give you half the oil and then the other half we'll take, or you can pay for it. So I was like, would y'all want to pay for like this? Because I ran out of money at that point. And I was like, you want to pay for this to get processed? And they were talking about being interested in branding and working with me on this before. We've been talking about it for a long time, just theoretically. Yeah, and they got, yeah, so basically now they're in.
So you're formulating this product?
With partners, yes.
You're formulating this product.
She's really well, she is taking like what we had the stuff processed at National Hemp, and then I've taken it back, and Elena has created a lot of spa like products like salves and massage oils, bath salts, bath bombs. Yeah, but anyway, the guys need to shut up.
It's all Muldoon hemp, right? Because it's grown on Muldoon farm. But, you know, as a small business, you basically wear different hats every day, as you all know. So we all, you know, creating labels, marketing, creating products, you know, at the same time, you know, trying to preserve our values. And that's the one thing that I wanted to address, trying to like growing biological product and creating products that are all organic, right? Basically, you can eat them. So, you can give it to your mom and your best friend. And, working in community and making sure that we give back to the community in Appalachia and create jobs there. And we, sorry.
So how can a hemp farmer get involved with what you all are doing? Or is it something that's more organic to Virginia? Or
No, I'd like to be involved with everybody as much as possible, because I feel like the more we work together, like we can benefit from, find ways to benefit from economies of scale, and that could be for bottles, it could be for marketing, it could be for, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I just want to
and-
address that. This is the question that has been raised many times at this conference, and we've had those discussions, and that resonates with us very much. So we are a part of a co-op already in Virginia. So we're joining forces, and we are, we're producing together, we are buying equipment together. And when we market our products, we also market our partners' products. So instead of replicating what we already have, recreating the wheel, we're trying to combine forces. And to me, that makes sense to do not just on a local level, but like more on a national level. Because, our real competition are the big corporations.
Yeah.
It's not the small farmers in New Mexico or in Virginia, So we had some of those discussions with some people in the room here, and would like to continue that and see if we can grow those co-ops and then collaborate on a more national level.
Yeah, and we want to make sure we're leaving room for that discussion that will be the next part of this whole thing. So, because we have the topics to cover, we have this legislative hurdle that is going to have to be overcome to allow interstate commerce, around the product, to be able to move it around the country, to have normalization around practices from state to state, to make sure we're reaching purity standards, that we can aggregate product from all over the country and start to put it into, this type of value added branding, and incorporate the National Latino Farmer and Rancher Trade Association as a cooperative agent in that, and generate this kind of financial vitality that is a benefit to the membership. And that can happen on the CBD side, that can happen on the fiber side, that can happen amongst some of the carbon programs, some of the investments that are coming in through ESG. So the main topic, and I think we covered it really well within what you guys shared with us, is Pete was the farmer, was the vision behind this, was the legacy of an over 200-year-old farm, and trying to find that way to carry that legacy forward. In hemp gave that possibility, but then you wind up with a crop. You need to turn that crop into products that are unique, that have a market, and that can partner and combine with existing businesses, because having a storefront and being there 9 to 5 is in and of itself a massive endeavor. So utilizing existing businesses, growing those partnerships, and doing it around branding is just so incredible. So thank you guys so very much for sharing your story and being that candid and intimate with us about that story. I mean, it's an incredible experience. We want to encourage the collaborations and the rest of the dialogue. The next presenter we have to carry on in this exact same framework is sits on the board for National Latino Farmer and Rancher Trade Association, serves as an amazing mentor and educator for small business development as a teacher and as a professor, and runs a spectacular coffee brand that is, again, from his family roots in Central America, and a specific variety and species of coffee that has the low acidity, the greatest amount of benefit for our bodies in the consumption of it, and being able to balance our biome and create that alkaline. He does it in cold press and drip processes. He'll go over a whole lot of that. In the same way, though, I want to emphasize, in the coffee industry, you have the same issue. You harvest green beans. What are you going to do with that? Nobody's going to do anything with green coffee beans. You have to then take it and have the specialty of the roasting, have the science and the art that goes into then making, a product. If that product is ground or a whole bean, getting it in packaging, and then going out into a global market that is saturated and finding an identity and a story to tell. And Raul Medrano has done such an amazing job of that in his company, and is such an amazing presence in this association. We're so thrilled to have him be able to join us virtually today and give his presentations and insight into his collaborations of CBD infused coffee. Thanks, Raul.
Thank you. Thank you, Taylor. Can everyone hear me well? We're good? Okay, fantastic. Thank you. It's been great listening in and sitting in on the various sessions via Zoom. Sorry I can't be there this year. I had other commitments and other things to work with here in the Washington, D.C. area. I remember I was there in 2019 with my wife, and we were an exhibitor there. We were giving coffee tastings of our coffee, and we were selling bags of coffee as well. And it was a great opportunity, and everybody around me was CBD vendors as well. And this was all new to me in 2019, and everyone was trying to say, "Hey, man, we need to infuse, your coffee with CBD and all of that." And so that was my first kind of take on what was to come. And so I'm going to share with you a bit about our family-owned and operated organic coffee business. My family is from Honduras, Central America. My parents are from Honduras, and we have developed a family brand, as Taylor was saying. We just started in 2018. This is barely our third year of operations here, and we're starting to get some more traction, building more alliances. As Stefan was saying, Muldoon, who is at the UDC Farmers Market on Saturdays, as are we, with Rudy Arredondo there as well as leader and connector. And so we're going to talk a little bit about those alliances and possible partnerships as well. But I am a board member. I've known Rudy for maybe 20, 25 years as well. One of my mentors, Rudy Arredondo, as well. And I'm pleased to see that the association recognized him appropriately today. And it's always been a pleasure working with Rudy and the Latino Farmers and Ranchers Trade Association. I think I was part of the first group that kicked this off. I think, gosh, it was back in 2003 or 4 in Las Cruces, New Mexico. I remember first time I was ever there. And, what was a dream, and see how this has evolved now is awesome. And I appreciate being on the board. I wanted to share with you a PowerPoint that I'll share with you. Let me go to my share screen. And here we go. And fabulous. Okay, so I wanted to share with you our family brand and our story. Our coffee comes from Copan, Honduras, from the highlands of Copan, Honduras, which is near the Mayan ruins. in Honduras and Central America as well. And we're about an hour and a half away from the border with Guatemala, which also has great coffee in the region. And it's three generations really of coffee producers in essence in our family. And it's through my father's side of the family, Los Medranos. And that's why I created the brand as such as Café Medrano, because it's more than just Raul. This is a whole family story. And it means a lot to all of us. And it's been great to be able to create this whole brand and entity from farm to cup, as I say. And it's been a great opportunity and creating new opportunities for our families in Honduras and creating new opportunities here as well in the DC metropolitan area and nationally, hopefully as well. So again, our coffee's from Honduras. I only source from my family at this current moment because we're our own co-op in essence, and so we produce organic single origin coffee out of Honduras. We're about 4,500 feet above sea level is the altitude for our coffee. You can buy us or find us on cafemedrano.com online, and you can place an order and we can mail out to you whole bean, ground coffee, light roast, medium roast, dark roast, all the three roasts that are available. We are available on Amazon on occasion, depending on the promotion that we want to develop. This is a coffee cherry that you see here. A lot of people don't realize that the reason why they call it a coffee cherry because the coffee seed is inside that cherry. And there's a whole process for peeling off the exterior to get to that. It's called the washed process as well. So I'm going to share with you a little bit about who we are, what our mission is, how our current operations are, some of our goals and our vision for the things that we want to do and what we're looking to do as well in this particular industry. About us, there's three generations of coffee producers in our family. It started, and this isn't my uncle here, but my Tío Julio, literally Tío Julio, my dad's brother, 96 years old, lives in Copan, and he started really cultivating the coffee Arabica bean, the Arabicus plant in essence. There's two types of coffees, a robust bean and Arabica bean. And so we grow the Arabica bean, which is more shade grown, more environmentally friendly, bird friendly as well, and that's what makes it the flavor and the aroma that much more richer. So my Tío Julio started growing this coffee in the 1950s in this particular region with my dad, who's 95, and an older brother who passed away some time ago. And so these three brothers are the ones that really started cultivating coffee in this part of Honduras. And so, like I said, there's three generations. And in particular, I'm working with that third generation, that millennial generation, that 25 to 40-year-old individual in my family that is connected on Facebook, that understands and sees globalization, that also sees some of the opportunities and some of the real challenges that are existing currently with climate change. Honduras was impacted last fall with two major hurricanes, Eta y Ota, back-to-back hurricane, category 5 hurricanes that impacted infrastructure, roads, and it was difficult to get the harvest product market. Hence, my supply of coffee didn't arrive here until June, and it was supposed to arrive probably around April. And so that created some challenges, logistics as well. So climate change definitely is impacting a lot of aspects of things. Also opportunities for growth economically and sustainability. What happens a lot in coffee production in Honduras, the producer gets to the green coffee level, as Taylor was saying, harvests it, and then sells it to the big co-ops or the other big companies. And then that's it. And then they walk away from the table. They get paid peanuts, usually, unfortunately, for such hard work. And then they have to get into debt to cover their expenses until they get paid. Check that out from the bigger companies. And so it's a vicious circle. And when my cousins enlightened me about that, I said, well, let's see how we can change this. Let's see in our own little way, in our own little world here. Let's see how we can change this business model so that it's sustainable fair to you guys in Honduras family and fair to me over here and what I'm trying to do. Because the more coffee I'm going to sell here in the United States, the more I'm going to buy. And every year since 2018, I've been buying a bit more each year from the harvest. And so, it's a labor of love. It doesn't happen overnight, but it does. It's starting to take some root. One of our missions here, again, like I mentioned, is working with that third generation of coffee producers. This is my beautiful, wonderful wife, Senia, who is my partner in this business as well. She's also from Honduras and is with me in the farmers markets that we're at. The farmers markets are mainly operated by family. My brother also is on the eastern shore of Maryland, which is very agricultural. And he's in a town there called Chestertown. And I got my brother set up about a year ago in July of 2021 in that town. And they have a year-round farmers market, 12 months. And it's amazing how much coffee they're selling over there on the eastern shore of Maryland. And so, our mission is to continue to grow our family farm, our family business. And basically what I do is I import coffee from Copan. It comes in through Houston, Texas, through the importer-exporter entity. And then I have it trucked up to Manassas, Virginia, which is about an hour and a half outside of Washington, D.C., where I've identified a third-party roaster that roasts our coffee to our liking. We've profiled and cupped our coffee based on our light roast, medium roast, dark roast preferences, and then they get it to me here in Maryland, where I have our operations here in Kensington, Maryland, in Montgomery County, right outside DC. And here's where we package, label, and distribute our product. Our current operations are mainly focused on farmers markets on the weekends. We're in about, maybe in any given season, we're in about 4 to 5 farmers markets currently in the area, and I'm looking to expand our operations at the farmers market level. The farmers markets have done very well for us because this is an audience that's looking for organic and healthy products, so they could value a product such as ours when we offer free tastings, and then we also sell cups of coffee and bags of coffee as well. And we also use it as an opportunity to educate the consumer about about coffee and about our brand and our family. And so that's one way of us doing our sales and distribution. The other is online sales through cafemedrano.com online. We do tasting events. Tomorrow night, I have a tasting event in Virginia, in particular, in Northern Virginia. We've also done other types of distribution and events throughout the area, mainly on the weekends. I don't have a cafe shop, not at this moment, but I may be in a community commercial kitchen pop-up space nearby in this area pretty soon. And I'm recently negotiating an opportunity with the Baltimore Washington International Airport. As we speak, they're interested in having us market and distribute our coffee at the airport. And so those are the types of things that we're looking at currently at the moment. As far as our current operations, eventually we might get into an opportunity where we'll be moving or selling more bulk quantities of coffee to other roasters, possibly. So there's a lot of different ways to look at the opportunity for what we're doing. These are, again, images that we have in building our brand. This is our packaging. This is our 1 pound bag dark roast. This is our 1 pound bag medium roast. And we make it so that our packaging is resealable. So they can be resealed packaging, keeps the freshness, and it's more environmentally friendly. And those are the things we think about as we develop our product, where we want to be true to our origin as well, and trying to be as organic as we possibly can. And so these are some of my family. The 2 young ladies are cousins, and the young man in the middle is one of the people that work on our family farm. Angelica, who is to my left, is one of those millennials. She's about 38 years old. She inherited the coffee farm, about close to 30 acres, I believe. And she inherited the farm from her dad, who started coffee he's the second generation of coffee production in Honduras. And so she is working diligently with her family on this family farm that they have. And a lot of our coffee is being sourced directly through her and other family members as well. But the idea is, again, to promote organic coffee. Honduras, which is number 3 in coffee exports in Latin America and number 5 in the world as far as coffee export and volume. And so this is that next generation. And in this third generation, it's mainly the women that are taking the lead and the charge in the coffee production and management of the farm as well. And that appeals to me because I have 2 grown daughters, and being a father of 2 daughters as well, I love, mentoring and working with my daughters as well as my cousins there as well to make that connection as well. So, it's been a great relationship communication wise and how we work together. And these are the types of things that we're looking to do, is for them to keep motivated in this business and in this industry. They're challenged right now with during the harvest season, especially, and hiring people to come and pick coffee because pay, compensation. A lot of people are tempted to go north, or I know a lot of people that want to go to Spain. And so it's a tough time right now, economically speaking, climate wise. There's a lot going on in this whole global effort right now. So we got to be aware and in tune to all these things. And I know the conference has touched on a lot of these items. Our vision, again, is to offer this unique artisanal coffee tasting experience. We promote at our coffee stand at the farmers market. We have artisan pieces as well, ceramic pieces, pieces made of wood, and other pieces that are related to the coffee culture, or as we say in Spanish, la caficultura. And that's something that we like to promote. And I worked with a lot of artisans in Honduras in our recent trip, where I purchased various artisan pieces and I brought over here that we can market and sell as well and promote. That's very key to what we are too. That's very unique because we want it to be as an artisanal experience as possible. And our coffee is as such. Buying our coffee would be like buying a quality bottle of wine, whiskey, rum, but quality. And I think that's what we're about. We're not a instant coffee type of thing. We don't do the little Keurig stuff. Our coffee is organic. It's aromatic. It's smooth in the taste. And I wish I was there this year where we could have provided some of those tastings, but next year we'll be there. And these are the types of things that we're looking to do to keep encouraging the coffee industry. I know in this area, in the DMV area alone, I've met about 5 or 6 other people just like me that are already starting to import coffee from their native country, whether it be Guatemala, whether it be Colombia, Peru, even Puerto Rico. I've met a lot of people that are doing the same types of things that we're doing. The small farmer, specialty market, niche market. People love the fact that we know where our coffee is sourced from. That's the story, that's the narrative. People enjoy that at the farmers market. And they like hearing that. And that's what people want. People want a unique tasting experience today. And the more they know where their coffee or their product is coming from, the better in that sense. Again, this is part of our cultivation, harvesting. Harvest season right now already started, actually. Started a little earlier than normal. But the weather's been good this time around. And so the harvest season for coffee in Central America and Honduras in particular is usually from November through February. There's one harvest season in a given period of time. Okay. Okay, now we go to the CBD side. So of recent, and talking and investigating a little bit more about this, and I'm still learning. Trust me, I'm still learning this process, and talking with Stefan Muldoon and his wife as well, and researching a bit. I think that one of the best ways to combine this CBD and coffee is through the tincture, which is the raw oil. And when you apply the raw oil, whether it be you apply it orally or into your coffee, it does not alter the taste or aroma. Okay, so I want to get that clear. So this isn't like some pumpkin spice stuff. All right, this isn't that. We're not altering the taste or anything like that. What this does, though, is level off the caffeine fix. You do get your caffeine kick from the coffee, even with infusion of the hemp CBD oil. But what it does is that it levels off the jitters and the anxieties that people may get from having coffee. I get a lot of customers that, you know, the doctor has said to them, do you have decaf? You know, I want decaffeinated coffee. And we don't want to get into that, to be honest with you. But this could be a very good alternative for some of those people that have that kind of issue with the caffeine, or for those that are just, you know, wanting to just level off a little bit of the caffeine fix of it. But this doesn't alter the aroma or the taste in any way. So this is one of the better methods, the raw oil, of doing this. And with the Muldoon family and their farm, we're looking, when they, upon their return from New Mexico, if they ever come back, but we know they we want to start experimenting with some of this. And one of the things that I'm looking to do is see how can we maybe have a kit that we could sell, which would include coffee, the vial with the tincture, and other aspects of what we're doing, because we want to create a holistic, organic, artisanal experience in that regard. So there's a lot of possibilities of us working together and creating some kind of strategic alliance along that end. But there's a great opportunity here, I think, to explore and to further develop. And so there's just more information about CBD and what is recommended as far as its infusion with coffee. I've talked to a lot of people in my own network and saying, you know, I'm exploring this with our coffee. What do you think? And a lot of people have said, wow, yeah, I'm already doing it. I'm like, wow, okay, I didn't realize, you know, I'm like, yeah, oh yeah, we've already been utilizing CBD hemp oil in our coffee and or with our coffee, and then it's been very good for many people. Again, it doesn't alter the taste or the aroma or in any way in that sense. So it's a viable opportunity to create a new product line in essence. And again, I just think there's more and more opportunities for those of you that are looking to produce hemp. You know, maybe reach out to some of your local coffee roasters in your communities, or brands, or coffee marketers like myself and that type of thing, and start looking into expanding and exploring some of these opportunities with what you're doing with the production of hemp. And in particular, the raw oil, which is what's more highly recommended. And again, I'm just starting to learn more and more about this process as well. And I'm gathering more and more information as I develop in this area as well. And again, this continues with more information about the CBD, the tincture. Again, this is what's more recommended as far as adding to the coffee. Whether it be a hot coffee, or even a lot of you have heard about cold brew recently, and it's highly recommended in a cold brew process as well. And so there's a good combination with the oils, because coffee, after you roast it, does release oils and gases as well. And so you'll see that in a dark roast of coffee, it has like this oily, glistened texture to the bean on top. Well, those are the oils that are being released from the coffee bean in and of itself. So there's a good match with these two products here. And that's basically what I wanted to share with you. It's just some of our experiences with our coffee, our family business, and how we've been able to have a production aspect, a farm in Honduras, import here to the United States, develop a brand, package, distribute, and market and sell. That's what we're looking at. And we're trying to own that whole process as much as we can, that whole supply chain within our family, cutting out the middleman, basically, and just trying to keep it as close as we can within our own family as best we can. And then, you know, that's just basically what I wanted to share, and how I'm looking at exploring these opportunities with CBD hemp oil as well. And thanks through the association and the farmers market at UDC, and Rudy, of course, been able to make this connection with the Muldoon family and their farm in Virginia. Here's my contact information. You could take a picture of it or whatever you'd like to do. There's my email, our business email, my phone number. is there. And again, we're based in the Washington, D.C. area, but we do distribute nationally if you order online. And this is part of our, our presentation of what we do. The picture in the background is one of our family farms in Honduras. I love the landscape, the mountains, the flushness of the green, the foliage, all of that. That makes for quality coffee, because a coffee bean is like a sponge and it absorbs all of the aroma and all the natural environmental aspects of where it is grown. Because we solar dry our coffee as well, which makes it even more organic, meaning these are nylon meshed like little igloos where the natural sun dries the coffee. The coffee bean never touches the ground. It's always in an elevated state. And these solar dryers are like little saunas, and they're naturally dried by the sun, which takes a little longer in the process, but it makes for a quality product. So patience is a virtue, definitely, when you go along the organic way of doing things with coffee. And this is why I love it, because it's friendly to the environment, to the community and everything that it's about. So thank you very much again for this opportunity, and I'll stop sharing here in a little bit. Let me stop share. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias.
Being that we can do a little bit of collaboration and
talking about the strategy around the actual purpose of where we do these programs is putting together the resolutions. So out of this, I think we already have a few resolutions, mostly about creating collaborative environments within the association that react to, hey, I have X product and you have Y product, and how can we bring those together?
How can we create workshops? How can we take architecture, establish it with fiber operations, these type of things. So we'll open it up for some commentary, and then we'll go into each of the subject points.
I go first, and then this gentleman. Oh yeah, you have to have this. Yeah.
I think that there's already consensus about having, having and encouraging cooperatives, cooperative effort. And that's already, I'm sure, going to be in the resolutions, because I know we put it in ours in the earlier session. But what I want to emphasize is that we need to have regional cooperation, collaboratives and cooperatives, not like one in every state, because the distance that the actual transportation cost and the distance that we have to deliver the product. And it's one thing if it's a little vial of CBD and you can just put it in the mail, but it's a different thing if it's construction products and they're heavy. And so either way, there's some science and some math that goes into deciding how far can you transport your product before it starts eating into your profitability and it's no longer an optimum a distance. And so I think that our indigenous culture, as I'm sure you guys know a lot of this already, but the Route 66 is the old Camino Real, which is what the Spanish called it when they came over here. But before that, it was a well-established trade route from the tribes to the south, all the way to California. And then by canoe, they would come up the Gulf of Mexico from the Yucatan to the mouth of the Mississippi. So those are trade routes that are well established in the history. And we need to look at the regional history of those. And that's how we can determine where the regional parameters should be for establishing these collaborations or these cooperatives, because it's going to be a long haul for all of us to retrain. So just like consumers have slowly come around to voting with their dollars and deciding that they're only going to buy from socially responsible sources where they're voting with their dollars in a way. It's going to take a while for people to learn how to work collaboratively, because I don't know about anybody else's experience, but I know my experience in the workplace. And when my children were small, they're adults now, I worked as a temp because I wanted to have control of my own work schedule and be able to take off if my kids were sick, be able to go to their parties at the school and things like that. So I worked in a lot of different environments. And the common denominator was how toxic workplaces are with people's personalities. People are stuck in jobs that they don't like. You have these abusive managers who try to make you feel guilty if your child is sick and you can't come in. And so it's going to take a lot to retrain the workforce to learn to work collaboratively. And anybody who's ever tried to manage a project with multiple personalities knows that you don't have to have a PhD in social science to figure that out. That it takes a lot, that it takes extraordinary. That's why managers are worth their weight in gold. Their ability to manage people and get people to work together toward a common goal, and be humane and kind as we do that. I think that's priceless. But we need to relearn all that, because as a society, we're not taught that. We're taught competition. We're taught that being first is what matters. And if yours come in second, oh, just go on home because you're a loser. You came in second. You didn't come in first. That's all toxic thinking, and we need to dispense with all of that.
That's right.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, Gloria. Thank you very much for your input. Gloria is the big champion of hemp in New Mexico
and Colorado. Gloria, and everywhere. Gloria is very well known in the hemp community. Okay, good afternoon. My name is John Sanchez. I'm actually representative of Chimayo Hemp Enterprises. One thing that I have, I've recognized this ever since I've started in this industry over a decade ago, that and in every instance and every time we discuss this topic, every time we discuss cannabis, hemp, and the plant and how it's going to be applied to society, the number one thing that always rings true is education. So something that the association can really get behind, because it does not exist. So let me just point this out from a few different angles. If we're discussing another agricultural crop, another farmed crop, we can say wheat or something of that nature. There are stacks and stacks and stacks of books, university studies, scholars discussing how to actually grow this plant, how to grow it, how to process it, how to do things with it. Those books do not exist for cannabis. They're childish at best, and maybe there are a few that are beginning to really establish themselves as authorities of the industry, but they're still definitely not there. And so that's a huge opportunity that the association has, is to be the groundwork of something like that. You know, I personally feel, and I've done it myself, and just sharing as much possible information as we can, but putting it in a digestible way and in an applicable way. You know, many times we can sit there and I can spin your guys' head around when it comes to cannabis and the science of it, and all the different interactions when it comes to humans and the plant itself, until nobody remembers anything. But it doesn't mean that it's actually applicable to what we're doing on a regular basis. So even when it comes to education, we have to have a goal in that education. And I think there's a huge opportunity here that, you know, that does not exist and that could exist after this.
That is wonderful input. That is tremendous. Yeah.
Perhaps I couldn't agree more. And just the fact that I mentioned my cars, and there are people here who haven't been exposed to that concept. I would submit a resolution within the association. Maybe we form a subgroup of a hemp working subgroup, and to that, you know, for that purpose, and you know, without committing myself too much to it, but someone has to. It's an idea, and we should talk about that. But having a working subgroup that aligns with the, I mean, we have, you know, look, there are three issues that are common to all of us in terms of operational threats. One is the Banking Act, Shea Banking Act. In our case, in District of Columbia, we have the Harris Rider, which prevents, because of our strange kind of colonial status in the district, prevents us from fully accessing state resources. We have interstate transport and restrictions thereof, and that's a problem for us, and that's a common problem to all of us. And then secondly, and thirdly, something we've struggled with is we have credit card processing, which is very problematic because of the Schedule I issue, and that's something that you know, that these are issues that should be built into a common platform for the entire association, and that should be articulated by a working group, a subgroup. So my first proposal would be to have a resolution that's form a subgroup that'll articulate the hemp policy, that as long as it aligns with the larger policies of our, you know, common purposes.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we have here, is this subgroup, because we can inform this process and start to lay the groundwork for that. We need tasks. We can't just talk.
Yeah, tasking it out, making sure that we have action plans associated to what we're doing. Because there's plenty of talk when it comes to this industry, and there's plenty of people able to fluff things up to the nth degree. But you know, when it really comes down to it, I personally feel that if we can do this in a solid way, in an established way, you know, we're at the leading edge of agriculture, you know, and the fact that cannabis has moved indoor horticulture to the level that it has. And I've talked to experts in horticulture. They would agree that cannabis has moved indoor, and the ability to grow these vertical farms has moved that technology forward. And so we can do that on a social level as well, is to be able to move this understanding and using biology and bringing soil back to our understanding, rather than just dirt, because dirt doesn't get us anywhere. I'm done.
Thank you so much for that input.
Yeah, the education is definitely an important piece. I mentioned the Colorado group. The stacks of books that you find, you know, university research is tainted by corporate. That's it, bottom line. So how do you get there? That's the important part, because Ryan and I went in there full bore. You know, Ryan was in a perfect position for them to listen to him, and they just went with the university standard, put together a summary. Now, when you do a research paper, it's only reviewed by your peers. And so the only thing that matters in the research paper is the summary that you put at the end of the paper. It's usually a paragraph. And it says, at this time, it looks this way or that way, as in that statement I made earlier. They said, what are we going to do with the carcasses? and we're eating the same seed. What are we going to do in the carcasses? That was 27 people at the University of Colorado.
And they have PhDs, right?
Pardon?
And they have PhDs.
Oh, yeah. Posthole digger.
We call it pilot hire. That's what we call it.
But you gotta, so that's what, grassroots used to be a word to get this education done. And the Latino farmers get pushed for that. I know. The farmers need to be doing the research, not the universities.
No.
One of the things that I think is a big concern too is that so many of our small farmers out there try growing hemp, and when it doesn't work out, our fear here in New Mexico, and my fear, is that big money will come in and start buying up their farm for very little because they're hurting people. So if we could somehow educate small farmers about consultants who come in as a consultant to consult you on how to grow, and then when it fails, they offer you money and they're out and you've lost your farm. I think those are all things that we need to take a real good look at.
So, and maybe like micro lending kind of things.
Micro lending, yeah.
Elena,
It's okay, I'll come closer. No, I think this is an excellent point, having consultants. But another thing that comes to mind is legislation. And I know they're trying to build it on local levels, like for instance, in DC, where they're requiring that 60% is always owned by somebody, a resident from the District of Columbia. A certain percentage always goes to minorities or returning citizens. Maybe you should lobby here on a state level that they write it in that a certain percentage always stays within the local community.
That's not it.
Yeah, and then the cannabis side, they're really working hard.
Yeah. It keeps changing.
I just wanted to address, there was a statement made earlier about cannabis, hemp, cannabis, however you want to say it. To continue the point, one thing that I see on the hemp and fiber side is that's a big problem to us is we can't feed it. Needs to be your same problem. Our biggest competitor, the person that's against us and cannabis, the entire cannabis sativa industry, is AFCO. AFCO, I'm gonna say, record it, please. That's it. That's it. We need a little bit to have cannabis say the building with it is cool.
And talk about what AFCO is.
And AFCO is an acronym that I would make a bad analogy to, but I'll let Mike kind of fill that in of who they are, but they're a feed council. They're not a government. They're just an organization, an association that put themselves together, and they're influenced by a lot of very influential people that it's in their best interest to not see anyone in this room succeed. And that's just point blank. And that's.
So it's feed for animals.
They're AFCO. Yeah, they're saying feed for animals. They're making an announcement. American Association of Feed, sponsored by whoever's dollar. And state by state, the states are part of this program or part of this, becoming a part of this association. And that's the answer we get back. We have a lot of interest. We have our lobbyists, we have our representatives that say yes, and then they run back to the state house and we get an email back that says AFCO said this. Who's AFCO? And that's the door that we all have to simultaneously kick down. And that's why I stand up and say we need to help in the cannabis as well. We need to eat your waste. The guy earlier was up here saying, I had 40 pounds. I had all this tonnage that was over here. That means to go, the revenues you're missing there, I can sit down with you and compete again with the revenues because there's so many more pounds. I can compete with the revenue you're making off your flower. So your waste, if you bring that revenue into a cannabis grow, that's some next level stuff. So that's the door we got to kick down together. Montana has the door cracked open. Montana passed an issue, and I'll say it, they've got a chance. They've opened it up. Their people are behind it. They got 30 signatures, and they got their governor to sign it. So using your strength, using your association and affiliation here in New Mexico, it needs to be a now thing. There's a lot of umbrellas you could put it underneath with the crises that are going on, that we need a strong association, a strong voice to say yes, because right now it's just a big association saying no, and they have this coined letter. I'll send that letter to anyone. I've seen it from several different people that have been issued this AFCO letter now. But it's just, we're saying no. They came out against Montana, and then that's what the states are scared of what AFCO said about what Montana did. Montana passed and said, let's do this. Nobody knows about it yet again. We all need to know about it and get behind them.
Well, I was gonna give some insight.
Well, there's the AFCO is just an advisor to FDA.
Right.
And so FDA they have to listen to them. And all they did was say, it's a consensus of our group that there's THC and CBD issues.
So here is the issue with things like AFCO, and it's just the tip of the iceberg, because there's all this corporate interest going way down. And so you have soybean and corn. That's what America grows. America doesn't grow hemp, it doesn't grow cannabis. And these guys want to make sure hemp and cannabis are not grown in America, because corn and soy have such a massive lobby, such a huge amount of economy behind them. And they can go to these politicians and say, we are your GDP, United States. We're it, corn and soybeans. It's not hemp. So we're disrupting these industries, and what we have to demonstrate and come together and form these cooperatives and these kind of groups about is to become a gorilla in that room and say, we are going to contribute more to your GDP. We're going to be a bigger industry. We're going to bring more prosperity to these rural communities. But AFCO is the tip of the iceberg, because, wait till we confront the oil and gas industry that's making plastics in our country right now. Wait till we confront the tobacco industry. I work with all these tobacco lobbyists in DC and alcohol, and that's what is holding all this stuff back. That's why we are in limbo right now, that they threw us a bone with getting it passed in the 2018 Farm Bill, but then there's been no action in terms of what the regulatory landscape is going to look like, and we have to really start participating in that. Did you have?
Oh, no, we were back. I'm just. No, well.
You just said something, the gentleman from what your company, Western Five, sorry. What y'all, you brought something up that made me feel like we really need to focus on finding ways that we can work together, the fiber industry and the CBD, THC, because I hear a lot of people talk about what divides us, like territory, turf wars, like, nobody wants their premium weed plants germinated but there's so many ways we could work together. Like, we're using all this plastic. We should be using hemp plastic. We should be, we could be selling them our stocks. We could be, we could work together in a way that, and that would just, I think, be so much more powerful if we could find a way to just, to have a more insular
That's a really good point.
Alliance.
Because here's the two industries, right?
Yeah, to the point of that, I mean, you name the price of your flour. I won't disrespect anybody's flour price, but I can take it back to your poundage and show you how to make just as much on your trash.
Yeah.
And doubling your revenue in a cannabis grow, the only person standing between you that right now is AFCO. And that's your waste is the exact same dog treat. Your waste out of a CBD.
Much better when we're growing it for cannabis than it would be for other applications, because we're spending so much effort to grow the plant as well as we possibly could. In a biological system, we're allowing the plant to structure itself in the way that it wants to, but in the most prime way possible. So I'd imagine the food taken from drug cannabis, the feedstock taken from drug cannabis is probably quite amazing. I've never seen test results taken from trash, so I couldn't know. Definitely. And that was for from a THC production facility. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a big, it's definitely a huge thing. The spent material made into food. I know there's a lot I've heard of. I have a broker buddy in California that they've had orders from China for millions of tons because China's buying all of our spent material and feeding it to their animals. So I mean, it's wild. Like,
Well, and usually just to give you a gauge of what those kind of figures are, it's known as stover is what gets left behind after the flower gets harvested. And usually you got about a third roots, a third stover, and a third grain or flower, in a given. So, and the roots have a lot of medicinal use as well. And Asia has a big market just for the roots alone. To bring it around to, here we got a collaboration going in a cooperative. We saw a collaboration even between, something as apples and oranges as coffee and the hemp industry. Should we explore some of the themes around expanding on banking and the interstate, issues? And does anybody have input, even in terms of security issues or, financing, banking? Do we want to add any of these type of themes to our resolution?
I was just gonna say, how do we try to push the envelope as it relates to the next farm bill to remove or take the barrier of the hemp from 0.3 to 1?
Okay, so the question is, how to work toward the next farm bill. Yeah, to put a lot of this language into the next farm bill to create some of the banking and specifically to move from the threshold of the 0.3 to the 0.1, which would be a major, a game changer. But what, or is it the other direction we want to move it, right? Yeah, we want to go from 0.3 to 1%. Yeah. Okay, so that's the resolution.
Naturally wants to balance out at about 1%. So even in an environmentally impacted crop, because we got to understand the chemotopic expression of the plant is completely phenotopic based. I don't know, just to put that into understanding is that a phenotopic expression is the environment interacting with the gene, which interacting with your genotype. So your chemical profile is based off of that interaction. So a huge problem that we had early on in hemp, and a huge thing that I discussed pretty heavily in a lot of my talks is the environmental impact on the THC levels. The plant on many occasions in a natural basis wants to balance out to about 1%. So even with an environmental impact, if we can get it up to 1% as far as acceptable amount of THC, that's going to give us the ability on the production side to use a larger variety of varietals and potentially be able to grow crops that are more climate acclimated, so that we have a better expression. And that's huge. That's something that if we can get up to that, we would see a complete different environment than we see now.
That's correct. Yeah. So Leonard was just saying our time frame for this next farm bill being 2022, and maybe the formation now of our subcommittee for hemp can start to, move some things together. I mean, to give background, Rudy and I tried to create a lobbying organization in Washington, D.C. and got leaders in the hemp industry at that time to the table to fund such a project, because you don't go and walk into, political offices without resources. And at the time, even though this company was raising tens of millions of dollars into their entity, they had no priority around funding such an office. And so I'm continually saying, without coming together and bringing people, if they want this to be an actual industry that's going to go into perpetuity with their involvement, we better get serious about what it's going to look like into the future and be proactive and on the front end of these issues. Sir, did you have any input or things with security? Did you have any input about security or banking or what you guys are? Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, so the question was cooperation amongst the Hemp Roundtable or other DC-based hemp organizations that are so amazingly effective at taking money, incredibly ineffective at doing anything with it. Part of the reason is they, in back rooms, are representing some of these very industries that we're talking about. They're representing corn and soy and, you know, have that kind of influence and things at play. Yeah. And of course, you know, Hemp Roundtable, of course, is John Boehner's, you know, organization. So, yeah. Do you have anything to add or talk about?
I had been given a security topic, but I gotta mention that the ladies are deep into we have like a gender split here in our conversations, and I want to try and reunite us. I want to try and reunite us.
Resolution. No. I want to expand. It's like all the guys are talking. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. So how about we share that?
This was very interesting what you were. Well, hello, everybody. Thanks for having me. I'm Amy, OK Canna Connect. I'm here as a guest with Western Fiber. I love what they do. I've actually been privy to see, touch, and feel some of the things that they create, which is great because, like mentioned earlier, there's a lot of talk and a very little bit of walk. So it's good to see folks do that. I focus on the THC-bearing cannabis aspects of the Oklahoma space. We operate in Arkansas, Oklahoma, and Missouri. In Arkansas, we carry 100% of the cannabis cash. Every dollar that's transported from cultivators, dispensaries, Federal Reserve is on our armed vehicles. And we have 99 guards standing in every licensed facility in the state. License means dispensary, cultivator, processor. In Oklahoma, we have a warehouse. We hold material, THC-bearing material. We have a sales team that sells material. We have trucks that transport material. We have guards standing. In Missouri, new market. While build-outs are happening, I think we're up to 24 contracts for security guards standing in licensed facilities. So we talk mostly about education being number one most important. And we were talking most recently amidst your conversation, I apologize, about the sustainability secret of what hemp brings to the play. We've been developing since, you know, day one of construction times to find that indigenous material around your area to build your types of homes. That's why you see adobe homes in this region of the country, because you have that indigenous dirt here and that science and that technology. Well, that changes all across the world. Well, when you add hemp to those existing materials, it does something else as referenced. It's the X factor. It turns something that might be or something that could be decent or good into something really, really great. You start getting increased R values. You start getting increased load bearing capabilities. You get a bigger, better, stronger material for less. And then if you are the grower, you can, in theory, build your own house, build your own shed. No, I'm sorry, I used the wrong word. Grow it. Grow your own house. Grow your own shed. You can grow your own solutions. And a lot of times people focus on the flower. It's beautiful. You can smell it. It's lovely. Everyone loves flower. But as Matt mentioned, there's such a big waste in the waste. If you don't appropriate the attention to what that waste is, your trash really is another man's treasure. So formulating some, propulsion with these gentlemen would be very advantageous to those of you who don't properly appropriate your attention to your waste. I've seen it firsthand with animals to where after a year of feeding, they no longer need steroids. They no longer go to the vet. They're not sick. They're producing more milk. They're having larger and more frequent egg production. They are just blossoming like the flower they are. but it comes again from the spent waste material. It's a beautiful, wonderful thing that with proper legislation and access, we, you could smoke your insulation if you get real hard up. Yes, yes. And so for my focus, I just want to say I appreciate your innovation and the hard work that everybody does in their daily life to push forth this initiative and to work on destigmatization. To be a professional and work hard on something like this is really important because, again, we're not always viewed that way. We're hindered and enabled, disabled, depending on the perspective. And you have to really listen with both ears and talk with one mouth. That's something that was taught to me early on, and I'm still learning. So if you would like to continue conversations or make subgroups, we really should reach out on a professional level. My email address is jointeffort@okcanaconnect.com. We have a lot of great websites that increase access, increase education, decrease stigma. And so that's what I had to say. What else do we say?
Wait, could you?
Yes, thank you.
Could-
Thank you. Yes, joint effort, like we got to do it together. Okay, Canna, CANNA. We'll write it down, joint effort at OK Canna, CANNA, connect, CONNECT.com. There is a website there. That's not my phone number, though. I pay people to answer that phone. But
And can you elaborate a little bit, because it sounds like you're in the money moving space and this quasi banking sphere. Can you elaborate on where we're at right now with banking and what's your input on where we're going?
We've found a fantastic little treasure over the last 3 years of the monetary exchange within the state of Arkansas. We've gained a close partnerships with a bank called Abaca, ABACCA, out of Little Rock. It's a self-funded, very large bank. It is not FDIC insured. They have alternative insurances. It's a very, very easy to utilize cannabis banking system that does offer green loans. We do have credit card processing opportunities that are absolutely viable. They are regulated within the farm bill space. So it does not work for me in THC producing businesses, but in the standard hemp space, you most definitely have those solutions now. They're not as readily available. Not many people know about them, but Abaca, ABACCA out of Little Rock, will work with you all across the nation for banking solutions. The only difficulty for y'all would be depositing the money, right? How to get it to them. So you need a good truck.
And so right now you're running the trucks.
Yeah, we
from
run the trucks.
Oklahoma to across to Arkansas, kind of thing.
That is true. Our region 1 in Arkansas running all the Arkansas cannabis money, that is THC bearing material money. So that is in interstate. So it's just within the state of Arkansas. That money goes to the Arkansas Reserve. The monies in Oklahoma are trucked across the border into Oklahoma effortlessly with no taxes, no fees, no problems. And we bank it into our insured bank.
But it's not like a bank's truck. They're
No,
trucks
no.
that you own.
That's correct.
But it looks like a bank's truck. It's
Well,
it's a
we use
fortified
a
one.
standard transit truck. It's what you would imagine. We do non-markings and we do have AK7 bearing cleat certified, very scary men driving them, but we don't have them appearing like a Brinks. They travel effortlessly without being noticed. One at a time, everybody. Hold on. We got a question.
Are there any legal issues with transporting large quantities of cannabis cash across state lines?
Absolutely not. Not even from New Mexico. That is correct. We're so grateful that the Farm Bill passed in August of 2018, because what that really did was give a federal perspective over the rules and regulations for interstate commerce. So as long as you are within the THC allotment written in that law, you can send it in the mail. You can drive it in your truck. I don't care if it's a gram or 57,000 pounds. It's completely federally legal. You can sell it in gas stations. You can sell it at coffee shops. You can infuse anything. Now, right now we have a blessing and a burden, okay, because it is not FDA approved. So the blessing is you don't have to go through all the approval process. You can just put it in whatever you want to. However, for the safety concern of the population, you don't have the FDA approval. So you don't know how it's made. Is it crude? Is it distillate? Is it full spectrum? Has it been stripped? Is it isolate? What is in there? How is it made? Where did it come from? All those questions you can't really determine unless you meet the people, you vet the process, and then you conduct business with them. So it is a very unsafe market for the uneducated consumer. But if you're an educated consumer, you can find enough to deduce whether or not it's safe based on your research. But in general, you can literally carry as much as you want, ship it however you want within the United States and Puerto Rico.
Sort of certificates of analysis from people before you transport?
So yes, you really don't have to necessarily per se, but it is definitely a good judgment call. If I were in the state of Oklahoma, I don't ask questions. I typically don't even look in the box because we've already vetted the customer. So we know they're a cannabis manufacturer or producer. We know that we're moving cannabis. So we're counting the pounds, we're validating the inventory, but we don't regulate how much THC or any milligram questions. If it were a hemp movement across the border, then yes, we would have to again vet this situation, gauge the difficulty. The COA would only legitimize us in the fact that in the event of being pulled over. That's when you'd have to demonstrate that COA. But in Oklahoma, within the confines of your boundaries, it doesn't matter. No labs needed. Only when you cross those state borders.
Is marijuana allowed in Oklahoma?
Yes, marijuana is the most recreational medical program in the country. We have 3.5 million in Oklahoma residing. No, it's very serious. I promise you. It's very, very, very serious. So we have over 400,000 patients. We have over 11,000 cannabis cultivators growing within the state of Oklahoma with no restrictions. We do not count plants. We do not count acres. You can grow as much or as big as you want to. We have 2,500 dispensaries. We have 2,000 processors. And you most definitely can do just about anything you want in Oklahoma cannabis. Oh, and it only takes 5 minutes to get a card, and then everybody gets one. Yeah.
I just want to say that exactly what she's saying is the reason why we don't need one program fits all at USDA. Right now, they're about to. Right now, they're requiring the inputs as to whether a state is going to be under the USDA run program or or as we are in New Mexico under a state run under the state ag program. Everyone should stay under their own state ag program because we've seen how the USDA works. I mean, they're killing off the family farm in favor of agricorps. And they're going to do the same with cannabis and hemp if you let them get their grubby little hands on it. And so that's why we need regional co-ops. And no one should be under no state that has two brain cells to rub together should be under USDA.
I just think that and we need to encourage our state to look at Oklahoma as a model.
Issues with low barrier to entry. There's a balance point.
And that's so true. And that's for a whole nother seminar because that is real.
But it's a joke because the program itself is a bit wild westy, and then it makes it to where your product isn't worth anything, and there's low barrier to entry and no education. There's a lot of people losing their farms, and that needs to be understood. It's sad.
Like 3,000 pounds and a big truck and pulls you over. Even though he's in the wrong, but he's a cop doing whatever he does. They throw it in a front room somewhere. I think it's there for a week and then they get it back.
That's a common story.
That is
I
a
hear
very
that
common
happen a
story.
lot. And so is there a resolution out of this particular line of dialogue right here in terms of?
Yeah, pay
Well,
attention
yeah,
to
we
your
have that-
waste.
We have that resolution. That one's set.
Reach out to Western Fiber for any type of waste management ideas or innovation for your own farm, because they can help you through the process and give value to that waste.
And then this low barrier of entry, is that more?
That's
around a-
specifically geared toward Oklahoma, as he mentioned. It's only $2,500 to get a cannabis license in Oklahoma.
Okay.
And so what that means is that true? Well, what that does is it really allows a whole lot of, inept participants. They don't have the education. They've never run a business before. They're not prepared to scale up, and then saturation occurs. You might have, raised 40,000 in your life, cashed in your 401k, thinking you're going to be rich overnight. You're a dispensary owner now. Well, you only get 3 or 4 customers a day. Yeah.
Well, and this also relates to needing a regulatory framework, but one that doesn't inhibit and remove small business out of it. Because the more regulations are going to come in, we've seen it with the California cannabis industry. When they went to recreational and they started issuing these licenses, their threshold for purity is so incredibly strict. It's important. You want, a product that is pure. But I mean, friends of mine that have been growing for over a decade couldn't reach those standards. And so then what happens is it forces them back out onto the black market. And of course, we know that, the amount of cannabis that is legally consumed in California runs around roughly 20% and illegally consumed 80%. So we want to be able to remove tertiary economy and allow people to bank and be legitimate with their businesses, but do it in a framework that allows small business.
Taylor, not to dispute anything that you just said, but the main problem in California came from the fact that in New Mexico, we have one New Mexico Department of Ag and one commissioner. In California, they have an ag commissioner for every county. So when you have 66 counties and 66 ag commissioners, that's 66 egos. That's why their program is so messed up.
So something
That's the
to
main contributor.
inform the process on some of these other states and, participate on the national.
Wanted to talk?
So we're about 8 minutes left on this right now. Right now, we have these resolutions. I can list them out. We have the need for instructional materials and education, the need to establish the hemp subgroup as part of our association, the need to address the banking aspect, this credit card processing. We'll look into the resources that are currently available and try to inform the moving forward to remove Schedule 1 as the designation that hemp and cannabis holds right now that's restricting a lot of this banking. We need, with the other one is legislation, need for coordinated legislation on the national level to address the AFCO and corporate influence on that will be ongoing and will become more aggressive. A collaboration between CBD cannabis and the fiber industry for being able to add value to the waste. And this includes the sale of biomass stover and the post-processing waste. Maybe we can start to determine what some of those valuations are that work for all parties. A threshold to move from 0.3% to 1% as part of the farm bill. Can we think of anything else to add on there? Maybe hemp regulated as a commodity, good instead of by the DEA. I'll have the audio of everybody's contributions. It's been switching into text. That's why I wanted people talking into the mic. So I'll have the text of everybody's input here today, and I'll do my best to put that text under these headings, and then we'll submit it tomorrow as part of the Congress, and we'll move forward from there. And hopefully maybe we should collect everybody's contact that is here. If somebody wants to take that task on, and then that way, this subgroup, if anybody's interested in being part of that subgroup, we can create a Zoom profile and meeting that is kind of ongoing that way.
I know about it, but I haven't read it. I just know it's happening.
About well, that the one in Oregon, do you know about that one?
In both instances, I've been too busy to really analyze them. I know about them happening. I know the fact that these exist, but we haven't actually had a chance to analyze them. You want to discuss them? Mike, you want to discuss them?
Oh. I don't think anybody knows about it. Are you familiar with the bills, those $1 billion NHA Association, National Hemp Association? Are you familiar with have you seen the YouTube that went to President Biden from them? We were involved. I brought up the U.S. Hemp Growers Association as we were. This is a sordid story, but the U.S. Hemp Roundtable started the U.S. Hemp Farming Alliance. We were asked to join by the farms, the groups that were in the hemp CBD market. So we established the U.S. Hemp Farming Alliance. There was agreement to bring the Farm Journal, which is a big player. You familiar? Okay. U.S. Hemp Farming Alliance took their war chest and put it on the table. We went to the World Ag Expo and they established the new U.S. Hemp Growers Association. Well, the cannabis, now this was one of those moments where the cannabis thing kind of fell apart because midstream, the war chest from the Hemp Growers Alliance, or the Hemp Farmers Alliance, the one that we belong to, they decided to pull some of that money out of there. So the Farm Journal, being a partner in the new organization with the Hemp Growers Association, lost a little bit of cash. Well, I'll just tell you what I think really happened. The Farm Journal has been publishing for like 100 years. Okay. All right. When the hemp really got some traction, and even though the shortcomings of the roundtable, which we agree on, they still were making some good moves. They established the new alliance. We moved to the Farm Journal partnership. Do you read the Farm Journal? Is anybody here? Oh, well, it's kind of like the Bible for the farm. Yeah. You go in the tractor shop, it's there. It's got good stuff. They have education programs. I've seen it. They have scholarships. Been around for 100 years.
Yeah. But I don't read it right.
So they established the new relationship, and then all this stuff started happening. I think AFCO shut them down. There you go. Corn and soybeans shut that process down. All right. So then the groups that we were involved in said, and I can say this real quick, we decided to write a letter. This was California, Oklahoma, a couple states. Marcus Rion, you know Marcus. That's how I got in touch with Rudy through Rigo. We wrote a letter to the President Trump for $1 billion, and it never made it. It was too late. And so then it rolled over to the Biden. We had calls from the Biden administration. Their team was calling us, Western Fiber. So it rolls over now politically. So National Hemp Association, Jeff Whaling, takes our letter and rewrites it. And when you look at the geography of it, it includes Washington and Oregon, cuts off the entire Southwest all the way to Florida. The people that are active in that are in that part of the geography of the country. No, nobody. And then the second phase of this, who are those people really going to be? You know, where's that geography? And it's here. It's not there. We're not.
That's
So
no, that's awesome. But we sent